Hello everyone, welcome to Chapters and welcome to your another important current affairs weekly revision session. And my dear friends, today we are going to revise the current affairs of 8th to 14th of May 2026. So we all know that our RBI Grade B Officer 2026 exam phase 1 is scheduled to be conducted on 13th of June 2026, and that is why here the month of May becomes very important from examination point of view. And you all know that from our daily current affairs sessions we have already covered these current affairs, and today we are going to conduct the revision of the 8th to 14th of May 2026, right? So if you are someone who has already seen the daily current affair classes, then there is no requirement of watching this session. But if you are someone who has missed all those classes, so this one class is really going to be helping you in order to revise all the current affairs of 8th to 14th of May 2026. So let's start the session.
Everyone, let's start the session. So here the first news article is outcomes of the state visit of the president of Vietnam. So my dear friends, the president of Vietnam, To Lam, recently visited India on the invitation of the Indian Prime Minister, and during this particular conversation between the two, both the countries have elevated their relations to an enhanced comprehensive strategic partnership. My dear friends, let's take an example that there are two students who are preparing for the examination, right? There are two students who are preparing for the examination, and now they have decided that we are going to help each other with the resources as well. For example, that we will be sharing our notes, we will be sharing our handwritten notes, we will be sharing our learnings, we will be sharing our mock test analysis, so that we can help each other out that okay, so these are the mistakes that even you can commit, but we have to ensure we are not going to commit them in the examination, right? So similarly, so right, earlier you were only friends, but now you are strategic partners as you are creating the strategy for the examination. Similarly, the two students here are India and Vietnam, who are basically now converting their partnership into enhanced comprehensive strategic partnership. Both the countries have announced a new bilateral trade target of the USD 25 billion by 2030. So my dear friends, with this particular part, let me tell you here that with this enhanced comprehensive strategic partnership, they have also decided that they will be enhancing and increasing their bilateral trade, and the value that they are going to achieve is USD 25 billion by 2030. Now Vietnam has joined the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative as well, which means that now the two countries will be having better maritime cooperation. So my dear friends, in as a part of this comprehensive strategic partnership, they have tried to sign MOU on the various areas. For example, India will be exporting the grapes to the Vietnam, Vietnamese durian will be exported to India. There will be establishment of site interpretation center at the UNESCO World Heritage Site at My Son. So these are the important things which have been announced. Now let's try to discuss here that what are the different MOUs which have been signed between the two countries. So this include an MOU between the IREL India Limited and the Vietnam's Institute of Technology for Radioactive and Rare Elements to expand the cooperation in the rare earth elements and new age technologies. A cultural exchange program will be there for a period of 26 to 2030, where we will be sharing our own cultures, and we are basically focusing and working on the 1976 cultural agreement between us. Now RBI and State Bank of Vietnam have signed an MOU where they will be cooperating in the payment systems, financial innovations and the digital payments. Guys, you all know that digital payments are playing a very important role in both the nations, and that is why we are also focusing on the cooperation in the payment systems, and that's why the Reserve Bank of India, the State Bank of Vietnam, both of them come together as a part of this particular MOU. Now there is an MOU for the drugs as well, like for the regulation of pharmaceuticals, biological products, medical devices and the cosmetics. Then there is ICCR and University of Science and Education. Da Nang University have signed an MOU for the establishment of ICCR Chair of Indian Studies. So this will also be created in Vietnam. Then my dear friends, Nalanda University has signed an MOU with Ho Chi Minh National Academy of Politics for capacity building and training cooperation. Our MITI and Ministry of Science Technology of Vietnam will be focusing on the digital technologies and the information technology. Then in order to enhance the cross-border QR code interoperability, the NPCI International Payments Limited and the National Payment Corporation of Vietnam, that is NAPAS, have signed an MOU. So guys, you can see that across the varied areas they have signed an MOU. So basically I told you that these are the two students now who will be helping each other. So they are now moving ahead across the many areas wherever they can help each other, so that they can share the knowledge, share the technologies, and with the help of this they will be able to enhance their bilateral relations, as well as they will be able to make themselves more developed in nature, right? So there is another important MOU related to the Gyan Bharatam. So my dear friends, Gyan Bharatam, the Ministry of Culture and University of Social Sciences and Humanities, Vietnam National University, Ho Chi Minh City have signed an MOU for survey, documentation, conservation, digitization, and online dissemination of sham manuscripts. So basically these all are the different MOUs you can see here across the different areas. First of all, please try to remember that this is the enhanced comprehensive strategic partnership. Now what is the target they are having by 2030 of the bilateral trade? That is of 25 billion US dollars. Then for the maritime cooperation, Vietnam has joined the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. India will be exporting the grapes, Vietnam will be exporting the Vietnamese durian, and then there will be a site interpretation center which will be set up at Milestone, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Clear everyone? Additionally, we are having the agreements across the different areas, across the education, culture, digital payments, and all different areas. Clear? So please make sure that you are not required to retain all these areas from here, but just have a small idea. If a question has been asked in the examination, you are going to answer that question in a successful manner. Clear everyone? I hope that this part is clear to everybody. Now let's move ahead to the next part. So now the next news article is on the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program performance during the 15th Finance Commission cycle. So my dear friends, 15th Finance Commission cycle के टाइम पर PMEGP की कैसी परफॉर्मेंस थी? How exactly the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program has basically performed. Now before moving on to the performance, we have to understand that what exactly the PMEGP is all about. So let's take an example that there is a person Ram and he want to set up a shop, right? So he don't want to do a job, he want to set up his own shop, and he's having a great idea. So basically government of India says that, okay, so Ram, don't worry, you can set up your shop, we will be providing you the financial assistance to set up your shop, right? So we will be providing you financial assistance, and you are not required to go anywhere. It's not like if you are in the village area then you will be moving to the city. No, not required. You just ensure that you are setting up your shop, your mini business in the village area only. And why exactly this? Because when he will be setting up the shop in that village area only, what will happen? It will lead to job creation. How the job will be created there? Let me tell you, my dear friends, when he will be hiring some workers for his job, so there will also be some transportation which will be taking place, like people will be coming to his shop, so transportation will also take place. Then a supply chain will also come into the picture, because he will be bringing the materials from outside to the village to sell them in the village, right? So basically lot of job creation will be there, and that's what we are having the objective as a part of the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, where we are focusing on the entrepreneurship, job creation in our country. And it is a flagship scheme of the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, implemented through the Khadi and Village Industries Commission. It supports the entrepreneurship promotion, employment generation, rural industrialization and balanced regional development. So that's what we are targeting as a part of the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. And right now we are talking about the 15th Finance Commission cycle 2021-22 to 2025-26. Now my dear friends, what is the Finance Commission? Can anybody tell me? So Finance Commission is a kind of a body in our own country which basically decides the distribution of the taxes between the central government and the state governments, right? It basically leads to the devolution of these taxes. Now the Finance Commission is basically constituted in our country under which article of the Constitution? Can anybody tell me that? It has been constituted under Article 280 of the Indian Constitution. If I talk about the chairman, So before the chairman, I would like to ask you, like here it is mentioned the 15th Finance Commission. Can anybody tell me which Finance Commission is right now working? It is the 16th Finance Commission. And what is the time period of that? 2026 to 2031. And who is the chairman of this Finance Commission? Who is the chairperson of this Finance Commission? So Kashish, it's not 218, it's 280, 280. Okay. Now who is the chairman of this Finance Commission 16? That is Arvind Pangadia. So we have discussed the static details of the Finance Commission also in this particular part. Okay. Clear everyone? So really good. Kashish, ABC, Harshal, Madhur, everybody has given me the right answer to this question, that yes, Arvind Pangadia is the right answer. Well done, my dear friends. Now let's jump back to the article. So right now we are talking about the performance of Prime Minister Employment Generation Program in the 15th Finance Commission cycle, fiscal year 2021-22 to 25-26. And the scheme achieved the full utilization of the approved budgetary outlay for 13,554.42 crores. So the Finance Commission, the scheme has achieved the full utilization of the approved budget. So basically whatever the budget was allocated for this particular scheme, it has utilized its complete budget of 13,554.42 crores. It facilitated the establishment of 4 lakh micro enterprises, exceeding the target of 4 lakh 2 enterprises. So my dear friends, see, basically with the allocation of this budget of 13,554 crores, it was supposed to create the 4 lakh 2 enterprises, but it has surpassed its target by 1000 more enterprises, right? Additionally, we have generated 36.33 lakh individuals across the country, employment generation of 36.33 lakh people. When it comes to the women beneficiaries, we also focus more on the women, and they account for nearly 40% of the total micro enterprises. So we saw that 4 lakh 3,706 enterprises were being established. Out of them, 40% were from the women beneficiaries only. 45% of the total margin money subsidy disbursed under the scheme was provided to women entrepreneurs. So we have not just helped the women beneficiaries to set up the industries, but we have also helped them, not the industries but the micro enterprises, and we have also helped them by providing them the money subsidy under the scheme. Now we have also focused on the backward sections of the society, like SC, ST and OBC categories, where 54% of the beneficiaries were belong to these categories only. 80% of the enterprises established under PMEGP are located in the rural areas. So my dear friend, these are the latest details for the 15th Finance Commission timeline, that how exactly was the performance of Prime Minister Employment Generation Program. And let me tell you that such kind of question can be asked in the examination. So please ensure that you are retaining this information from exam point of view. The budget allocation was 13,554.42 crores. Total number of micro enterprises created was 4,03,706 crores. Women beneficiaries accounted 40% of the total micro enterprises. 45% of the money went to the women entrepreneurs, and 54% of the beneficiaries were belonging to the SC, ST and OBC categories. Clear everyone? Clear to all? Are you guys able to understand this article in a comprehensive manner? We are done with this article, and that's how we are required to retain the important information, right? Now let's move ahead to the next part. The national accounts base year updated to 2022 to 23. So my dear friends, the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has updated the base year of the national accounts to 2022-2023, right? So let's take an example that there is a student, right? Right now he is in the 12th standard. 7 years back he was in the 5th standard. And there was a particular marking scheme which was being used by the teachers to evaluate his performance in the 5th standard. And even right now, as he is in the 12th standard, still we are using the same marking scheme that we were using in the 5th standard. So will we be able to identify his growth properly or not? Please tell me in the chat box. His learning, his growth. So will we be able to identify his growth properly? Answer is no, because we are already using the previous details, right? So we need to upgrade that system. So that is why, my dear friends, the principal of the school said that okay, as this person is right now in the 12th standard, we have to change the marking scheme. And to change the marking scheme, we are setting up a committee. The committee will be of the expert teachers who are really expert in creating the marking scheme, and they will be creating a new marking scheme. and this committee will be headed by Ravindra H. Dholakia. Now let's take an example, my dear friends. Now let's take an example. So this is done, right? So now let's replace the student with the Indian economy. So basically in the Indian economy, what we were doing is that we were having the old base year for all these things, for the estimation of the GDP, for the gross state domestic products and everything. So what we have tried to do is that we constituted a committee, and that committee was basically headed by Ravindra Dholakia, and it was responsible for identifying the new base year. Clear, everyone? So the revision aims to better reflect the current structure. Now why exactly we are changing the base year? My dear friends, in the matter of these 7 years, what has happened? When it comes to the Indian economy, it has become more digitalized, right? There is a change in the tech structure, there is a change in the environment of the country, there is a change in the policies of the nation. Now we are having the gig workers, right? Earlier it was not there. So basically you can see here that so many changes have taken place. That's why we need to incorporate those changes into this base year as well, so that we can see that whether we are growing properly or not. Clear? So the new base year from now onwards will be 22 to 23, and we will be able to identify the current structure of the economy through the modern data sources, improved estimation practices, and alignment with the evolving international standards. Now, my dear friends, let me tell you that this base year is not just going to help in the estimation of the gross domestic product. Guys, what is the gross domestic product? It is a report card of the India's. It is a report card of the production of the final goods and services in a nation, in an economy, right? And similarly, what we are required to do is that we are not just required to identify the growth of the nation, but we also tend to ensure that what is the gross domestic state product of these states, so that we can see that how well they are performing in the growth manner since the previous few years, which state is leading all the different states, and how exactly we can bring a shift to the change in the policies in our growth planning, right? So that's in all these areas we need these base years for the national accounts. So my dear friends, the states and union territories are required to adopt the new base year for compilation of the gross state domestic product to improve accuracy, consistency and comparability in the regional economic assessment. The GSDP is essential for measuring the economic performance of the individual states, as it serves as the primary indicator for analyzing the sectoral growth. So that is the reason that we need new base year. And my dear friends, to execute this transition of coming up with the new base year, we set up an advisory committee on the national account statistics. So national accounts की statistics के लिए एक advisory committee को set up किया गया, and this committee was chaired by Professor Ravindra H. Dholakia, who is also the former professor at IIM Ahmedabad. Now this was basically including the different members across the RBI, Niti Aayog, academia, research institutions, and the member of the state governments, and it was required to review the concepts, methodologies and emerging data sources for compilation of the state domestic product and the district domestic product as well. So my dear friends, I already told you with the help of an example of that student whose marking scheme was basically different. Now you are really able to understand that how exactly this all going to work, why exactly we created that committee, what was its working, and who was chairing that particular committee. We have done and dusted with all these important details. Now my dear friends, these are some important details about the gross state value added and the GSDP, so which includes expanding the integration, revised approach in refining estimation techniques. Just the theoretical part is there, my dear friends, but the practical application and how the things have got changed, we have already covered in our today's session. Clear, everyone? Now you must be really surprised to see that at present, my dear friends, only 34 states and union territories are compiling their gross state domestic products. That means that not all other states and UTs are basically compiling the GSDP estimates, but only 34 states and UTs are doing it with a base year of 2011 and 12. So currently the base year was 2011-12. Now it has been changed to 2022-23. Clear? So basically, except the Lakshadweep and Dadar and Nagar Haveli and Daman and Diu, all the 34 states and UTs were compiling the GSDP estimates. But this time with the revision in the base year, Ministry of Statistics program implementation is trying to identify that how exactly we can enroll all the 36 states and UTs, so that we are having a better picture of the nation. Clear, everyone? So that's all from this news article. I believe that this is very much clear to everyone. Now let's move on to the next news article. So the president of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly visited India. So my dear friends, the president of 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, that is Annalena Baerbock, has visited India recently, as Ministry of External Affairs invited her, right? And the discussions were held on the key multilateral issues of the mutual interest. See guys, let's take an example that there is a big classroom. A big classroom is there. A big classroom is there. A big classroom is there, right? And so many countries are the part. So many countries are the part of this classroom. And this United Nations is the monitor of the class. And it wants to basically discuss that, see, in our classroom there are so many groups have been created, and there are rivalries in our classroom. So now it is becoming difficult for us in order to you know handle all these different kind of areas and the problems which are arising. So now this monitor has come to one of the very smart student of the class, that how exactly we can make it more peaceful, how we can basically change the discipline in the students, towards the teachers, towards the class, and inside the class. That is why, let me tell you my dear friend, this monitor, that is Annela Baerbock, has visited India. The smart student is India, and this monitor is United Nations General Assembly President, that is Annela Baerbock. Now my dear friends, during this particular whole visit to the India, she has basically given a particular speech, and she mentioned that there are some different areas which are creating the pressure, and these are the geopolitical tensions, and these pressures are arising across the three basic pillars, that is the peace and security, development and human rights. Across these three areas we are able to see that the pressure is creating across the world. Clear everyone? So what is the name of the president of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly? What is the right answer? So please tell me what is the right answer to this part. My dear friends, what is the right answer to this question? Please quickly tell me in the chat box. The right answer is Annalena Baerbock. Absolutely, this is the right answer. And she has mentioned three topics. Please mention retain these three topics: peace and security, development and human rights, where we are facing the issue. Clear everyone? Clear everyone? Okay. Now let's move on to the next news article. So EPFO to launch e-Prapti portal. My dear friends, recently in the previous sessions I discussed that there is a person X. He was doing job in company A, right? So there with company A he has a piggy bank. He was having the habit of savings, right? So basically he was having a piggy bank, and some amount of money from his salary he was contributing, and some amount of money his employer was also contributing to this piggy bank. Clear? Just let's try to understand this with help of example, right? Now he shifted the job to company B, and what happened is that he was having his new piggy bank, and again he was savings the amount. Both he and his employer is basically adding some contribution to that particular piggy bank. Now he shifted to company C. Again new piggy bank has been created. Now he shifted to company D. Again new piggy bank has been created. Now the company E. Again new piggy bank is created. So my dear friends, what happened is that with the shifting of the jobs, he basically forget the passwords. He forget about his old piggy bank with the company A, B, C, D, right? With the due course of the time, he just forget, and there was some amount which was already there. Now my dear friends, we are having this example right now. Please try to understand that these piggy banks are basically being maintained by the Employee Provident Fund Organization of the country, that is EPFO, right? EPFO is maintaining these piggy banks accounts. Now what EPFO wants is that, see, this person X, he just forgot. He is really a very karmat person. He is a very hard working person, right? Just like all of you. Like all of you are really working very, very hard for becoming and clearing your dream examination of RBI Grade B officer exam, right? Similarly, this person is also very, hard working person, and he just forgets that, okay, he is having such kind of accounts where he is having some money. So basically EPFO says that if you want to get that money back, if you want to get that money back. So basically अगर आपको अपने उन सभी मनी की प्राप्ति करनी है, प्राप्ति, तो क्योंकि अभी हम एक डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में है, एवरीथिंग इज बिकमिंग इलेक्ट्रॉनिक इन नेचर, so we are launching the e-Prapti portal. Clear everyone? So we are launching the e-Prapti portal. Now what this portal will be doing? This portal will be, with the help of this portal, you will be able to connect all these piggy bank accounts that you are having, different piggy bank accounts. And now with the help of that, you can basically take all the money. Now you can take all the money which was lying here and there. So that's what the EPFO is trying to do. It is trying to connect all these kind of EPFO accounts, old inoperative accounts which are there, and the amount is lying in those accounts, and we just want to ensure that we are basically connecting all of them so that the person is able to retain all that particular amount which were there in the accounts. So the Employees Provident Fund Organization is set to launch a dedicated digital platform named ePrapti. ePrapti stands for Employee Provident Fund Aadhaar based access portal for tracking inoperative accounts. My dear friends, the accounts which have gone inoperative, that means no contribution have been seen for a longer period of time, either from the person, account holder, or from the employer, right? So it becomes inoperative. So what exactly government is trying to do is that, what exactly EPFO is saying, that what happens is that the person X must have forgot the password of the piggy bank with the company A or the piggy bank with the company B. So you are not required to enter the password now. Just your Aadhaar card, just your Aadhaar number will be helping you to log in into those particular accounts. Clear everyone? So with the help of the Aadhaar based access portal, you will be able to access those accounts. The portal will facilitate identification, tracking, universal account number, linking and activation of old and inoperative EPF accounts. So if there is any old or inoperative EPF account, you can directly link it. You can activate those old accounts. You can link your existing account with a universal account number. So you can do all these kind of activities with the help of the ePrapti portal. It will provide an Aadhaar based authentication mechanism for secure access. See guys, even if you forgot the password, don't worry, you will be having secure access with the help of your Aadhaar, right? Members will be able to update their member profile and complete seamless UAN linking and activation through the portal. It is planned to expand to include members who are unable to recall or access their old IDs. So that's how, my dear friend, the ePrapti. ePrapti, what is the full form of ePrapti? Employee Provident Fund Aadhaar based access portal for tracking inoperative accounts. That is the right answer. Clear everyone? So what exactly it will be doing? It will be facilitating identification, tracking, universal account number linking, and the activation of old and inoperative EPF accounts. That's all. That's all. So please tell me the name of the system which has been created by the EPFO recently. A dedicated digital platform for facilitating identification, tracking, universal account number linking, and the activation of old inoperative accounts. What is the right answer? It is ePrapti. ePrapti is the right answer. Well done. Now, my dear friends, we are moving on to the very important article, and that is the Foreign Exchange Management Non-Debt Disturbance Rules 2019 amended. So we have bring an amendment. We have bring an amendment to this particular rule. Now, what exactly is the amendment? Let's again try to have a very small example, and you will be able to completely understand the complete news article. Let's take an example that there is a mall, and this mall is having the different shops. This mall is having the different shops. So these are all the shops. So the government says, in order to increase the cash flow and the product flow in these shops, government says that okay, don't worry, you can have that anybody can basically own these shops. You can have even the foreign owners. And you know what? Earlier this ownership was basically up to a certain level only, but now this ownership has been expanded to 100%, right? So 100% foreign investment is now allowed to these particular shops. So basically to all these shops 100% foreign investment is allowed. But government is in love with this bigger shop. So government says that in this shop, as it is dear to us, so we won't let you having the 100% foreign investment in this particular shop. And let me tell you that you can come, but only up to a certain extent. And what is that extent? That is only 20%. Now let me tell you guys that all these shops that I was discussing here is the insurance companies. It is the insurance sector in our country, right? All the insurance sector. So we can see that 100% foreign investment is required now. Sorry, it is not required. It is allowed now under the automatic route. What is the automatic route? Where there is no requirement of approval. But it says that still the regulatory checks will always be there. You are entering the mall, you are owing it, don't worry about it, you can enter, but still you have to go through all these body scanners, right? Whenever you are entering a mall, they are scanning you completely, right? If you are carrying an explosive or not, right, my dear friends, or anything which is not allowed inside the mall. So similarly there will be regulatory checks as well, but you can have the 100% foreign investment, right? But when it comes to that special shop where only 20% is allowed, the name of that shop is Life Insurance Corporation, LIC. Now let's try to jump onto the article. Ministry of Finance has amended Foreign Exchange Management Non-Debt Instrument Rules 2019 to liberalize foreign investment norms in the insurance sector. सो फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट नॉर्म्स इंश्योरेंस सेक्टर के अंदर लिबरलाइज करने के लिए ये नया रूल अमेंड किया है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने, ठीक है. तो बेसिकली पुराने रूल को अमेंड किया. अमेंड का मतलब होता है मॉडिफाई करना. द रिवाइज फ्रेमवर्क परमिट्स 100% ऑटोमेटिक फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट इन द इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज एंड इंश्योरेंस इंटरमीडियरीज. So basically they will be allowed 100% foreign investment in the company as well as its subsidiary. We want to increase the capital inflow, improve competitiveness, strengthening the insurance ecosystem while maintaining regulatory oversight. Now my dear friends, why exactly we are taking this step? Because when the foreign players will be entering into this particular market, what will happen? It will bring innovation, it will bring new products for the people, it will be bringing new cash flow to the system. So it will be boosting the insurance sector of the nation. That's why this particular step has been taken by the government of India. Clear? So the amendment that allows the total foreign investment up to 100% of the paid up equity capital of an Indian insurance company. The entities eligible for 100% automatic route investment includes insurance brokers, reinsurance brokers, insurance consultants, corporate agents, third party administrators, surveyors and the loss assessors, managing general agents and insurance repositories. So all these different entities are basically allowed to have 100% automatic route foreign investment. Clear everyone? Any doubt in this? Who are the beneficiaries? These are all the beneficiaries of this particular amendment which has been brought to this particular rule. Now the foreign investment under the automatic route will remain subject to approval and verification by the IRDAI. I told you regulatory checks will always be there, and what is the name of the regulator of insurance sector in the country? That is Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India. So IRDAI will be basically ensuring that yes, it is it is subject to approval. That means they have to, although they are basically taking through the automatic route, but still they need to be checked by the IRDAI. And the investments in the sector must comply with the provisions of the Insurance Act 1938. Now my dear friends, moving ahead to a very very important part, the governance safeguards require that at least one among the chairperson, managing director or the chief executive officer must be resident Indian citizen. So I told you about those shops, right, where these are getting the investment from the foreign companies. So basically what we have allowed is that if you are having the control, but we have to ensure one thing, that the top controller, that one of the top controller of that particular insurance company must be the resident of Indian citizen, right? So basically the person can be the chairperson, managing director or the CEO. The companies receiving the foreign investment comply with the disclosure norms and regulatory frameworks prescribed by the authorities. Insurance intermediaries with majority foreign ownership must be incorporated under the Companies Act 2013. So guys, another important thing that we need to remember. Now comes the last part. I told you that clause of the favorite company of the government, that is LIC. For that we have basically ensured that the investment is capped at 20% under the automatic route. That means up to the 20% there is no requirement. There is no requirement. of the government approval. Clear everyone? Clear? Can anybody tell me what is the percentage of foreign investment which has been allowed as a part of these new rules? That is 100% under automatic route, right? For the LIC it is 20%. And the companies which are having these foreign investments, so basically we have to ensure that at least one among them is chairperson, managing director, or the chief executive officer. Clear everyone? Everybody is able to understand this article? Now let's move on to the next news article. So the ADB has launched the major energy and the digital infrastructure initiatives for Asia and the Pacific. Now guys, let's take an example that there are two neighborhoods. There are two neighborhoods who are basically having the weak electricity. They are having the weak electricity supply, right? And they are having the weak internet connectivity. So broadband connections are not good there, the electricity connections are not good there, right? So what happens is that in some times of the days, basically this happens. So they just basically they just thought that why not we create a common grid. We create a common grid or the common broadband highway, with the help of which during the shortage of the electricity in the place A, the B can provide that electricity. If there is a shortage of internet connectivity in the B place, it can take it from the A place, right? And for that we have basically decided to have two very important initiatives, that is we will be having electricity grid and a digital highway. Now how exactly this will be taking place, that's what we will be understanding it, right? So I hope that this part is clear to everyone, right? Now who will be undertaking all these activities? This planning has been done by the Asian Development Bank. We already discussed about it, right? ADB, it was instituted in 1966. Its president is Masato Kanda and it is having 69 members total. Clear everyone? So the Asian Development Bank has launched the major energy and digital infrastructure initiative for Asia and the Pacific. So guys, this region that we were discussing was Asia and the Pacific region. So with the planned support of $70 billion by 2035, we will be able to achieve that. For this purpose, my dear friends, for the electricity grid and the Asian Pacific digital highway, we have basically given $70 billion by 2035, which will be connecting the power grids, expanding the cross-border electricity trade, and improve broadband access across the region, right? As I told you that there is a weak electricity and the weak connectivity of internet, right? The two initiatives are the Pan Asia Power Grid Initiative and the Asia Pacific Digital Highway. So these are the two projects. Now we will be discussing them one by one. The first project is the Pan Asia Power Grid Initiative. It will be mobilizing $50 billion by 2035 for cross-border power infrastructure. So this one is for the power, focusing on transmission and grid integration, support power generation like linked to electricity trade, renewable energy, regional renewable hubs, hybrid generation storage facilities. Now what is its target as a part of this project? The project number one, what are the target? The first target is that we will be having the integration of about 20 gigawatt of renewable energy across the borders and connecting 22,000 circuit kilometers of the transmission lines. So we will be connecting 22,000 circuit kilometers of the transmission lines. This is the first thing. Second thing is 20 gigawatt of renewable energy across the borders. So these are the first target of these particular initiative. Now additional target include improving energy access for 200 million people. Clear everyone? It will also lead to the job creation and regional power sector emissions को भी reduce करेंगे by 15%. So as a part of the power grid initiative, we are basically going to invest $50 billion by 2035. This investment will be done by Asian Development Bank, focusing on transmission and grid integration. The target is to integrate 20 gigawatts of renewable energy. It will be having 22,000 circuit kilometer of transmission lines by 2035. Clear everyone? Moving ahead, Asia Pacific Digital Highway. It aims to mobilize the $20 billion by 2035. Guys, we have already covered that $70 billion was the total amount, right? 50 was being given for the electricity because it is more important. Then 20 is for the digital highway. Clear? So for the digital corridor, data infrastructure and AI ready economies, investments under the initiative will include terrestrial and sub-sea fiber networks, linking and regional data centers. AD will be providing the policy and regulatory support aimed to provide first-time broadband access to the 200 million people. The 200 people who are completely void of these internet services, they will be given this internet connectivity, and digital connectivity will be provided to 450 million people as a part of this initiative. Clear, everyone? The Center of AI Innovation and Development will also be set up, and it will be set up in Seoul. तो सियोल के अंदर एक सेंटर फॉर एआई इनोवेशन एंड डेवलपमेंट विल बी सेट अप because we need the because we need because we need the internet connectivity for the artificial intelligence, right? So basically we will be setting up a AI innovation and development center in Seoul. Clear, everyone? It will be backed by $20 million contribution from the government of Republic of Korea. So that's all. What is the name of the organization which has come up with this initiative? Asian Development Bank, right? What are the two projects? Pan Asia Electricity Grid Initiative and Asia Pacific Digital Highway Initiative. $50 billion will be for this particular electricity one, and for the digital highway we are having $20 billion. Total amount $70 billion by which year? 2035. So my dear friends, in a span of a single minute we have revised everything. Now additionally, one more important thing, that the AI Center for AI Innovation and Development will be established in Seoul. Clear, everyone? So I can see here that Upasna, Madhur, Harshal, Kashish, everybody has given me the right answer in the chat box. That's really great. Now let's move on to the next news article. My dear friends, I hope that you guys are able to understand all these articles. If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. Okay, that's really good. Now let's move ahead to the next part. Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana Auto Adjudication Hackathon Showcase 2026. Now what exactly it is all about? You guys, you know that Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana provides an insurance service, right, for the healthcare up to amount of 5 lakh rupees. Right, my dear friends? So basically, let's take an example that at the end of the month, what happens is that hospitals send the forms of the people for the claims to the ABPMJAY office of the government. And when these forms are being collected, the people at the office, they basically manually check all these important details, which are really able to understand that okay, these kind of claims are not at all fake. We are seeing that yes, all the claims are real in nature. How they can do that? Basically, for example, that there was a person who got a fracture, so they got a X-ray of that person, right? And then they created a report. So what they will be doing is they will be matching that X-ray with the report, that whether it is of that person only or not, or it is a fake one, or there is a repetition of such kind of same types of fracture, so that just hospital want to claim on the behalf of the people, right? This can also be happen. So basically, as this manual checking was taking a lot of time, so government says that why not we create a competition where we are basically inviting the innovators. We are inviting the innovators that they can come and they can try to create a solution. This solution will be enabling the artificial intelligence in the checking of these reports and these images of the X-rays or the other reports. Clear? So that we can ensure that yes, the claims are original and they are real in nature. And my dear friend, that's why we had a Auto Adjudication Hackathon Showcase 2026. What is the hackathon? Hackathon is an event where we are bringing the people onto a single platform where they are basically showing their innovative capabilities by bringing a solution to a particular problem. There is a problem statement, they are required to identify the solution of the same. So that is the problem that I told you just now, right? So the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare along with the National Health Authority, India AI Mission and the Indian Institute of Science in Bengaluru inaugurated the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana Auto Adjudication Hackathon Showcase 2026. It aims to reduce the manual effort, accelerate claims processing and create a scalable and future ready adjudication framework, right? Kind of framework which is fast in nature. It will be enabling artificial intelligence so that we are having the easy and the speedy checking of these claims, so that these claims can also be claimed in a speedy manner, right? The people are, not just waiting for the months in order to ensure that yes, whether they have received the claim or not. It focuses on using artificial intelligence to strengthen the health claims management under the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. Now, what are the key features? It will include policymaker, technology innovators, third-party administrators. It will showcase AI-enabled solutions and develop digital solutions which integrate with existing Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana infrastructure. Now, when we talk about this hackathon, so it showcased the solution to the three important problems which I have already mentioned here, right? What were the three problems? As it is related to a scheme of the government of India, that is what is required to understand that what were the problem statement. One of the problem statement was clinical document classification and compliance with the standard treatment guidelines, whether all the standards have been followed or not, right? Then radiological image based condition detection and report correlation, that I told you. Radiological image based, for example x-ray or the CT scan or the MRI of a person was being taken, right? And the report was being created. You all know that whenever such kind of test takes place, so we get a full report. So basically this report is matching with this image or not, with this image or not, right? Then the document forgery and the deepfake detection. So whether the documents are original or not, or is there any a case of deepfake, so we need to identify that so that we can stop the frauds and we can ensure that all the eligible people are getting the claims as well. And India is becoming the first country in the global south to establish such a platform which validates the artificial intelligence solutions against India specific data sets as a digital public good. So my dear friend, that's all from this article. I hope that this is clear to everyone. So please tell me the name of the ministry which has signed an MOU with the National Health Authority. Along with the NHA, it has basically launched up with this adjudication hackathon showcase 2026. What is the right answer? Minister of Health and Family Welfare. That is the right answer. Clear everyone? Everybody of you able to understand it? Now let's move on to the next news article. India to lead renewed MSME cooperation agenda under the BRICS partner. Okay? So my dear friends, let me tell you that in the BRICS we are having so many countries which are the members, right? So we just decided that why not we are just enhancing and empowering the MSME ecosystem of these particular countries. So that is why they basically made a partnership. Now this partnership was basically on the new industrial revolution. You all know that digitalization is taking place, AI is coming into the picture, and the environment in MSMEs has basically changed a lot. So that is why what we have done is that we have created a MSME corporation under the BRICS partnership on the new industrial revolution, because now we are focusing on the new things, new pillars which have become the important pillars of the MSME ecosystem. And let me tell you that in our country, as right now India is having the chairmanship of the BRICS that we've already covered in the previous sessions. So the Ministry of MSME has been assigned the responsibility during the India's chairship, and it will be creating this BRICS MSME forum which will be aiming at strengthening MSME cooperation among the BRICS countries under the partner framework. The Ministry of MSME will organize 3 SME working group meetings as a part of this particular forum, right? So what is the name of that particular forum? BRICS Partnership on the New Industrial Revolution. Now my dear friends, what exactly this is all about? I already basically explained it to you in a very clear manner, but again let's try to understand it with the technical terms. It focuses on cooperation in the industrial and the technological sectors among the BRICS countries. So basically what happens is that again let's take an example of the 2 students who are just preparing for the examination, right? Earlier they were students only, but now they are interconnected. The 3 students are interconnected. Now they will be sharing the notes, learnings and everything. And when it comes to these example as a countries, let's take an example, these students are the members of the BRICS nations. So what they will be doing is they will be sharing the knowledge, they will be sharing the technology, right? And all of this will be done under the principle of openness, inclusiveness and win-win cooperation. So basically it's not like I win only and you lose. No, it's basically like that I'm not having an ego and I'm not that much selfish. And what we have to do is that we are winning it together with the cooperation. I am supporting you, you are supporting me, and that's all. Clear everyone? So it is based on the principle of consultation, joint construction and sharing among the BRICS countries. It will realize the cooperation vision of the second golden decade of BRICS countries, which will be focusing on the fields of digitalization, industrialization, innovation, inclusiveness, and investment. Now, there are six main areas which are the areas of cooperation of this partnership among the BRICS nations, which includes policy coordination, human resource cooperation in the cutting edge technology, communication and cooperation in the digital field, improving industrial capacity building, inclusive growth projects, and promoting resource complementarity. So these are the six main areas. Let me tell you that in the examination, the probability of this being asked is quite low, but still we have provided you this content so that if the question is being asked, you are able to answer that question, right? So how many areas are there? Six main areas are there. Why we have covered this, my dear friends? Because let me tell you that last year in the RBI Grade B officer means examination, there was a particular question where it was working, focusing on the six pillars of that particular initiative. And there were so many students who ended up answering the questions incorrectly, right? So that's why, to ensure that, we have come up with these six main areas of partnership cooperation as been provided by the BRICS partnership on the new industrial revolution. Clear, everyone? Now there will be a decision making body as well in the partnership of the advisory group, and this will be consisting of a chairman, members, and working groups. The chairman is a bureau level official from the BRICS presidency. So for now it will be from India, because India is having the presidency of BRICS for now. The members include officials from the industrial sectors of the BRICS countries. Advisory group can establish working groups for partnership related tasks. So for the different things, we will be having all these different areas. Clear, everyone? Are you guys able to understand? India is having the chairmanship of the BRICS. They have come up with a new forum for the BRICS partner. Can anybody tell me what is the full form of partner? Partner stands for Partnership for New Industrial Revolution. That's all from this news article. So my dear friends, right now we are just done with all the important articles for the phase 1 and 2. And now we are moving on to the very important part, that is the RBI notifications. Right? Now let's try to discuss two RBI notifications we are having for the today. And the first one is RBI and European Central Bank has signed an MOU on mutual cooperation. So my dear friends, Reserve Bank of India and European Central Bank has signed a memorandum of understanding on the cooperation in the field of central banking. Basically, both of them will be sharing the knowledge, sharing the data, that how exactly we can fight back with the different challenges which are appearing in the central banking infrastructure. Right, my dear friends? So basically, so many things we basically face, right, together. So as both of them, for example guys, all of you are preparing for the RBI examination, right? There are some different sections of the exam and you are facing problem in them, like quant, reasoning, English, and the general awareness. Similarly, as a central bank like RBI and the European Central Bank, they are facing some issues at the central banking level, like how to control the inflation, how to maintain the trust of the people in the system, right, and so on. So basically we are trying to ensure that we can, exchange the practices, the ways that we are using in order to address all these challenges. So the signing of this agreement took place on the sidelines of the Bank for International Settlements meeting in Basel. Let me tell you that this kind of MOU was already earlier been signed between the Central Bank of India, that is the Reserve Bank of India, and the European Central Bank in 2015. This MOU was being signed, and now we have just updated the elements of that MOU, which provides a framework for regular exchange of information between the RBI and the European Central Bank. So that's all from this news article. Please tell me, the Reserve Bank of India has signed an MOU on mutual cooperation with which organization? That is the European Central Bank. That is the right answer. Now moving ahead, RBI has imposed a monetary penalty on the Hinduja Housing Finance Limited. So Hinduja Housing Finance Limited, my dear friends, let me tell you that what was happened is Hinduja Housing Finance Limited made some changes to its management, but it failed to take the approval of the Reserve Bank of India, and as a result, Reserve Bank of India, basically in terms of its direction related to the governance and the failure of the Hinduja Housing Finance Limited in order to report that change in the management, which basically brought 30% change in its directors. So that is why RBI has imposed a monetary penalty of 1.8 lakh on the Hinduja Housing Finance Limited. Clear, everyone? So the RBI has imposed a penalty under section 52A of the National Housing Banks Act 1987. Clear everyone? So we are done with the two RBI notifications as well. I believe that everybody is clear with this. Now let's move on to the phase 1 articles now. Let's move on to the phase 1 articles, and now we will be covering them in a very quick manner. So my dear friends, India's first state-led center of excellence for the space technology, it will be launched in Karnataka. It strengthens India's capabilities in translating space innovation into the scalable commercial outcomes. So Karnataka is going to set up India's first state-led center of excellence for the space technology. You all know that we are really rocking in the space sector, and Karnataka is even having the headquarter of the Indian Space Research Organization. So it has come up with a center of excellence for the space technology in Bengaluru itself. It will be established by Karnataka government through the Karnataka Innovation and Technology Society in collaboration with SIA India. So that is the KITS plus SIA. So Karnataka government has collaborated with them for the Center of Excellence for Space Technology. That is the right answer. So this will be focusing on the advanced research and innovation, the space technologies, industry aligned training, talent development, promote startup incubation, ecosystem building. That's all. Okay guys, now moving on to the next news article. India has deployed Arogya Maitri portable healthcare infrastructure in Jamaica. So my dear friends, you all know that India really is having a very, empathy about the other countries, and it is always good to have empathy, right? We must be empathetic. Okay, so as a result, India has deployed its Arogya Maitri portable healthcare infrastructure in Jamaica to strengthen India-Caribbean relations. So my dear friends, you all know about the CARICOM countries, that is the Caribbean community countries. So we have tried to build a good relationship with them. And as a result, we have deployed Arogya Maitri portable healthcare infrastructure. So this is a portable healthcare infrastructure. For example, if there is any natural disaster, so basically that area requires, a quick medical infrastructure or the hospital where people can be admitted, right? So basically we have provided them the Arogya Maitri portable healthcare infrastructure to Jamaica for strengthening India-Caribbean relations. It was carried out under India's humanitarian assistance and disaster relief framework. It will be guided by the National Security Council Secretariat and coordinated with the Ministry of External Affairs. It is a part of India's broader outreach to CARICOM countries with focus areas including healthcare, disaster resilience, and capacity building. The deployment includes India's indigenously developed modular medical system along with the Bhishma Cube. My dear friend, Bhishma Cube we have already discussed so many times. So please tell me, to which Caribbean country we have provided the Arogya Maitri portable healthcare infrastructure? The right answer is Jamaica. Absolutely right. Now moving on to the next part. India successfully conducted the flight test of long range hypersonic anti-ship missile, right? So this missile is having the striking range of 1500 kilometers and it can go up to the speed of Mach 10. So Mach 10 की speed तक ये जा सकती है. It can strike, it is having the strike range of more than 1500 kilometers. And who has developed this missile? That is a Defense Research and Development Organization has developed this particular missile. That's all from here. Moving ahead, World Tuna Day is observed annually on 2nd of May, guys. 2nd May is celebrated as World Tuna Day. And this year we are having the focus on the rays of hope for sustainable tuna. Tuna is a fish, my dear friends. Tuna is a type of fish. Now moving ahead, World Press Freedom Day, guys. You all know that, press. Press is one of the important pillars of an economy or a country. And that is why we really require to focus on reaffirming freedom of expression. And that's why we celebrate every year on 3rd of May the World Press Freedom Day, which strengthens information ecosystem through coordination among the journalism, technology, including AI. This year the theme of the World Press Freedom Day is Shaping a Future at Peace, Promoting Press Freedom for Human Rights, Development and Security. Shaping a Future at Peace, Promoting the Press Freedom for Human Rights, Development and Security. It marks the anniversary of the declaration of Windhoek, and this year the celebration will be taking place in Lusaka, Zambia. So Lusaka, Zambia के अंदर हम ये celebrations take over करेंगे this year, and the World Press Freedom Day we celebrate every year on 3rd of May. So my dear friends, when we talk about the 3rd of March, अगर हम बात करें 3rd March की, so which day we celebrate on 3rd March? It is the World Wildlife Day. 8th March we celebrate International Women's Day. 1st May we celebrate International Labour Day. 5th March we celebrate Disarmament Day. Clear everyone? So we have already covered all of these days. Now let's move ahead. Now on the 3rd May we are having another day, that is the International Leopard Day. International Leopard Day celebrated on 3rd May to spread the awareness about the leopards. That's all. Now guys, moving ahead, UIDI launches the Data Hackathon 2026. I told you what hackathon is. It is basically an event where we are inviting the innovators to solve some kind of problems. And this time what we have done is that we have basically invited the innovators for the responsible use of digital identity data of the people, right? So that is why we have come up with this initiative, and Unique Identification Authority of India has concluded the UIDAI Data Hackathon 2026. It recognizes the student-led innovation in the digital identity and for improving the governance and the public service delivery. For the improvement in the governance and for the better public service delivery, we have come up with this initiative, and UIDAI has come up with this hackathon. The winning team was from the Institute of Engineering and Management in Kolkata and the Indian Institute of Science Education Research, Kolkata. Clear everyone? That's all from this news article. Let's move on to the next news article. The next news article is DRDO and Indian Air Force has conducted the maiden flight trial of Tara. Guys, what is Tara? Tara is the glide weapon of the country. Let's take an example that, my dear friends, I am having a bomb, right? I am having a bomb, right? So that's how this bomb looks like, which is called a hand grenade type, right? So whenever I throw it, so it's just like that, wherever it will be falling, it is going to explode, right? So when I am throwing it, I have to ensure that my target is very much precise. It's not like I was going to throw it at point A and it is going to point B. So it will not be, getting that particular objective. It will not be meeting the objective. So that's why not, let's take an example that now I am having a kind of arrow, and this arrow is basically going to take this hand grenade to a place where it was supposed to fall. So that we called a gliding mechanism. So now what we have done is, so basically we have modernized the existing infrastructure of the weapons. How? So we were having such kind of some weapons which were not that much precise, so we have just improved their efficiency and accuracy. That's all. So basically, my dear friends, TARA stands for Tactical Advanced Range Augmentation Weapon. It is a modular range extension kit and India's first indigenous glide weapon system, which converts the unguided warheads into the precision guided weapons. So ऐसी technology है basically which will help you to navigate these weapons, right? Where exactly we want it to go, we can basically control that. The design and developed by Research in Center Imarat, Hyderabad, along with the DRDO laboratories. Clear everyone? So what exactly the TARA stands for? Tactical Advanced Range Augmentation Weapon, TARA. In Defense Research and Development Organization and the Indian Air Force has carried out the maiden flight trial of TARA. Clear, it has been created by RCI and DRDO laboratories. Now moving at, India's first International Ophthalmology Research Conference was held in New Delhi in collaboration with the All India Ophthalmology Society. The title of this conference was All India Ophthalmological Society Armed Forces Ophthalmology Update. So this is the title of this India's first such International Ophthalmology Research Conference, which was conducted in Delhi. It brings together nearly 200 renowned ophthalmologists from across the country. So for the ophthalmologists, the conference was held in which place? Ophthalmologists are basically the eye doctors. Okay. So where is the eye of India? It is at Delhi. Where is the eye of India? That is in the Delhi. And that's where we are having this particular conference. Now moving ahead, my dear friends, Tiranga Mountain Rescue. Tiranga Mountain Rescue is a kind of organization which is India's pioneering high altitude rescue organization, and it has completed its 10 years of journey. So what we did is that to celebrate its 10 years of journey, we created a photo exhibition. The photo exhibition was titled as A Decade of the Silent Service to the Nation, which was organized by Tiranga Mountain Rescue in New Delhi. Clear everyone? So I hope that this is clear to everyone. Now let's move on to the next news article. The steel cutting ceremony of the 5th Fleet Support Ship. द फिफ्थ फ्लीट सपोर्ट शिप माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, उसकी स्टील कटिंग सेरेमनी हुई थी. राइट नाउ व्हाट इज द फिफ्थ फ्लीट सपोर्ट शिप माय डियर फ्रेंड? लेट्स टेक एन एग्जांपल दैट यू आर गोइंग लद्दाख. There are so many people who love bike riding. They are having a dream of Ladakh, and so do we are also having the dream of going to Ladakh, right? So guys, when you go to the Ladakh, you know that the petrol pumps are not there, right? Because they are quite having remote locations are there, so the petrol pumps are not there. So whenever we are going over a bike, we need to carry the petrol with us. We need to carry the petrol with us over the bike, right? So my dear friends, let me tell you that you are not going to come back every time to get your bike refilled. So that is why you need to carry the petrol with yourself. You need to carry some food with yourself. You need to carry some water with yourself whenever you are going for such a long ride to Ladakh, right? Similarly, my dear friends, when we talk about the Indian Navy, right? Whenever it is going somewhere, it needs a fleet support system. What is the fleet? Fleet is basically the personnel who are basically going, who are the part of that mobilization, right? And now, how exactly we need the support? We need the support of the fuel, we need the support of the weapons, we need the support of the food for the people. So basically there will be a ship which will be carrying all these kind of activities, which will be carrying all these kind of things in such a voyage. And additionally, my dear friends, let me tell you here that during these parts, even during the disaster times, we can basically use these ships for the humanitarian assistance activities as well, for providing the disaster management material with the countries who have met an accident, or medicines, food to these countries. So basically we were required to have such kind of fleet ships with us, and that's why we are having the steel cutting ceremony of fifth fleet support ship. Steel cutting ceremony of the fifth and the final fleet support ship for the Indian Navy was held at Hindustan Shipyard Limited, Visakhapatnam. Indian Navy signed this MOU with the HSL in August 2023 for the acquisition of 5 such fleet support ships. They will supply fuel, water, ammunition and stores to the fleet ships. The ships are intended to support prolonged deployment of the naval fleet units and enhance strategic reach and mobility. It will also support humanitarian aid and disaster relief operations. So my dear friends, where exactly this took place? In Visakhapatnam, where Hindustan Shipyard Limited, where the steel cutting ceremony took place. Basically now we will start manufacturing this ship. So that's all from the today's session, my dear friends. I hope that you are able to understand all the articles that we have covered in the today's session. So let's have a quick revision round. Are you guys ready for a quick revision round? A very quick one. Are you guys ready? Okay, so let's start, my dear friends. Outcome of the state visit of the president of Vietnam. Who is the president of Vietnam? To Lam, right? He visited India, and they have basically announced strategic partnership between the two countries. What is the target by 2030? They will be reaching 2020. They will be reaching $25 billion bilateral relations. Absolutely, this is the right answer. PMEGP performance during the 15th Finance Commission cycle. The budgetary support was 13,000 crore, 13,500 crores, and all of that was being used by that, right? National account base year has been updated to 22-23 from 2011-12. And who was the chairman of the committee which basically come up with the new concept? Ravindra H. Dholakia. President of 80th session of the UN General Assembly is Annalena Baerbock, who visited India. EPFO to launch e-Prapti portal. E-Prapti portal for what? For linking all the inoperative accounts, for linking of the universal account numbers, right? Then foreign exchange management non-debt instrument rule 2019 amended. It basically allowed 100% for foreign investment under the automatic route in the insurance sector of the country. And the favorite company of the government of India, LIC, will be having the cap of 20% only. That's it. ADB launched the major energy and digital infrastructure initiative for Asia and the Pacific. Now what exactly is the right answer? What is the amount it has kept aside? $70 billion. By which year? 2035. Where $50 billion is for the electricity grid and $20 billion is for the digital highway. ABM PMJAY Auto Adjudication Hackathon Showcase 26 has taken place Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, my dear friends, you all know about that. India to lead renewed MSME cooperation agenda under the BRICS partner. What exactly partner stands for? Partnership for New India, New Industrial Revolution. And who is having the BRICS chairmanship? India is having the BRICS chairmanship. Absolutely right. RBI has signed an MOU with which organization? Mutual cooperation, that is the European Central Bank. RBI imposed a monetary penalty on which organization, which has made some changes to its management, leading to 30% change in its directors. And it has been penalized by 1.8 lakh rupees. What is the right answer? Hinduja Housing Finance Limited. That's all. India's first state-led center of excellence will be created by Karnataka. India deployed Arogya Maitri portable healthcare infrastructure to which country? Jamaica. India successfully conducted flight test of LRASHM. It is having the maximum speed of 10 Mach, right? Having a strike range of 1500 kilometers. Then we are having World Tuna Day on 2nd May, World Press Freedom Day 3rd May, International Leopard Day on the 3rd May, UIDA conclude Data Hackathon 2026, introduced by Unique Identification Development Authority of India, Unique Identification Authority of India. Then DRDO and Indian Air Force conduct the maiden flight test trial of Tara. What Tara stands for? It is a glided weapon, right? India's first international ophthalmology research conference was held in Delhi. Tiranga Mountain Rescue has completed how many years? 10 years of service. Steel cutting ceremony, 5th fleet support at HSL in Visakhapatnam. That's all, my dear friend, done and dusted. We are done with the 22 articles. In just a matter of 2 minutes, we have revised everything. So are you guys feeling comfortable, empowered, confident after giving all the answers to all these questions that we have covered in just a matter of 2 minutes? So that is the power of revising the thing at the time when we have covered the topic. Now when you will be watching and you will be reading the PDF that I will be uploading on the particular portal, then definitely you will be able to see that, my dear friends, that yes, you are able to retain most of the things from the examination point of view. And today, my dear friends, we are having a list of 14 articles that we will be covering in the today's session, and all these articles are of the phase 1 only, right? So I hope that everybody is done with the revision of the previous session, and now we are good to go with the today's session. Good morning, material share. So I hope that your preparations are really going well from the examination point of view. So let's start the day with the beautiful current affairs, so that we are staying updated with what is happening around us and which is really impacting us as well as our families and the country in a nutshell, right? So let's start the session with the very first news article, that is the integrated training for primary healthcare teams. So recently, Union Health Ministry has launched integrated training for primary healthcare teams at the 10th National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity, Best Practices Shaping India's Health Future. So let me tell you that right now Indian Premier League is going on, right? Which is basically based on the game cricket, right? In the cricket, you see that there are 11 players in a team. Let's take an example that we are training all the 11 players separately, like batsmen. The opening batsmen are basically trained separately. One batsman is trained separately, another is trained separately. Then there are strike bowlers are trained separately. Then our spinners are trained separately. Then our wicket keeper is trained separately. Then our fielders are trained separately, right? So everybody is trained separately here. So what will happen? As you all know that when they are required to appear in the match, they have to basically behave as a single unit. And all of them are having a separate training, and so they will be acting as a separate unit because they are not having even the practice of, working all together in a coherence so that they can collectively work for that common objective. Similarly, what happened is that in the Indian healthcare sector, the different primary healthcare teams, the different members of the healthcare teams, they basically train at a different location. They train at a different locations, and every person is getting the different training in a different manner from the different person. So that's what creates a difference among their attitude, and there is a lack of team spirit as well, and they don't know how to behave as a single team. And that is why this time Union Health Ministry has come up with an integrated training for primary healthcare teams, right? We are having an integrated training for primary healthcare teams where all the people of the team will be trained together on these particular areas, which are really very important, so that they can act as a team during this particular situation when it is required. It has been launched under a unified competency driven framework and aims to shift from fragmented capacity building to a single structured and competency driven training framework. Right, my dear friends? Now, what is a competence driven training framework? Let's take an example that on the daily 8 a.m. I take your current affairs class, right? And in the class, I basically give you some information, explain you some information, and after that I ask you the questions. That means to understand that whether you are able to retain the information from examination point of view or not, whether the question will be asked in the exam, you will be able to answer that in the examination or not, right? And when I see that yes, you are now able to answer, so now that means that you have become competent. So this is called competency driven training framework. Earlier, what was the scenario? We were only required like, okay, we are just completing the training. So these people came to the training, they have been provided the training, that's all. The people have come to the current affairs session, I have given them information, that's all. But now what we are trying to do, we are trying to ensure that you are able to perform. Similarly, these healthcare teams are able to perform, and that's what we call as a competency driven training framework. It is intended to strengthen India's frontline health workforce to deliver the comprehensive and people centered healthcare at the last mile. The last mile healthcare delivery build frontline health workforce capacity and support the vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. So please remember here that the Union Health Ministry has launched the integrated training for primary healthcare teams, guys, for which at which level we have done this? At the primary level. Clear? It will be strengthening the capacity of the community based workforce. This initiative empowers women who form over 70% of the primary healthcare workforce. So which gender forms over 70% of the primary healthcare workforce in our country? That is women, including ASHA workers, ANMs and the CHOs. We have already covered about them in a detailed manner in the previous sessions, right? So the initiative supports the vision of Nari Shakti as well. So that's the important part. So please tell me that which team, which healthcare team will be provided integrated training at the 10th National Summit on Innovation and Inclusivity Best Practices Shaping India's Healthcare Future. What is the right answer? The right answer to here is the primary healthcare teams. And which gender basically forms over 70% of the primary healthcare workforce of the country? These include ASHA, ANMs and the CHOs. The right answer is 70%. Absolutely right. So that's all from this news article. Let's move on to the next news article. So as I can see that all of you are able to answer me the question in the chat box, right? That means now you have become competent. So that's what the objective of these sessions is, that to make you competent so that you can sit in the exam and you can answer the questions in the examination. Clear? Moving on to the next part, meetings on the space, times and operations for the first time in New Delhi. So my dear friends, let's take an example that this is a highway. This is an Indian highway, and in Indian highway we basically follow some separate rules, like we have to keep our left side, right? We have to follow some particular speeds. You have to follow some signals like red light, green light, yellow light, right? So there are some certain parameters which we need to follow with some certain road signs. But let's take an example that on this single highway we are having the 4 countries, right, whose vehicles are basically running here as per their rules and regulations. What will happen? Can anybody tell me what will happen in that scenario? So it will lead to chaotic environment on the highway because it will lead to so many accidents, right? It will lead to so many accidents because of the different rules. Similarly, you can see here that right now we see that we are launching so many satellites. We are launching so many satellites nowadays. What happens if every country is basically, and just consider it like this highway only, right? Now every country is launching the satellite. So what will happen if they are following the different rules, different standards? What will happen? The satellites might collide, and the amount of money that we have invested on these satellites will get wasted over. That is why we are having the space systems and operations, and every year we have such kind of summit, and this time this conference is going to take place in New Delhi for the very first time, and this will be organized by the Bureau of Indian Standards, the National Standard Body of India, which organized the 35th plenary and the working group meeting of the ISO Space System and Operations. So this is the subcommittee of the International Organization for Standardization. So my dear friends, as you all know, that standardization here plays a very important role, because for example India and Russia are basically having a agreement with each other regarding a kind of space mission, right? And India uses the different standards, Russia uses different standards. So what will happen? They won't act as a team. That is why the standardization is really very important, so that even if they are working on a mission, so they have to be ensured that okay, what are the measurements and the parameters, the physical parameters of the project of the India, and how exactly it will be, connecting, they will be connecting the two things with each other when they will be in the space, right? This can be such kind of project. So basically that's where standardization plays a very important role, and the meeting will be taken for the very first time in New Delhi. Participants included representatives of the national standards boards, experts from the international state agencies including ISRO. And when it comes to ISO, it develops international standards covering the entire life cycle of space systems, including design, production, launch, operations, and space-based services. So you can see here that when it comes to the ISO, that is the International Organization for Standardization, it develops the international standards, and they are not just related to launching the satellite. No, it is basically completing the whole life cycle. For example, from design to production to launch to operation to the space-based services. To every part we are having this. Clear, everyone? So that's all from here. So quickly tell me in the chat box, the space, time and operation meeting was recently held for the very first time in which place? In New Delhi. And it was organized by which organization? It was organized by Bureau of Indian Standards. Absolutely right. This is the right answer. Let's move on to the next news article. India Aircraft Leasing and Financing Summit 2.0 was held. Ministry of Civil Aviation along with the International Financial Services Center Authority, that is IFSCA, and Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry have organized the second edition of India Aircraft Leasing and Financing Summit at गिफ्ट सिटी गुजरात. तो गिफ्ट सिटी गुजरात के अंदर इसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया. द समिट ब्रॉट टुगेदर एक्सपर्ट्स फ्रॉम पॉलिसी, फाइनेंस एंड द एविएशन इंडस्ट्री. So this particular summit's first edition took place in 2025, and considering its success only, we have come up with the second edition, this time in Gift City, Gujarat. Next news article, the expert task force to address lychee stink bug crisis in Bihar. Let me tell you that recently, due to a particular pest on the crops of the lychee, there was a lot of damage which has been seen. And that is why Government of India just, when it came to know about that, okay, this is a scenario, so they basically what they did, they wanted to ensure that this problem is getting resolved as early as possible. So they just created a small task force, an expert task force, which is going to evaluate that what exactly has happened and how exactly we can improve the conditions. It's just like simple example, my dear friends, that in a particular city there is a particular disease outbreak. So government is not going to sit idle here. It will be launching the team of doctors to visit the places, to visit the patients, to see that okay, what exactly this disease is all about, so that we can find a cure for that disease and we can contain the outbreak of this disease, right? Similarly, Union Agriculture Minister has constituted expert task force to address lychee skunk bug crisis in Bihar, following the reports of the damage to lychee crops in Bihar caused by the lychee stink bug. Clear? So, specialized task force will comprise of scientists, officials, and experts. It will be launched under the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, right? And the director of the National Research Center on the Lychee, Muzaffarpur, has been appointed as the chairperson of the panel. Who is the chairperson of the panel? The director of the National Research Center. The task force will be working under which organization? Indian Council of Agricultural Research is the right answer. So they will be recommending immediate and long-term remedial measures to provide relief to the farmers. Clear, everyone? So please tell me the name of the ministry which has set up a task force for lychee crop, and in which state? The right answer is Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. And in which state this kind of task force has been created? That is Bihar. Absolutely right. So moving on to the next news article, the UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Prize 2026. So my dear future officers, we covered the World Press Freedom Prize 2026 and it is being celebrated every year on 3rd of May. We covered it yesterday only, right? So on the occasion of the World Press Freedom Prize, UNESCO and Guillermo always recognizes the hard work and the effort of the people who have basically tried to maintain the freedom of the press, which is really a very important pillar of the economy. Right, my dear friends? And that is why every year we celebrate them and we recognize their hard work. And this year, UNESCO has announced the Sudanese journalist syndicates in the laureate of the UNESCO Cano World Press Freedom Prize 2026. The award recognizes syndicates' role in condemning the deliberate targeting of journalists during the ongoing conflict in Sudan. So basically, in the Sudan, a conflict is going on, and during that conflict, what happened is that so many reporters, the press reporters, media professionals were being targeted. But still, there was a journalist syndicate who always ensured that they are doing their duty properly and they are providing the coverage of all such kind of events taking place in the country, and that's where their role has been recognized by the UNESCO with this World Press Freedom Prize. Right, when it comes to the World Press Freedom Prize, it was established in 1997 and is awarded annually to a person, organization or institution for exceptional contribution to the defense or promotion of press freedom. So that is why this particular prize was been launched, and as a part of the commemoration of the UNESCO Global Conference Shaping a Future at Peace in Zambia. Clear, everyone? So please tell me the name of the country's journalist syndicate which has won the UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Prize. Quickly tell me the answer in the chat box. I am waiting for your responses. Please give me the answer. The right answer will be Sudanese Journalist Syndicate. And on which date we celebrate World Press Freedom Day? The World Press Freedom Day is celebrated every year on 3rd of May. Absolutely right. So well done, Material Sher, Kashish, Madhur. You have given me the right answer to this question. Moving to the next news article, Telangana government to acquire Hyderabad Metro Rail Phase 1. So recently Telangana government has signed a share purchase agreement, and this agreement has been signed with Larsen and Toubro Limited and L&T Metro Rail Limited for acquisition of 100% equity in the LTM RHL. The acquisition value of the equity is 1461.47 crore. So what is the acquisition value of the equity? It is 1461.47 crore, and the acquisition of Hyderabad Metro Rail Phase 1 is expected to enable closer strategic alignment between the existing network and the proposed Phase 2. So what is the name of that government which has signed a shared purchase agreement with the L&T for acquisition of 100% equity in the Larsen Toubro and Limited and L&T Metro Rail Limited of Hyderabad? What is it? It is Telangana. Absolutely right. Let's move on to the next news article. The first export consignment of ODOP honey from the Buxa district. So guys, let's take an example that there is a sweet shop which was working only at a local level. ये सिर्फ एक local level पर काम करती थी, and only local people used to take the benefit of the sweet shop. They used to enjoy the sweets a lot. But then government recognized that okay, this is the sweet shop, it is having the potential. So what we have done is we have provided it some good opportunities, some basic facilities, packaging facilities, and some good infrastructure facilities so that it can extend its work. And when it was able to extend its work, so basically right now what has happened that this sweet shop has become from local to global because now it has registered internationally. Similarly, my dear friends, as a part of the One District One Product initiative, Government of India is working on such kind of such kind of small businesses which can go international and make India proud. Clear? So the first ever export consignment of the One District One Product honey from Buxa, ये पहला export consignment था, that is of Buxa, and aspirational district in Assam was flagged off to the USA through the initiative of Agriculture and Processed Food Products Export Development Authority. So APEDA ने के initiative के according इसको execute किया गया under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. It comprised 20 metric tons of honey exported by APEDA. And this is basically you know, extracted by the indigenous communities such as Karbi, Mishing, and Bodo tribes, which have traditionally used honey as a food medicine and in cultural and religious practices. That's all. Clear everyone? I can see everybody giving me the right answer in the chat box. That's really great, my dear friends. So when it comes to the one district one product initiative, it aims to identify, brand and promote one product from each district to support value addition. So we will be supporting the value addition that has been done by this particular new steps taken by the one district one product initiative. Employment generation, strengthening of local economies will also be taken care of. Clear everyone? Clear? Let's move on to the next article. Long duration test of actively cooled full scale scramjet combustor. Let's take an example, guys, that you are having a car. It is having an engine, right? So engine is the driving unit of the car. So basically what happens that in the engine lot of things are taking place, and when it gives you the thrust, when it provides the thrust, the temperature of the engine increases a lot, right? Let me tell you here that it is an engine in which the lot of reactions are taking place, lot of things are taking place, right? So basically similarly, whenever we are moving ahead and we are launching a kind of space activity and a space mission, what happens? That we are having a scramjet combustor. Now these combustors, what is happening is that fuel burns in these combustors and it basically gets the threshold, it gets the thrust. But let me tell you here, when the thrust is taking, it is also making it reach to the hypersonic speeds. When there is the hypersonic speed, at that point of time, the temperature is really very high. There is high chances that the chamber might burst, right? That is what we have done, that we have implemented the active cool system in this particular part. So DRDL of the DRDO has achieved a milestone in the development of hypersonic missiles. The DRDO successfully conducted extensive long-term duration at its actively cooled full-scale scramjet combustor. Now guys, what will happen if it won't be there? It will burst, right? For example, so many times you see that your phone, when you are using your phone or using the camera of the phone so much and for a very long period of time, what happens? It becomes heat up and it feels like it will burst, right? It will explode. Same thing can be happen in the scramjet combustor. It is the area where this all these actions are taking place. Clear everyone? Clear to all? So which organization of DRDO has conducted the long duration test of actively cooled full scale scramjet combustor? And guys, as I gave you the phone of the example of the phone, you see that this time what happens is that the different phone manufacturers basically advertise their phones in this manner that it won't be getting heat up. We are having a superly active, chamber based cooling system inside the phone so that we make it less heated during the heavy usages. So these all things you must have experienced. Let's move on to the next news article. Indian Coast Guard has commissioned ICGS Achal as at Coast Goa Shipyard Limited. So Indian Coast Guard has commissioned Indian Coast Guard ship Achal at the Goa Shipyard Limited. When it comes to ICGS Achal, it is a part of the new generation Adamya class fast petrol vessel series. So guys, what is a petrol vessel? Let's take an example that you must have seen that in our society there's a police, and so many times you see that it is going out for a patrolling. That means for monitoring and tracking that everything is maintained in our city or not. The decorum, the law is been maintained in our city or not. That is why it basically used to patrol the complete place, right? Similarly, you can see that India is having a very vast boundary of the coastal area, and where there is really a particular threat of that the people can come. So that is why the patrolling is very very important, and that's why fast petrol vessels are there. The third vessel, the vessel will undertake the coastal and offshore surveillance, interaction, search and rescue, and the anti-smuggling operations and marine pollution response. So it can undertake such kind of different areas which can be catered as a part of this particular Achal. The name Achal means symbolizes the Indian Coast Guard's commitment to safeguarding maritime interests, proceeding life at sea and securing India's maritime lectures. Clear everyone? When it comes to the design and built by the ICGs Achal were designed and built indigenously by the Goa Shipyard Limited. तो गोवा शिपयार्ड लिमिट पर इसको कमीशन किया गया और गोवा शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड ने ही इसको डिज़ाइन और डेवलप किया है. द राइट इज नेम इज अचल. आई होप दैट अचल आपके दिमाग में अटल रहेगा दोस्तों, राइट, एंड यू विल बी एबल टू रिटेन इट फ्रॉम एग्जामिनेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. Now let's move ahead. India successfully flight tested advanced Agni missile with MIRV system. Now what exactly is MIRV system? It stands for multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicle system. Let's go word by word. Multiple, which can basically having the multiple payloads, right? Not that is more than one payload. Then indigenously targeted. So it has been created in country only, right? Re-entry vehicle system. So when we call the re-entry vehicle system, what happens? It enters into the atmosphere again and again as per the number of the targets. Let's take an example. Let me give you a very small example to make you understand. There is a bus. There is a bus, right? You travel in the bus. Let's take an example. Only one passenger was there. So the bus will take the person to that particular destination, right? He will take him to that particular destination. Clear? But now let's take an example that there are multiple passengers. There are multiple passengers in this bus. So what will happen? We can have a multiple, and these passengers are required to being dropped at a different locations. So basically this bus will first they will be one by one dropping the passengers on their destination points. So that is also the that's what we call multiple independently targeted. So there were the independent targets. These are the different persons. So basically let's take an example. The target is at location where we have to hit the missile, and here these passengers, these are the missiles, and this bus is basically this Agni missile. Clear all? The missile was launched from the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Island, Odisha, and the missile was tested with the multiple payloads aimed at different stages, distributed across a large geographical area and in the Indian Ocean region. So India has conducted the successfully flight trial of advanced Agni missile equipped with multiple indigenously targeted area or entry vehicle system, MIRV. Please remember the full form of MIRV, multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicle system. Clear everyone? Everybody, is it clear to all? Is it clear to all? Okay, that's really good. Let's move on to the next article. So now guys, we have seen some very important appointments in the defense sector. So Vice Admiral Krishna Swaminathan is appointed as the Chief of the Naval Staff, and he will be replacing the presently serving person Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi ji. So Dinesh Kumar Tripathi ji will be replaced by Krishna Swaminathan as the Chief of the Naval Staff from 1st of June 2026, as on 31st May 2026. Admiral Dinesh Kumar Tripathi ji is retiring. Clear? Now similarly guys, we have seen the appointment as the Chief of Defence Staff also. So earlier it was General Anil Chauhan who was serving as the Chief of the Defence Staff, and now in the month of May he will be taking the retirement, and who will be replacing him for this role? He will be replaced by Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani. So Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani is the right answer, who has been appointed as the Chief of the Defence Staff. Clear everyone? So please tell me who is the new person appointed as the Chief of the Naval Staff, and please tell me the name of the person who has been appointed as the Chief of the Defence Staff. Please tell me the right answer to these questions in the comment section. Okay, moving ahead to the next part, the Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for Africa. So recently the High Commissioner of Rwanda personally visited one of the Indian minister, conveying regarding their invitation to India to participate in the Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for Africa. And India has refrained from going there due to their already set commitments. Clear? Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for the Africa. So it has been The High Commissioner of Rwanda has come to the Indian Minister to invite him for the Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit for Africa. The NISA will be held in Kigali, Rwanda at the Kigali Convention Center. It will be organized in collaboration with the institutions including the International Atomic Energy Agency, United Nations Economic for Commission for Africa, and the Nuclear Energy Agency, World Nuclear Association, and regional financial constitutions. Right? For the regional financial institutions. The summit is expected to bring together minister, policymakers, scientists. So, what is the name of the summit? NISA, Nuclear Energy Innovation Summit. Clear, everyone? So now let's move on to the last article of the today's session. The next article is on the new Chief Minister of the West Bengal. Guys, you all know that the Legislative Assembly elections taken place in West Bengal, and Suvendu Adhikari has sworn in as the BJP Prime Minister of India. Right? So he will be taking oath as the Chief Minister of the West Bengal. So my dear friends, Suvendu Adhikari sworn in as the first BJP Chief Minister of West Bengal. Suvendu Adhikari has replaced Mamata Banerjee's 15-year rule of the All India Trinamool Congress. So since last 15 years, Mamata Banerjee was serving as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and now Suvendu Adhikari has taken oath as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and his oath was administered by Governor R.N. Ravi. The swearing-in ceremony was held on Poshaish Boishek, which marks the 165th birth anniversary of Rabindranath Tagore. Clear all? The 5 MLAs Dilip Ghosh, Agnimitra Paul, Alok Kirtania, Nishit Pramanik and Shudhiram Tudu were sworn also in as the Chief Cabinet Ministers. So my dear friends, with this we are done. Please quickly tell me in the chat box the name of the person who has been appointed as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. What is the right answer? I am waiting for a response in the chat box, and let me tell you that with this we are concluding the 9th May. So these are the news articles of the day that we are going to cover. Let's start the session with the very first news article, that is 3 Jan Suraksha schemes completes 11 years. Let me tell you, my dear friends, that on the 11th of May 2015, Government of India came up with the 3 flagship schemes, which were Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, and Atal Pension Yojana, which have completed 11 years of providing social security cover. My dear friends, in our society, whenever we are living, right, at times what happens is that in our family there is a unfortunate situation when we really require some good amount of money and it impacts our pockets. So that is why, in order to provide the social security cover to the people of the country, this particular 3 schemes were being launched, and these schemes basically launched for the people who are underserved, who are vulnerable sections, right, who are not having that much of the financial cover, who are belonging from the unorganized sector, who are belonging from the informal sector of the economy. So to provide them social security cover is really the responsibility of the Government of India, and that's why as a result they completed and they came up with these 3 schemes, that is Suraksha Bima Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana and Atal Pension Yojana. Right, my dear friends? So basically it provides us the protection from the accident. It provides us the protection from the untimely death, or it provides us the protection after our retirement in the form of pension. So all these 3 things are being provided as a part of these 3 separate schemes. Clear? We will be discussing all the 3 schemes in a very detailed manner in the upcoming part of the session. So it provides the affordable financial protection, insurance coverage and the pension support, especially for underserved and vulnerable sections of the society, to expand insurance and the pension coverage and provide protection against the financial uncertainties. I already told you that why exactly these 3 schemes are being launched. Now a major focus of the scheme has been digitization and simplification of the enrollment and claim processes. So guys, you all know that we are moving towards a digital India, right? We are digitalizing each and everything. So why not we are also digitalizing these 3 schemes as well, so that the people are able to take the claim and the benefit of the scheme in a very easy manner. इसलिए डिजिटाइजेशन करना ज़रूरी था, सिंप्लीफाई करना ज़रूरी था. एंड फॉर दैट वी हैव गॉट ऑनलाइन जन सुरक्षा पोर्टल which enables the citizens to enroll without visiting bank branches or the post office. Let's take an example, guys, that what happens is that people are having the habit of procrastination. What people generally do, कि okay, for this scheme we have to go to the bank, we have to go to the post office, we have to ask them, they will be giving us the details, then we have to get enroll into that part, right? So a lot of fuss is there. So I will be going tomorrow, I will be going tomorrow, I will be enrolling myself tomorrow. See, this kind of attitude comes. So that's why, to make it more easy and convenient for the uh, people of the nation, Government of India came up with the Jan Suraksha portal, where we are providing Suraksha to the Jan, that is the people of the nation. How? Through a portal. So that's how we have digitalized everything, right? So Jan Suraksha is a digital platform envisaged by the Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, to provide access to the social security insurance schemes at affordable rates, introduced by the Government of India. Right, my dear friends, banks and insurance companies have partnered on the Jan Suraksha portal to provide a digital journey for the subscribers for enrollments, issuance of policy certificates and claim processing. So ना तो हमें यहाँ पर देखो दोस्तों, बहुत ही important चीज़ है, we don't even require to go for the enrollment purpose. We are not required to go to the bank or post office for claim, and we are not required to go there for the issuance of the policy. Everything can be done just at the convenience of your home. So that's why the portal has been created and maintained by the General Insurance Council, Life Insurance Council, and the Indian Banks Association. Clear, everyone? Now, before discussing these schemes one by one in a detailed manner, I would like to discuss some important data. Right, the important data. As on 29th April 2026, the cumulative enrollments under the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana crossed 27.43 crore, and the claims of amount 21,512 crore were paid. So of the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, you can see 27.43 crore, right? Enrollments have already been there. And when it comes to the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, 58.09 crore people have been provided the protection. And then we are having, my dear friends, your Atal Pension Yojana, under which we have seen 9.04 crore individuals have enrolled. So let me tell you that the Atal Pension Yojana we have already covered in the April current affairs weekly revision class in a very detailed manner. I hope that everybody of you has watched that session, right? So we have already covered this particular scheme in a very detailed manner from the examination point of view. And let me tell you here that this scheme is very important, and we covered there also that this enrollment in this scheme has reached 9.04 crores. So please remember these points. For the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, 27.43 crores. For the Suraksha Bima Yojana, we have 58 crore people, and then Atal Pension Yojana के अंदर we have 9 crore, more than 9 crore individuals enrolled into the scheme. Clear, everyone? So this is the data. So please quickly tell me in the chat box the name of the 3 schemes which were launched on 9th of May in 2015 for providing financial protection, social security and insurance protection to the people of the nation coming from the vulnerable sections of the society, underserved people and informal sector of the economy. What are the name of these 3 schemes? These 3 schemes are Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Suraksha Bima Yojana and Atal Pension Yojana. That is the right answer. And what is the total amount of enrollments from there? The total amount of enrollments from there are, in the Atal Pension Yojana we have 9 crore, in the Suraksha Bima Yojana 58 crore, and in the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana 27.43 crores. Clear, everyone? I hope this is clear. So I can see Pratyush, Material Share, Kashish, Srishti, everybody has given me the right answer in the chat box. Well done, my dear friends. Now let's move on to the next article, and now let me tell you that in the upcoming 3 articles I am going to discuss these 3 schemes in a very detailed manner. Okay, so let's start with the Atal Pension Yojana. So guys, although we have covered the Atal Pension Yojana, I will only be discussing this scheme in a precise manner for all of you, right? So you all know that after the retirement, let's take an example. Right now you are working in a private sector, or you are aiming for the RBI Grade B officer examination, right? So basically what happens is that when the people are in the organized sector, they are the part of the organized sector, they are having the NPS scheme, National Pension System scheme, right? So where they are basically getting, some amount of money as a part of the pension on the basis of their contribution during their working years. But what about the unorganized sector? What about the unorganized sector? And guys, why exactly we need the pension? The pension is required because after the retirement age, you won't be getting that, like right now on the every first of the month, second of month or the third of month, we get the salaries, right? This is not going to take place when we will be retired. So at that point of time, when how exactly we can manage our expenditures? So in order to ensure that we are not facing any money crunch, right? So that is why these pensions amounts are been given, and that is why these pension related schemes are been given, so that we are providing that social security cover to the people. Clear everyone? So let me tell you that in the unorganized sector there is no such person who can basically get the benefit of the NPS system. So that's why for the people who are in the unorganized sector, who are from the informal sector of the economy, we came up with the Atal Pension Yojana. Now what is the Atal Pension Yojana, my dear friends? So basically, let me tell you here, let's take an example that there is a person X who is from the unorganized sector. So he is having a very good habit of, maintaining a piggy bank. Like when we were in the childhood days, we used to maintain a piggy bank. Whenever we required money, we used to take out money from that piggy bank, right? Similarly, this piggy bank, which was being maintained by this person from the unorganized sector, so now after the retirement age, this piggy bank is going to act as a safety box for the person. How? Because the person can take out some money every month from this safety box in which he has saved that money, right? So now let's take an example that now we are maintaining this safety bank, the safety box, with the organization in our country, right? And we are submitting the money, we are depositing the money every month, and after the getting the retirement age, so we will be getting the money back in the form of pensions, right? Now guys, there is another very important part. Let's take an example that there was a person X, right? He was the breadwinner of the family. Now he passed away, right? So who will be, so there will be, a very major impact on the economy, in the impact on the financial parts of the family, because the breadwinner who was also getting the pension now has passed away. So now in that case, what will happen? His spouse will be getting the pension, and if that spouse also passes away, what will happen? The entire remaining corpus will be given to the person's nominee. Clear everyone? Getting the point? So that's all about the Atal Pension Yojana. Let's now get into the details of the Atal Pension Yojana. So it is a flagship social security scheme of the Government of India, administered by the PFRDA, that is Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority. Guys, what is the name of organization which sees the pension part in our country? That is PFRDA, right? So it has achieved a historic milestone by surpassing total gross enrollments of 9 crore subscribers on 21st of April 2026. But the gross enrollments during the financial year 25-26 have crossed 1.35 crore subscribers in this year only, which is the highest enrollment. In January 26, so Union Government has approved the continuation of Atal Pension Yojana to fiscal year 30-31. So fiscal year 2030-31 तक Atal Pension Yojana is now in continuation as per the January 2026 continuation agreement by the Government of India. Clear? So now let's move on to the static details of the Atal Pension Yojana. So my dear friends, we have already covered. It was launched on 9th of May 2015, implemented with effect from 1st June 2015. See, before moving ahead, again I am telling you that this scheme is very, very important. Why it is very important? In the previous years, we have seen question not just in the phase 1, but also in the phase 2 as well. And that is why, guys, I am not just making you preparing for the phase 1, I am preparing you that you are not just going to appear in phase 1, you will be appearing in phase 2 as well, and not just appear, you will be clearing the examination also. Clear? So that is why we need to understand and retain this scheme in a very holistical manner. So guys, the Atal Pension Yojana was launched on 9th of May 2015 and is implemented with effect from 1st of June 2015. Now it is launched by the Ministry of Finance. So guys, we all know that what we are getting. We are getting the financial help from the Government of India after retirement age, right? So which ministry will be coming here? Ministry of Finance will be coming. Objective is very simple, that to these old age income people we are providing the income security, right? and that is basically for the workers who are working in the unorganized sector. So this is the voluntary contributory pension scheme, primarily focused on the poor, underprivileged and the workers in unorganized sector. So guys, this is not a scheme which is mandatory, like for every unorganized worker he has to enroll himself into the adult pension unit. No, this is not the scenario. This is completely voluntary. If that person wants to enroll, then he can. If don't want to enroll, then again he cannot, right? So only as per his will, and it provides a Sampurna Suraksha Kavach, complete security shield to him and his family in the retirement age, right? So this offers a guaranteed minimum pension of rupees 1000 to 5000 per month, starting at rupees at age 60. So guys, at the after attaining the age of 60, he will be starting getting the pension, and that will be the amount of 1000 to 5000. Now how exactly it can be different, right? See, let me tell you, it will be in the range of 1000 rupees to the 5000 rupees. How? Because it depends upon the premium, what amount of premium the person is paying. So let's take an example. Pension provides a monthly income to the people during the unproductive years. That's what we have already discussed. So minimum period of contribution as a part of अटल पेंशन योजना will be 20 years or more. ठीक है, तो 20 साल या उससे ज़्यादा का contribution चाहिए to minimum for the minimum period of contribution. तो इसके लिए हमें कब enroll करना होगा? Between the age of 18 and 40 years. That means you cannot you cannot participate in the scheme after the 40 years, because minimum 20 years का हमें चाहिए total contribution. Minimum years of contribution should be at least of 20 years. So that is why the age of the subscriber should be between 18 to 40 years, and the person should be having a savings bank account, post-office savings account, bank account. The prospective applicants may provide mobile number to the bank during their enrollments under APY to receive periodic updates on their APY account as well as on the APY scheme. Then guys, please understand this. Let me tell you that this is not just about the social security or the income protection. Let me tell you, this is also an example of a classical example of financial inclusion. How so? So you must be thinking, sir, financial inclusion is basically bringing the people under the purview of the formal banking ecosystem, right? Now let me tell you, we are channelizing this banking system to provide the social income security to the people after the age of 60, to these underprivileged and vulnerable sections. So basically we are first of all telling them, please open your bank account, because only after that you will be getting the social security. So for that, to ensure to receive that social security, person has to open the account in the post office or the bank. So that's how this is also leading to financial inclusion, and the social income security is also being provided to the person. Clear? Now my dear friends, after the subscriber's death, what will happen? The spouse of the subscriber shall be entitled, I already discussed it with you, to receive the same pension amount as that of the subscriber, but the return of the corpus accumulated till the age of 60 will be provided to the nominee after the death of both. Like after the beneficiary and the spouse, both of them have passed away, so the nominee will be now getting the remaining corpus accumulated till the age of 60. Clear everyone? Are you guys getting the point? Now please quickly in the chat box, please tell me the right answer. On which date the scheme was being launched? The scheme was launched on 9th of May. 9th of May, under the which ministry? Ministry of Finance, right? So now please tell me, what is the minimum and the maximum amount of pension that a person can get under the Atal Pension Yojana? That is 1000 to 5000 rupees. And at which age the person will be start getting the pension amount? At the age of 60 years. At the age of 60 years the person will be getting this amount. Absolutely right. Now quickly tell me in the chat box that what is the minimum amount of contribution, what is the minimum time of contribution that is required to be eligible for getting the pension under the Atal Pension Yojana? That is 20 years. And for that the subscriber should be of the age group of 18 to 40 years. Just ignore this, my dear friends. 40 years. Clear everyone? I hope that you are getting the point. And now after the death of the beneficiary, who will be getting the pension amount? It will be the spouse. And after the death of spouse, the remaining part of the corpus will be transferred to the nominee. Clear to everyone? Everybody able to understand? Let me tell you, my dear friends, it is very important for the examination point of view, and we have discussed this scheme in a very detailed manner. I believe it is really going to help you out in the upcoming examinations. Now let's move on to the next part. Let's move on to the next scheme, that is the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. So it is an accident insurance scheme offering accidental death and disability cover for death or disability on account of an accident. Let me tell you guys, what happens is that generally what people do, they don't take the insurance, right? So let me tell you a very important point, guys. You guys basically ride motorcycle, right? Guys ride motorcycle, right? And what happens that you are driving on the road and unfortunately you are being hit by a car and you met an accident, right? What will happen? What will happen in this scenario? There will be a financial burden on you, there will be a financial burden on your family, that okay, now who will be paying the amount for this accident and for the treatment? What if there is any disability? What if there is death of the person? What will happen? So we need to ensure, we need to provide the insurance against that accident for the people, so that we are reducing the burden which is coming onto the family, right? So we need to ensure that we are doing this, and that is why, my dear friends, Government of India came up with the accident insurance scheme. Now what exactly we are providing as a part of Suraksha Bima? We are providing the Suraksha. So guys, while driving you wear the helmet, right? You wear the helmet over your head. So basically this scheme is a kind of that helmet which is protecting you and your family from that financial burden, from that sudden financial burden which is coming to your family after a person is getting the accident or meeting the accident, right? So basically what will happen is, as a part of the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, what the government will be doing, government is basically providing you the accident insurance. Like if a person met an accident, he will be getting some insured amount, right? Now there are some conditions, that what exactly, in which condition exactly we will be providing this amount. Let me tell you that the total amount, the maximum amount that can be provided is rupees 2 lakhs. The maximum amount which can be provided is rupees 2 lakhs, right? Now what are the different conditions? The different conditions are again similar, my dear friends. Like if there is a permanent disability, first of all, if there is a permanent disability, that means both hands are gone, both legs are gone, or your eyesight of the both eyes are gone, then you will be getting rupees 2 lakhs, right? But there is another condition. If there is your one leg or your one hand, they are gone, or one hand or one eyesight is gone, right? Or one eye or one leg is gone. So in that case you will be getting the 2 lakhs, right? And what happens if only one hand is gone, only one leg is gone, or only one eye is gone? So that means in that case you will be getting 1 lakh, right? Now let's take an example that the complete person is gone, the complete person passed away. So what will happen? The person again will be getting 2 lakhs, the family will be getting 2 lakh rupees. So these are the different conditions under the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Now again, the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana was launched on 9th of May 2015 by the Ministry of Finance, and this is a 1 year, renewable from year to year. Let me tell you, my dear friend, this is a insurance scheme which is a 1 year cover, right? It is not going to provide you the cover for the many years. No, it is only 1 year. Like the period of this particular scheme is 1st June to 31st May. 1st June to 31st May. This is the 1 year cover, right? And this will be again from the auto debit. Why exactly we are focusing on the auto debit, my dear friends? What happens is that people tend to forget. For example, you guys tend to forget that okay, we were required to revise the PDF of the last session. We were required to solve the MCQs of the last session, right? So basically what we are doing is we are not providing any reminder. We are just feeding that information into your mind, right? Similarly, what happens that a person goes to the bank first, he will be having his bank account or the post office account. Now what will happen, that bank on every year, the bank will be deducting that amount from the person's account, right? So this is called auto debit. Whenever there is a due date, the amount will be deducted from the bank account. That's it. So the scheme is offered or administered through the public sector general insurance companies and other general insurance companies who are willing to offer the product on the similar terms with the necessary approvals and tie-ups with the bank's post office for the purpose. सो बेसिकली जो हमारी जनरल इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज हैं या पब्लिक सेक्टर जनरल इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज हैं, उनके थ्रू वी विल बी प्रोवाइडिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर अमाउंट टू द पीपल, राइट, इंश्योरेंस प्रोटेक्शन टू द पीपल, राइट। तो ये 1 साल का रिन्यूएबल है और ईयर टू ईयर रिन्यू होती है प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षा बीमा योजना। नाउ दिस पार्टिसिपेटिंग बैंक्स और द पोस्ट ऑफिसर्स आर फ्री टू एंगेज एनी such general insurance company for implementing the scheme. It's not like that only XYZ insurance company will be enrolled, no. So they can enroll any general insurance company for providing the insurance for this particular scheme, right? Now what is the scope of the coverage, my dear friends? Now all individual account holders of participating banks and post offices in the age group of 18 to 70 years, so the people who are into the age group of 18 to 70 years, they are entitled to join this particular scheme. If their age is below 18 years, they are not allowed. If their age is after 70 years, they are not allowed. In case of multiple bank, now guys, what will happen? The person will say, okay, so government is providing me 2 lakh rupees, right? So that will be really helpful for my money. Why not I am having the 2-3 accounts, so that I will be getting now 6 lakh. So let me tell you that this is not the scenario. This is not going to be the scenario. Why so? Because the government has clarified here that if you are having multiple accounts, you are having 10 accounts, don't worry, you will be getting only 2 lakh rupees, right? Only for one account you can get the benefit of the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Clear? Now let's talk about the enrollment. So it is a basically applicable for 1 year period only, starting from 1st June to 31st May of every year. Any individual can join irrespective of the livelihood or irrespective of the income, right? Join by providing consent for auto debit at the time of enrollment. Individuals who exit the scheme at any point may rejoin the scheme in the future years. It's not like guys that you can only enter into the scheme for once. No. For example, if you are enrolling to the scheme today, right, for this particular year you will be getting the insurance from the government, right? And you can decide, let's take an example, now you are having another accident insurance scheme with you, right? So you can just unsubscribe from this scheme. But after that, let's take an example, that particular scheme was going to be very expensive for you, right? The other scheme, now you can just now that other scheme is got over, so what you can do, that you can basically roll back to this scheme in the future year. So this flexibility is there, and the new entrants into the eligible category from year to year or currently eligible individuals who did not join earlier shall be able to join in the future years. ऐसा नहीं कि 18 साल के हुए और एनरोल करा लिया, नहीं, आप अभी एलिजिबल हो, 18 से 24 के हो चुके हो, यू आर 18 to 24 years of it, don't worry about it. You can even enroll at 24, 25 till 70 years you can enroll yourself. Clear everyone? I hope that this makes sense with everyone. Now what are the benefits? Rupees 2 lakh is payable on the member's death due to the accident. 2 lakh is payable for total and irrecoverable loss of both eyes, or the loss of use of both hands or the feet, or the loss of sight of one eye and loss of use of hand or foot. So I already told you these combinations earlier, right? Then 1 lakh is payable for the total and irrecoverable loss of sight of one eye or the loss of use of one hand or foot. So we have already covered these examples, my dear friends, right? Now let's move on to the premium. How much premium you have to pay? So the premium is rupees 20 per annum per member. However, the premium may be revised based on the annual claims experiences. The premium will be deducted from the account holder bank because it was the auto debit. So in one installment only the premium will be deducted. And guys, the premium amount is just rupees 20. So it's not a big deal for anyone to pay this 20 rupees premium for this insurance policy, right, as per the option given at the time of enrollment under the scheme. But in the cases of where auto debit takes place after the 1st June, the cover shall commence from the date of auto debit of premium by the bank or the post office. So guys, a very very important point. Let's take an example that I told you that 1st June to 31st May is the date of the timeline for this particular scheme, right? This is a timeline. Let's take an example that your premium is debiting on 10th of June and you met an accident on the 5th of June, right? And then you decided that okay, so basically I have to auto debit this, right? So now the premium is deducting on the 10th of June. So let me tell you that you won't be able to take the claim for this particular scheme. Why? Because you are not insured as a part of the scheme, because you can see that the insurance premium was being deducted from your account of 10th of June. So the cover will also start from the 10th of June. Getting the point? Are you guys clear? Now moving on to the eligibility conditions, the individual bank or the post office account holder between the age of 18 to 70 years who have given their consent for enable auto debit, so only they will be eligible to take the benefit or the claim as a part of the scheme. Any NRI having an eligible bank account, now guys, a very important point. This is an exception. Sorry. So this is an exception here. Now you must be thinking, what about the people who are NRIs? Will they be eligible for the scheme or not? Let me tell you guys, the NRIs are also eligible to take the benefit under the scheme, but provided that they will only be getting the insurance amount in the Indian currency only, right? The government is not going to provide them in the dollars or the euros or the pounds. No, the person will only be getting in the Indian currency only, right? In case of a claim arises, the claim benefits will be paid to the beneficiary only in the Indian currency. Clear everyone? Now this is the time for all of you to give me the answers in the chat box. Are you guys ready for that quick round of revision? So let's move on to the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. It is a life insurance scheme or accident insurance scheme? Please tell me in the chat box. It is the accident insurance scheme. On which date it was launched? 9th of May 2015. Under which ministry? Ministry of Finance, right? So what is that particular name of specific insurance company which has been enrolled by the bank or the post office account? What is the name? So there is no such company. The bank is open to enroll any general life insurance company for the enrollment, right? Now please tell me that what is the amount of premium that is being required to be paid by the person? That is rupees 20 per annum. That is the premium amount. And what is the eligibility criteria when it comes to the age? That is 18 to 70 years. Clear everyone? How much amount will the person will be getting? Rupees 2 lakhs. Rupees 2 lakhs. The maximum is rupees 2 lakhs. Now there are certain conditions. Now I will be giving you the condition. You will be giving me the answer in the chat box. What if person passes away? What will be the insurance claim if a person passes away? That is rupees 2 lakhs, right? What if the person loses both hands and the injury is irrecoverable? Then again 2 lakhs. What if the person has lost both foots? Then again 2 lakhs. What if the person has lost eyesight, both eyes? Then again 2 lakhs, right? Now what if the person has lost one hand and one foot? 2 lakhs. One eye and one hand? 2 lakhs. One eye and one foot? 2 lakhs, right? Now what if a person is lost one hand only, or one foot only, or one eyesight only? That is 1 lakh rupees. Absolutely right. Everybody of you is able to give me the right answer. Well done, my dear friends. So with this, we are done and dusted with this Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, one of a very, very important scheme. Now please tell me, is NRI eligible to participate and take the benefit under the scheme of the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana? Answer is yes. Absolutely right. Now let's move on to the next part. The next scheme is Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Now guys, what about the Jeevan Jyoti? So Jeevan ki Jyoti, we are talking about the life. Earlier was the Suraksha from what? From accident. Now it is the Jeevan Jyoti. That means this is the life insurance scheme. So basically, as a part of the scheme, if a person loses a life with any cause, due to any cause the person is losing the life, basically a death of the person is happening, the death of the beneficiary is happening. In that case, the government will be providing the insurance amount, right? Because what happens is that when a person passes away, right, so there is a lot of financial burden on the family, right? Some sudden financial burdens, and also the person was basically a breadwinner of the family. So now the family will not be getting that amount right now, right? That regular salary every month. So basically this insurance amount is going to provide some cushion to the family. So please ensure that this Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana is basically a financial cushion that is being provided by the government of India to the person's family who passed away recently. Clear? So the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana is an insurance scheme offering life insurance cover for the death due to any reason. And it was again launched on 9th of May 2015 by the Ministry of Finance. It is again, see guys, lot of things are similar to what we have covered in the Suraksha Bima Yojana. Like it is also 1 year cover, renewable from year to year, It is offered, administered through LIC. Now guys, please remember, in the Suraksha Bima Yojana, there were general insurance companies which were participating, but in the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, only the life insurance companies can participate. The LIC and other life insurance companies who are willing to offer the product on the similar terms, right? And the participating banks and post offices are free to engage any such life insurance company. Clear everyone? Now what is the scope of the coverage? So again, the scope of the coverage will be age group of 18 to 50 years. Right? All individual account holders of participating banks, post office in the age group of 18 to 50 years are eligible to join. In case of multiple banks, post office account, what will happen again? That smartness is not going to work, because for only one account you will be eligible for that particular scheme. That's all. Now when it comes to the enrollment period, guys, enrollment period is also same. That is the 1st June to 31st of May of every year. The delayed enrollment for prospective cover is possible with the payment of pro rata premium. So guys, this will be taking place on the pro rata premium. Now what is the pro rata premium? Let's take an example. The scheme was of 12 months, right? 2 months have already been passed. Only the 10 months are left. So you won't be paying the premium for 12 months. You will be paying the premium for only 10 months. This is what we call pro rata basis. Clear? I hope that this example makes it very easy for you to understand what is the pro rata premium. So basically the premium amount will reduce with respect to the timeline which is left for that particular scheme, right? Now there is a lien period of 30 days shall be applicable from the date of environment. Now what is the lien period? You must be having this question in your mind, कि sir lien period क्या है? So guys, let me tell you what is the lien period. Lien period is basically that amount of timeline till which even after subscribing for the scheme you won't be eligible to take the benefit. So guys, what happens is that a person is already very ill, right? So what people do is that, okay, right now I am ill and I am having a very bad feeling that I might pass away, right? So today only I am going to the bank and I am just getting myself enrolled to the scheme, right? I am getting myself enrolled to the scheme as a part of this because I was ill and I was really very sick. So this person is becoming over smart. So but the government says that, see, if after subscribing to the scheme, if after subscribing under the scheme within 30 days you passes away, you won't be eligible to take the benefit of the scheme. You won't be eligible, right? But there is one exceptional case when you are eligible. What is that case? That case is of accident. If the person is meeting the accident, then definitely we will be providing that premium, we will be providing that amount to the person's family. Clear everyone? So the other illnesses or the diseases are not being counted here. Till 30 days, only after 30 days the person is eligible. If he passes away after 30 days of subscribing, then only the person will be eligible to take the claim. But in the lien period also, what is that scenario when the person can take the claim? That is in the case of accident, when the person is losing the life due to the accident. That is a very, very important exception that you need to retain, remember, revise from exam point of view. Now moving ahead, for the subscribers, insurance cover shall not be available for death, right, other than due to accident occurring during the first 30 days from the date of enrollment into the scheme, lien period. And in case of death other than due to the accident during lien period, no claim would be admissible, as I already explained to you. Individuals who exit the scheme at any point may rejoin the scheme in the future years. Similarly, that we have discussed in the Suraksha Bima Yojana. In future years, new entrants into the eligible category or the currently eligible individuals who did not join earlier or discontinued their subscription, they shall be able to join while the scheme is continuing, subject to the 30 days lien period described above. In the future years also, the new entrants who are eligible, who are into the eligible category or currently eligible individuals, but they do not join, they can also join in the future years, my dear friends, right? But that lien period wala jo condition hai, this will remain the same. Now what is the benefit that the person will be getting? That is rupees 2 lakh only. 2 lakh is payable on the member's death due to any cause. Whatever the cause is, the amount is fixed here. Now my dear friends, the premium here is little bit higher. As we have seen in the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, what was the premium in Suraksha Bima Yojana? That was rupees 20. but in the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana it is 436 per annum per member. However, the premium may be revised based on the annual claims experience. Clear? The premium will be deducted from the accounts holder post office through the auto debit facility, and the delayed enrollment for the prospective cover after 31st May will be possible with the payment of pro rata premium. As I told you, like if you are only the 10 months are left for the scheme, and now today only you are enrolling yourself, so you are not required to pay the premium for 12 months. You are only required to pay the premium for 10 months only, right? Now the delayed enrollment for the prospective cover is also possible. Now how exactly the delayed enrollment is possible? See guys, if you are joining the scheme in the month of June, July and August, so basically you have to pay full amount, that is 436, right? But if you are joining in the September, October and November, you have to pay rupees 342 as the premium. And if you are joining in December, January and February, again the amount, number of months is less, so you will be paying rupees 228. And if you are enrolling in March, April or May, then you have to pay rupees 114. Only then you will be getting that particular amount as a claim. Clear everyone? Clear to everyone? So June, July and August 436 full premium, September, October, November 342, then December, January, February 228, and then the amount will get half for the March, April and May. Clear to everyone? Okay. Now what is the eligibility condition, my dear friends? The eligibility condition is 18 to 50 years. Right? Who give their consent to join enable auto debit as per the above modality, it will be enrolled into the scheme. That's all we need to understand from the scheme. Now it is the time for all of you to give me the answers in the chat box, right? We have already covered a scheme in a very holistical manner. Now please give me the answers in the chat box. Now first question, this Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana is an accident scheme or a life insurance scheme? It is a life insurance scheme. It was launched in which year? 9th May 2015. Guys, why I am giving you the date? Because the date is also very important. Under the which ministry? Ministry of Finance. Absolutely right. Now quickly tell me that what is the premium what we are getting? Sorry, what is the amount of insurance we are getting on death of the person? That is rupees 2 lakhs. What is the premium? That is 436 rupees per annum. Now please tell me here, what is the amount of the lien period? What is the number of days in the lien period for this scheme? That is 30 days. Now in the lien period, what will happen? Will the person will be eligible to take the claim if he passes away within 30 days due to any illness or disease after subscribing for the scheme? Answer is yes or no. Please answer me in yes or no. Answer is no, he won't be eligible. Now let's take an example that even in the lien period or not, the person met an accident and loses a life. So what will happen? Whether the person will be getting the, whether the beneficiary's family will be getting the amount or not? Yes, that is the right answer. And what is the age group for participating in the scheme? 18 to 50 years. Absolutely right. So my dear friend, now I would like to ask you a very very important question. See guys, now please quickly tell me in the Atal Pension Yojana, what is the age group? 18 to 40 years. In the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, what was the age group? 18 to 70 years. Now please tell me in the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, what is the amount that we can, what is the age group? That is 18 to 50 years. So my dear friends, with this we are done with this news articles which are relevant for both phase 1 and phase 2. Clear to everyone? I can see in the chat box Harshal, ABC, Kashish, Srishti, Material Share, Pratyush. Everybody has given me the right answer to all these questions. Well done my dear friends. Now let's move on to the news articles which are only relevant for phase 1 examination. Right? Now my dear friends, you must have seen this particular person. The person is basically known as Thalapati in the southern India, and the person name is Vijay. C. Joseph Vijay, who is basically an actor in the Tollywood industry, and he has become the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So he basically founded Tamil Vetri Kazagam, TVK. He founded the TVK and he is sworn in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Let me tell you my dear friends that this is really a kind of determination when the person is having. He was totally from the other industry. He just came and he won, and he became the leader of the state. He became the leader. He became the chief minister of the state, right? So that shows that anything is possible. So if you have won this battle inside your mind that yes, I can, definitely you will be able to do that. Just you need to ensure that you are having that kind of attitude, that there is not even a single slight of probability of failing in my own mind, and yes, I will be clearing this examination in this attempt. That should be the attitude that you must be having, right? Here for this person only one single seat was there. For you there are 40 seats are there, right? But you need only that one seat. So guys, moving back to this particular news article, TVK founder C. Joseph Vijay has sworn in as the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Governor Rajendra Vishwanath Arlekar has administered the oath of the person. So he has secured the support of 120 MLAs in the 234 member assembly. Let me tell you that 3 to 4 years back there was a question, there was an election in the Puducherry, and the question was that how many seats are there, right? So this question can be asked, so that's why we have covered this information. It is a 234 member assembly. Clear? When it comes to the record that he has created, he became the first Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu since 1967 who does not belong to either the DMK or the AIA DMK. See guys, all the records has been broken by this person, right? So that is the power of self-belief. So guys, please remember, please tell me what is the name of the new Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. That answer is C. Joseph Vijay. Absolutely right. Now let's move on to the next news article. The PM Mitra Park inaugurated in Warangal, Telangana. So PM Mitra Park was inaugurated at Warangal, Telangana at a cost of 1695.54 crore rupees. Now what is the PM Mitra Park? Let me tell you guys, Government of India came up with the initiative of PM Mitra Park, and under this park what we are trying to do is, let's take an example. You are having the business of making the food, right? So you are purchasing the raw material from place X, you are taking it to place Y, right? Let's take an example, wheat. You procured the wheat from place X, you took it to the place Y, you converted into the flour, then you converted it into the, then you go to the place Z, you converted into the dough, then you took it to the place A and you make a bread out of it, then you take it to the place B and you basically made a sandwich out of it. Now my dear friends, please tell me in the chat box, will this whole scenario is really looking organized to all of you? Answer is no, right? Because you are always jumping from one page to the another for every stage of the product. Now what if I tell you that all these things are basically available at a single place? All these things are available at a single place. What will happen? It will be really very convenient for you, right? That's how, my dear friends, this is going to take place in the PM Mitra Park. We are going to provide all the facilities to these manufacturers at a single place so that they can basically just focus on the production. That's it. And that's why Government of India decided to come up with a PM Mitra scheme, and under that scheme only the PM Mitra Park has been inaugurated in Warangal, Telangana. This is the country's first functional PM Mitra Park and operationalizes the Government of India's 5F vision, that is farm to fiber to factory to fashion to foreign. So all these things are taking place at a one place, right? The park aims to accelerate the growth in the textile sector and generate large-scale employment opportunities, especially for the women. So we are generating large-scale employment opportunities for the women, and this is basically for the textile sector. Designed as a world-class industrial ecosystem, the park has infrastructure including an internal road network, dedicated power substation, and assured water supply. That's all. So quickly tell me in the chat box, what is the name of the place where India's first functional PM Mitra Park has been recently inaugurated? What is the right answer? The right answer is Warangal, Telangana. That is the right answer. Absolutely right. Let's move on to the next news article. Now the next news article is Sati facility at BHU reviewed. My dear friends, Sati stands for Sophisticated Analytical and Technical Help Institute. Now let me help you understand this with the help of an example. Let's take an example. There is a college student. He wants to do a part-time business of photography, editing, and the other related services, right? But he is not having a camera because he's a college student. He cannot afford the camera, and he cannot afford the lab as well. He cannot afford the studio system as well. He cannot have that studio. So what will happen? He won't be able to take that business, or he will be asking the money from his parents. Ki parents, please give me the money. I want to do this, right? And the parents will say, please focus on your study. Focus on your study. You are in the college for studying, right? You are not there for photography. Okay? You guys remember that Farhan wala character from the Three Idiots movie, right? So let me tell you how exactly the government is helping such kind of people. Let's take an example that I created a lab. And I am providing that, okay, don't worry, I am providing you the good camera, I am providing you the good lab, I am providing you the good studio and everything. You are just required to pay the amount to me. You just fix the meeting with your client, you bring your client here to the lab, you can just click the photographs, give the picture to that person, that's it. I will only be charging you some minimal amount as a rent for that particular lab. So will that be really good for the person? Answer is yes, because after earning some amount of money, the person can take on the basis of his skill set on the earning. The person can definitely make his own lab later down the timeline, right? So that's how we are going to give साथ, we are going to give support to these kind of people. So साथी क्या देता है? साथी साथ निभाता है, right? साथी साथ निभाता है. अब ये साथी का फुल फॉर्म क्या है? साथी is Sophisticated Analytical and Technical Help Institute. It has been launched where at BHU, बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी में इसको सेटअप किया गया है. So साथी BHU has been established with the support at nearly 72 crores from the Department of Science and Technology and provide access to advanced instrumentation, analytical services and technical expertise. And it is bringing together the academia, research institutions, industries. So what happens is that, guys, if a person is not having that amount of money to set up his own machines and his own factory, so what the person can do, he can just bring the raw material and he can refine those raw material on the machines which are already available in these particular factory labs which are being set up as a part of this particular initiative. Clear everyone? And this will be acting through a section 8 company model. So clear everyone? Please tell me what is the full form of SATHI in the chat box. SATHI stands for Sophisticated Analytical and Technical Help Institute. It has been set up in which university? Banaras Hindu University. Absolutely right. That's all from this news article. Let's move on to the next news article. The next news article is about the books and authors. Guys, whenever there's a books and author, you just need to remember the name of the book and the name of the author. Right? So the book, The Bench, the Bar, the Bizarre and the Lawful and the Awful has been authored by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and it was released in New Delhi. So it recounts the incidents about the twin sisters becoming a lawyer and a judge. So basically, guys, this particular book provides us the key insights about what happens in the courtroom, right? And some various incidents of the past which have been seen by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta. So please tell me the name of the person who has written the book, The Bench, the Bar and the Bizarre and the Lawful and the Awful. The right answer is Tushar Mehta. Moving to the next news article, the Prime Minister participated in 45th anniversary celebrations of the Art of Living. Guys, you know Art of Living? Art of Living is basically a non-profit educational and humanitarian organization which was founded by the renowned humanitarian person, that is Gurudev Shri Shri Ravi Shankar. And recently 45th anniversary of this particular organization was being commemorated and Prime Minister Modi ji inaugurated this 45th anniversary celebrations. This is the reason that this news article has been covered. Clear everyone? Similarly, Prime Minister Modi ji also inaugurated a Sindhu hospital in Hyderabad. It is a multi-speciality, it is a cancer focused hospital and it was inaugurated in Hyderabad. That's only part you are required to remember. Sindhu hospital in Hyderabad. Why we have covered it? Only because Prime Minister Modi ji has inaugurated it. Otherwise, it was of no use to cover this news article for now from exam point of view. Clear? Got it? So thank you for giving me the response in the chat box. Harshal, Srishti, Kashish, Pratyush, ABC, Material Share, Srishti, all of you are really rocking in this session by giving me the answers in the chat box correctly. Now let's move on to the next news article. So the next news article is about the Swachh Sagar Surakshit Sagar campaign. The Swachh Sagar Surakshit Sagar campaign was been recently See, we will be conducting this campaign from 12th to 19th of September, right? We will be conducting this particular, the campaign from 12th to 19th of September. So why it was been in the news recently? Because we have reviewed its progress, that how exactly. See guys, before launching any campaign, Government of India prepares for it. For example, you want to go for a very small ride of 50 kilometers, you plan for that ride. So when we are having this kind of campaign which we are going to conduct in the next 5 months, so we are going to plan for it. So that's why the preparations of this particular campaign has been reviewed, and this has been conducted under the Prithvi scheme, which combines the scientific monitoring with the public participation and supports the efforts related to sea water quality assessment, marine litter management, and the mitigation of coastal hazards. Clear? So Swachh Sagar Surakshit Sagar campaign will be conducted from 12th to 19th of September. It was launched in 2022, my dear friends. Clear everyone? Understood? Let's move on to the next news article. Now we are on to the next news article, that is Ornamental Fisheries Brood Bank. So now you must be having the two questions in your mind. Sir, what are ornamental fisheries? First of all, please tell me. Right? Then also tell me what is a brood bank. These terms are quite alien to us. So let me decode them for you. What are the ornamental fisheries? Guys, you must have visited, to the hotels, to the museums, or to even some houses of the people who are having aquarium in their house. Aquarium is that small setup in which you can keep the fishes. So you can see that in those aquariums there are some decorative fishes, very very beautiful small fishes are there. Let me tell you that those fishes are not meant to be eaten. These fishes are basically ornamental. That means they are only for decoration purpose. So if the aquarium is there in the person's house, it is for decorative purposes, right? So I hope that this part is clear to everyone. Ornamental fisheries are the fisheries not meant to be eaten. They are just meant to be kept for the decorative purposes. That's all. Now, what is a brood bank? So guys, brood bank. So guys, just few time back we covered about the seed bank, right? Bharatiya Beej Sahakari Limited. So basically what happens is that we are having a particular bank, and we are having some of the, you guys that we are having the particular bank where we accumulate the different seeds, right? So that whenever our demand is required, we can supply those seeds, we can create more seeds from those seeds, right? So that is a seed bank. Similarly, brood bank is a bank where we are keeping these ornamental fisheries. We are keeping the mature ornamental fishes, and we are breeding them to produce more fresh fishes, right? So these mature fishes are just being used for generating and producing more fishes, which can further be sold for the aquarium, for the people who want to have the aquarium, right? Getting it, my dear friends? So the brood bank is the first kind of initiative in India, conserves and breeds more than 25 varieties of ornamental fishes. So this was one of the first such initiative, right? First of its kind initiative in our country related to the brood bank, which is there in Mangrul village in Raigad of Maharashtra. Clear everyone? Why exactly we have discussed this? Because recently one of the minister visited that place for reviewing, right? That's all. That's why we have covered this news article. So ornamental fisheries brood bank is where it is in Raigad, Maharashtra, and another good reason for being in the news is to cover that is because it is the first initiative of its kind in India. That's why it makes it more important for us. Clear everyone? I hope you guys are able to understand. Now let's move on to the next news article. So the National Technology Day has been observed on 11th of May. So my dear friends, National Technology Day, we celebrate this day every year to mark that date when India declared itself full nuclear country. Let me tell you, on 11th of May 1998, we marked a significant milestone in India's technological and scientific history as we conducted a 1998 Pokhran nuclear test. And it was that day only when we declared India a full nuclear country. In 1999, 11 May was being started as the National Technology Day. And this year, what is the theme? The theme for this year is Responsible Innovation for the Inclusive Growth. Responsible Innovation for Inclusive Growth is the theme for the National Technology Day. On which date we celebrate National Technology Day? It is 11th of May. Absolutely right. Now let's move on to the next news article, guys. We have discussed the Operation Sindoor recently, right? So to commemorate the Operation Sindoor, recently Indian Air Force has organized 88 hours of Operation Sindoor commemorative run. So basically to commemorate the first year anniversary of the Operation Sindoor, we have basically organized a run where the people from the Indian Air Force have come and they participated in a run for 88 hours from 7th of May to 10th of May 2026, showcasing its capability to deliver decisive and precise strikes as a part of Operation Sindoor. That's all. So please tell me the name of the Indian Defence Force which has conducted the Operation Sindoor commemorative run in New Delhi. That is Indian Air Force. That is the right answer. Clear everyone? I hope that this part is clear to all. Let's move on to the next news article. This is an important article to be understood. So what is the next article? India's first integrated CCUS field laboratory facility. India's first integrated CCUS field laboratory facility. Now before moving ahead, I would like to ask you, can anybody tell me what is the India's target of becoming the net zero carbon emission free country? By which year India is targeting to becoming this country? Anybody from you? That is 2070. 2070 is the right answer, right? So now let me tell you guys, let's take an example that there is a classroom, right? For example, there is a studio room which I am here recording this particular session, taking this live session, right? So and you are also sitting in front of me. Let's take an example. Due to any scenario, there is some kind of smoke in our classroom, right? So what we will be doing? See what will happen. We will be opening the windows. The smoke will vent to from the windows. It will vent to the sky, right? It will vent into the atmosphere from the window, outside the building, outside the room. Clear everyone? This is what we are going to do, because we want to ensure that the smoke in the room, it will make the conditions claustrophobic in nature, right? You will be facing some breathing issues. You won't be able to breathe due to the presence of that smoke. But now let me give you an example. That why not if I am capturing that smoke in a box? Now you can see this box with a full of smoke. Now I am using this smoke in the production of some, I will be utilizing this smoke in making some productive products. For example, I am using it for making some chemicals, right? Now after that, whatever the smoke is left, what I will be doing is, I will be sequestering this smoke in the solid form and I will be just dumping it. I will be keeping it into the solid form only. Clear everyone? So what we have done, we have first of all captured that smoke. We utilized it for making some productive items. It can be, the chemicals, and the remaining smoke which cannot be used further, we can just keep it in the solid form. That's it. So in this manner, what has happened, we have not let the smoke entered into our software and just going here and there, right, and impacting the environment. Clear everyone? Are you guys getting it? So this is what we call the CCUS, that is the carbon capture utilization. So the Ministry of Education has inaugurated India's first integrated CCUS field laboratory facility under the Bharat Innovates 26 at IIT Bombay. तो IIT बॉम्बे के अंदर इस CCUS फील्ड लेबोरेटरी को सेटअप किया गया. इट इज़ वन दैट लेबोरेटरी वेयर वी कैन डू ऑल ऑफ दीज स्टेप्स टुगेदर, राइट? वी कैन कैप्चर इट, वी कैन यूटिलाइज इट, एंड वी कैन बेसिकली have the solid smoke with us, right? So the project aims to strengthen India's position in the climate tech innovation and supports the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and India's net zero commitments. तो दोस्तों इससे क्या होगा? We are not letting the smoke enter into the environment, so we are keeping our environment cleaner in nature. We are supporting the vision of the government of India of becoming Atmanirbhar Bharat by using the indigenous technology. We are also working towards India's net zero commitments. And where exactly this facility has been set up? At IIT Bombay. Clear everyone? ये ऐसी पहली end-to-end CCUS field laboratory है इंडिया की. That's why it is very important. Clear? It is India's first end-to-end pilot-scale platform integrating CCUS with geological carbon dioxide sequestration in the basalt formations. So basalt formation के अंदर हम इसको रखेंगे right after the utilization of the smoke. Clear? Now guys, during that part, ऊर्जा नोवा सी ये एक छोटा स्टार्टअप है विच वॉज इंक्यूबेटेड एट साइन IIT बॉम्बे इज एसोसिएटेड विद द इनिशिएटिव ऑफ ट्रांसलेटिंग एडवांस रिसर्च इनटू द स्केलेबल नेशनल कैपेबिलिटी. तो बेसिकली इसको भी हमने यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा रिकॉग्नाइज किया ऊर्जा नोवा सी को. दिस इज अ साइन, दिस इज इंक्यूबेटेड एट साइन IIT बॉम्बे for the initiative for translating advanced research into the scalable national capability. That's all. Clear everyone? I hope this is clear. Now let's move on to the next news article. So the Steel Authority of India Limited has got the new chairman and managing director. What is the name of that person? Dr. Ashok Panda. Dr. Ashok Panda is the new chairman and managing director of the Steel Authority of India Limited. He succeeded Amarendu Prakash, whose tenure has got ended on 1st of April 2026. Clear everyone? So that's all from this news article. Now let's move ahead. Now my dear friends, before concluding this session, see, we are not concluding right now. Now please consider this as a quick round of, this is a quick round of the Drishyam, right? Let's try to answer all these questions in a very quick manner. Just in a matter of 1 minute, we are going to answer this question. Are you guys ready for the Drishyam round? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. Show some energy in the chat box so that we can run this Drishyam round in a very effective manner. Are you guys ready for this Drishyam round to revise and retain all these articles that we have covered till now in this chat? Till now in this particular session. Are you guys ready? So everybody ready? Let's start. The 3 Jan Suraksha schemes completed 11 years. On which date it was launched? 9th of May. In which year? 2015. Under which scheme under which ministry? Ministry of Finance. What are the 3 schemes? Atal Pension Yojana, Suraksha Bima Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Now what are the enrollments? What are the total enrollments? So under the Atal Pension Yojana, the total enrollments has crossed 9 crores. Under the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, the total enrollments has crossed 58 crores. And under the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, it was around 24 or 27 crores. Right? Now let's move on to the Atal Pension Yojana. Atal Pension Yojana ke liye what is the age group? That is 18 to 40 years, right? What is the minimum amount of timeline for the contribution? That is 20 years. What is the minimum pension that a person can get? 1,000. Maximum pension 5,000 rupees. Understood? Getting it, everybody? Moving on to the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. What is the age group? The age group is 18 to 70 years. It is a accident insurance scheme. Absolutely right. What is the amount of premium? Rupees 20. Absolutely right. Now moving at Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. What is the age group here? It is 18 to 50 years. And what is the amount of premium that a person is required to give? 436 rupees. What is the maximum amount that a person can get? Rupees 2 lakhs. And this 2 lakhs, right? And there is a facility of lien period. How many days? 30 days. 30 days of lien period is there. And after that, what exactly is there, my dear friends? Or what is that scenario in which the person still will be getting the claim under the lien period? What is that particular situation? That is accident. Absolutely right. Now please tell me the new CM of Tamil Nadu, that is C. Joseph Vijay. Absolutely right. PM Mitra Park. First functional and operational PM Mitra Park has been inaugurated in which place? Warangal, Telangana. Absolutely right. Now Sati facility has been located at BHU. The bench, the bar and the bizarre and the unlawful and the awful. This book has been written by which person? Tushar Mehta. Prime Minister participated in 45th anniversary celebration of the art of living. It was founded by Gurudev Shri Ravi Shankar. Now the Sindhu Hospital has been inaugurated by Prime Minister in which place? Hyderabad. Preparation reviewed for Swachh Sagar Surakshit Sagar campaign. What is the duration of this campaign? 12th to 19th of September. Ornamental fisheries brood bank. It is there in Raigad district of Maharashtra. It is the first such initiative in our country. Moving at National Technology Day observed on which date? 11th May. Why? What we commemorate on this day? We commemorate the Pokhran test of 1998 when India, after that India declared itself a full nuclear country. And additionally, I want to ask you in the chat box, please tell me what is the theme of the National Technology Day. Now moving ahead, the Operation Sindoor commemorative run for 88 hours was been organized by which organization in Delhi? That is Indian Air Force. Now tell me, India's first integrated CCUS field laboratory facility has been set up in which In which institute? Please tell me in the chat box. So we told you the integrated CCUS, carbon capture utilization scheme, right? And then Dr. Ashok, what is the name of the new chairman and MD of SAIL, Steel Authority of India Limited? That is Dr. Ashok Kumar. Absolutely right. And yes, absolutely right. CCS field laboratory facility was in IIT Bombay. Well done, my dear friends. All of you have given me the right answer to all these questions. Please tell me in the chat box how are you feeling right now after giving all the right answers to all these questions in the chat box. How are you feeling right now? Are you guys feeling empowered? Are you guys able to retain all the information from examination point of view? Okay, that's really great to see that yes, you are able to understand all the articles, you are able to answer all the questions. So without wasting any time, let's start the today's session with the very first news article, that is Sehat Mission. So my dear friends, I believe that you are really happy and healthy from the examination point of view, right? So आप सेहतमंद हैं mentally as well as physically right now. Let me tell you friends, in order to cover this particular article, before starting with this session, I would like to tell you that today's session is going to be a little bit longer in nature. Why? Because we are having these flagship topics across which we can definitely expect some questions in the upcoming examination. And the first topic is the Sehat Mission. So before moving on to the topic, I would like to give you an example that there is a family, and in the family there is a brother and there is a sister. Brother is a farmer, the sister is a doctor. So basically what happens is that the brother basically produces the food, right? People eat the food very happily, and later on what happens is then these people become sick, so they move to the doctor, that is the sister, and then doctor treats the food, then doctor treats the people, sorry, not the food but the people, right? So one day after a dinner, both these brother and sister were sitting on the dining table, and they just thought that why exactly this is happening, that you produce the food and then I treat the people, because it is not like that there is something bad in the food. This is basically the eating habits of the people. What exactly we are growing, the problem is with that. So both of them decided that why not we just join hands and we basically bring up such a mission in our own country where we are making every person healthy through the One Health approach. So now what exactly is this mission? The mission is Sehat Mission. How exactly, my dear friends? That you will be able to understand now. I have already given you the example to make you the context, right? And now when you will be reading this article, you will be able to understand this complete article in a very easy manner. Let's go deep into it. Let's take an example that the farmer is basically the ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and the doctor is the ICMR, that is Indian Council of Medical Research, right? So ICMR and ICAR has jointly launched Sehat, which stands for Science Excellence for Health through Agricultural Transformation. So with the help of the scientific knowledge, we are going to excel on the health. And how? Through the agricultural transformation. What transformation we are going to bring? For example, fortified crops. Now basically we will not be just growing the rice, we will be growing the iron rich rice, right? We won't be having just wheat, we will be having zinc rich wheat, so that we are basically having not just food to have, but nutritious food we are having. So that's what the mission is, so that the people are having the rich food and they can stay healthy in nature, and there will be less burden on the doctors also. So basically what we are trying to do here as a part of this mission, we are going to make the food system so much healthier in nature that we can even treat the disease before exactly it is taking place. इससे पहले कोई भी पर्सन डिजीज हो, हम उससे पहले ही उसको ठीक कर दे रहे हैं, right? So that's what the motto and the mission behind the Sehat mission is all about. So Sehat is a national mission mode program aimed at translating the agricultural advancements into measurable public health outcomes in our country. It strengthens the contribution of ICMR and ICAR to the One Health mission. What is the One Health mission? In the One Health mission, guys, we are going sync across the three pillars. We are going in sync with the health of the humans, health of the animals, and our environment health. So how exactly we can focus on all these three together? For example, my dear friends, we can use a sustainable practices. That means there is a less exposure of the chemicals, right? And then the animals, when we are basically keeping the animals healthy, so what will happen? The humans who come into the exposure of these diseased animals or the chemical exposure, they also become unhealthy, right? So basically we are going to improve the health of the humans also. So this is called the One Health approach. Under the World Health Mission, we are going to focus on the health of all these parameters of the ecosystem. Now, this particular mission is launched with an objective of building a framework for healthy food, healthy farms, and healthy India. So, we will be making healthy foods, healthy farms, and healthy India. Healthy food by making the nutritious food, by producing the nutritious food. Healthy farms by having the less exposure of the chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers to the farmers. And that's how by using the sustainable practices we can also keep the environment more healthier in nature. Now let's focus on the key features of this particular initiative. So it seeks to align food production with the health and nutrition needs of the population. So whatever the nutrition needs of the population is, we are going to focus on the nutrition needs as well as the health of the population by aligning the food production with the health. For example, I gave you the example that we are not just going to, from now onwards, this brother farmer is not just going to produce the food, he is going to produce zinc rich wheat, iron rich rice, and the protein rich millets. And we are basically going to have more functional food, so that we can ensure that in our society there is less number of diseases. For example, diabetes can be treated very easily if we are having these kind of foods in our market, right? So it has been designed to create structured convergence between the health and agriculture sectors through evidence-based solutions for improving nutrition and health, public health. So what we are going to do is we are going to use the scientific studies and the knowledge in order to make the food more richer, and that's how we are going to ensure that there are less diseases in our society, right? It focuses on the national priorities including nutrition, preventive and promotive health care, non-communicable diseases, farmer well-being, and One Health. So across all these parameters that we have discussed, they are going to focus on all of them. So please tell me in the chat box, my dear friends, that what exactly are the name of these two organizations which have come together for the launch of Sehat mission. What exactly is the name of these entities? That is ICMR and ICAR. Absolutely right. I want all of you to give me the answer. And what is the full form of Sehat? Sehat stands for Science Excellence for Health through Agricultural Transformation. Science Excellence for Health through Agricultural Transformation. Absolutely right. Now, what are the key priority areas under the Sehat? It includes the development and evaluation of the biofortified and nutrient-dense crop varieties to address the malnutrition and improve nutritional status. We always see that due to the nutritional deficiency, what happens? The children of our society, who are the future of the future generations of the population, so there is less development, they become the victim of malnutrition. So that's why we need to ensure that we are having biofortified and nutrient dense crop varieties. We are promoting the integrated farming systems to support dietary diversification. It should not be like we are only having the wheat and rice. No, we should be growing the millets also, so that there is a diversification in the diets of the people. When people will be having diversification in the diets, they will be becoming more healthy in nature. Addressing occupational health risks and among the agricultural workers, advancing agriculture enabled strategies for prevention and management of non-communicable diseases, like through the functional foods, nutritionally superior crop varieties. I already gave you the example. The nutritionally superior crop varieties includes what? It includes the zinc rich wheat, iron rich rice. Then the functional foods includes the protein rich millets. Now the strengthening One Health preparedness through integrated surveillance, diagnostics and research at the human animal environment interface. So at the human animal environment, so these are the three core pillars of the One Health mission. So basically we are having that One Health preparedness strengthening with the help of the Sehat mission. So I hope that these 5 priority areas are very much clear with all of you. One is the evaluation and development of biofortified and nutrient based dense crop varieties, promotion of integrated farming systems, occupational health risk. Occupational health risk is basically we are focusing on the agricultural workers' health, right? Then we are having agriculture enabled strategies and One Health preparedness. So all these are the 5 pillars. In the chat box, please give me the 5 pillars names, all of you, of the Sehat mission which has been launched by the ICMR and ICAR. Please give me the answers in the chat box. What is it? What is it? These are the biofortified and nutrient dense crop varieties, integrated farming system, occupational health risk, agriculture enabled strategies, and One Health preparedness. Absolutely, this is the right answer. Launched by ICAR and ICMR, and SEHAT stands for Science Health for Science Excellence for Health through Agricultural Transformation. Are you guys able to understand this article? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if yes, so that we can move on to the next news article. So material share, Kashish, Harshal, ABC, Srishti, everybody has ABC, everybody is giving me the right answer to all these questions in the chat box. Well done everyone. So this is a really very important article, guys. Please ensure you are covering it in a holistical manner from examination point of view. Clear? So we are done with the first news article of the today's session. Let's move on to the next news article. So the numbering is not correct here, guys. It is not the third article but the second article. Okay, and the topic is All India CPI inflation for April 2026, which stood at 3.48% on the base year of 24 to right. So 2024 is the base year for all India consumer price inflation. To understand this article, let's take an example that let's think that India is a shopping basket. India is a shopping basket, right? And every time government of India is having the task to understand and assess that what is the price change in this basket, right? Whether the price is increase or decreasing. If the price is increasing at a very high rate, that means inflation is very high. Inflation rate is also very high. If the prices are increasing but at a lower rate, that means inflation is there but it is quite controlled in nature, right? And we are basically trying to understand this inflation in both the rural and the urban areas. Clear everyone? Till now everything is clear to you? India is a shopping basket. Now we are assessing that what is the price level of this basket. Now what can be the different things at the part of the basket? Let's take an example. There is a human. So you all are human. So please tell me here what are the different components of your life on the daily basis. First thing is you wear clothes, you eat food, you drive vehicles, right? Are you guys getting the point? So you eat food, you wear clothes, you are having the vehicles, and you basically have fuel with you for that. And then my dear friends, we need housing, we need some good roof to stay under, right? We need footwear, you need health facilities, you need transport facilities, you need education. So if all these different areas, let's take an example, these are the different items in the basket that we were assessing. So if there is a change in the prices of these products, what will happen? There will be increase in the expenditure of the household, right? So your pockets need more money in order to pay for all these different services that are really very important for your existence. So all these things are basically been assessed as a part of this shopping basket, which basically gives us the consumer price index. Clear everyone? So all India consumer price index basically tells us about this part. Understood? So year on year inflation based on the all India consumer price index for April 2026 was been released, and we have seen that it has increased with the 3.48%, and now this is a provisional one. This is not the final number, this is only provisional number. When it comes to the All India Consumer Price Index, it is released by the National Statistical Office under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, and it measures the average change in the prices of goods and services brought by households across India. So these households are basically purchasing and paying for all these different services: clothes, food, vehicle, health, education, transport, right? So these are basically the different areas which are responsible for the major expenditure of the people of a particular household. So that's why the CPI tells how much prices have increased or decreased for the common consumers. जो एक common consumer है, आप luxury life को हटा दो, कॉमन कंज्यूमर्स के पास क्या क्या खर्चे हैं, right? What are the household expenditures of these common consumers, and what is the level of increase in the prices of these expenditures? That's what we are trying to assess as a part of this. So this include food, clothing, housing, fuel, transport, education and health, all these different areas. So I told you that we are assessing this in both rural and the urban areas because both these areas are very important. These are the two pillars of the Indian society, right, or any society. So now the first thing is, when it comes to the rural CPI inflation, it was 3.74%, and the urban CPI inflation is 3.16%. So you can see here that the prices increase in the average consumer life, it is more in the rural areas as compared to the urban area. In the rural areas, it was 3.74%. In the urban areas, it was 3.16%. Now, the year on year food inflation, what exactly is your expenditure on the food? It was again at 4.2%, guys, and it was again higher in the rural areas at 4.26% and lower in the urban areas at 4.1%. Clear, everyone? So, overall CPI inflation is more in the rural areas as compared to the urban areas. The food inflation is also high in the rural areas as compared to the urban areas. Now moving on to the April 2026, the year on year housing inflation. Now you can see that even the housing inflation, that means the cost of labor in construction of houses, cost of material in the construction of houses. So again in the rural areas, the cost of these all these areas are higher as compared to the urban areas. So in the housing inflation is more in the rural areas at 2.65% as compared to the urban areas, that is at 1.96%. Clear, everyone? Are you guys getting the point? Moving ahead, the top 5 key items with the low inflation at all India combined level. What were these 5 items? These are the POMs. What are the POMs? It stands for potato, onion, motor car, peas, chickpeas and air conditioner. Right? So these are the top 5 key items with the low inflation. Potato, onion, motor car and jeep, peas, chickpeas and the air conditioners. Right? That's all. These are the top 5 key items with the low inflation. Now when we talk about the state level indices, the states with the highest inflation. So which state was having the highest inflation according to this all India Consumer Price Index that we have launched with the base year of 2024? What is that state? That is Telangana. Telangana is the right answer. Followed by Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Rajasthan. These are the top 5 states. So guys, why we are discussing them? Because in the examination they are very probable to be asked in the exam. Clear? That's why I told you that today's session is going to be very important for all of you. And you know, the most flagship article that we are having is the VBG Ramji Act that we are going to discuss in the upcoming timeline. So All India Consumer Price Index CFPI for the March 2026. You can see here, guys, the CPI general is again more in the rural areas as compared to the urban areas, and the combined level it is 3.4. For the food price index, again it is higher in the rural areas compared to the urban area, and it was at a combined level of 3.87. When it comes to the CPI general, when we talk about the index, so its value was 105.02 in the rural areas, and overall it was 104.84. The food price index is 104.01, it is 104.14 at the combined level. So that's all from this news article. So quickly tell me in the chat box that All India Consumer Price Inflation is being released by which organization? National Statistical Office under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. Right? What is the provisional estimate for the April 2026 over April 2025? The right answer is 3.48%. When it comes to the CPI inflation, overall CPI inflation, what is the trend? It is higher in the rural areas or the urban areas? It is higher in the rural areas. The food inflation is higher also in the rural areas. Housing inflation is also higher in the rural areas. What are the top 5 key items? These are potato, onion, motor car and jeep, peas, chickpeas and air conditioners. When it comes to the state level indices, the top 5 states with the highest inflation is topped by Telangana. Are you guys getting the point? So here, with the help of this part, we are done with all the important details about the All India Consumer Price Index. Now please tell me, what is the base year of the All India Consumer Price Index? So the base year for All India Consumer Price Index is 2024. Absolutely right. So well done everyone. Harshal, Kashish, Material Share, ABC, Srishti and all the people who have given me the right answer. Well done. Now my dear friends, we are moving on to another very important article, and that is the periodic labor force survey. So recently we have seen that a quarterly bulletin has been launched for the quarter of January to March 2026. So a very important article from the examination point of view, because this gives us the very important labor indicators, right, of the Indian market. Now let's try to understand this. Let's take an example of a classroom, right? In the classroom, let's take an example, there are students only. In the classroom there are students. So we have to first of all see, the teacher assesses that how many students are there in the class, right? How many students are there in the class who are available for work? How many students are there in the class who are actually working? How many students are there in the class who are available for the work or the looking for work but they are not working right now? They are available, they are looking for the work but they are not working right now. So a particular attendance is being made by a teacher. Attendance is register has been made by a teacher of this particular class, right? So let me tell you here, this attendance register of the class where we are having these people who are available for working, who are working and who are available but they are not working. So these are basically called the periodic labor force survey. Clear everyone? So this is again been released by the NSO under the MOSPI, that is National Statistical Office under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. So replace the students with the workers here. Let's try to jump into the article and let's see that how the technical details looks like. So the periodic labor force survey was being released for the quarter of January to March 2026. It is the fourth bulletin in the revised series. How it is the fourth bulletin, I will be explaining you that, don't worry. It includes the estimates of LFER, WPR, unemployment rate, the distribution of workers by the broad employment status, industry of the work under the current weekly status framework. Now what exactly is the labor force participation rate? LFER, worker population ratio WPR, unemployment rate UR. So guys, let me tell you that labor force participation rate is the number of laborers available in the market out of the total people who are eligible to be a labor. Clear everyone? Moving ahead, we are having the worker population ratio. The worker population ratio basically is having the total number of people who are actually working, who are working, right? And then comes the unemployment rate. Unemployment rate is about those people basically who are available for the working and they are looking for the work but they are unable to find the work. That's why they are unemployed. So these are the labor indicators which are being provided to us by the periodic labor force survey, and the periodic labor force survey provides us the data. Now how exactly it provides the data, in which manner, and what was the earlier scenario, we will be going to discuss that in a very detailed manner. Why? Because this is the exam month, my dear friends. May is really very important. That's why we need to cover it from examination point of view. So PLFS is conducted by NSO under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. It is the main source of data on employment and unemployment conditions in the India. So how many people are working, how many people are available for work, how many people are not working, they are not able to work. So all these numbers are being given by this PLFS. Now let me tell you here that the PLFS survey methodology was modified in January 2025. जनवरी 2025 में जो मेथड था उसको चेंज किया गया. एंड हेयर व्हाट वाज द चेंज? वी स्टार्टेड प्रोवाइडिंग द मंथली एंड द क्वार्टरली labor force estimates. So I told you that we are having the monthly as well as the quarterly data right now under the current weekly status framework. Now what is the current weekly status framework? That means in the last 1 week a particular person was available for work or not, right? And then whether he was working or not, or he was available for work but he is not able to find the work. So all these things we are seeing for the last 1 week. Now the revised sampling methodology generated high frequency labor force indicators with the wider coverage. Now how exactly we have widened the coverage area? let me tell you that earlier, these quarterly bulletins only used to provide the data of the urban areas, and the rural area data was not been provided by this particular bulletin. But in the month of January 2025, we decided that from now onwards we will be having the monthly data as well as the quarterly data, and the data is going to provide the picture for both rural areas and the urban areas separately as well as combined. Clear? So the redesigned PLFS seeks to generate monthly all India estimates for the rural and urban areas for the key indicators under the CWS framework, which includes LFPR, which is the percentage of people who are either working or looking or available for work. Then worker population ratio is basically the percentage of people who are actually employed. Unemployment rate is the percentage of people in the labor force who are unemployed but looking available for work. Clear everyone? So labor force participation rate क्या है? Out of the total people, how many of them have entered into the market? Now worker population ratio is basically how many people in this market are actually working. And unemployment rate is how many people are there in the market but they are not working, they are just looking for the work. I hope that all these concepts are very much clear in your mind, right? Now the revised survey extends the quarterly PLFS estimates to the rural areas also, which enables the quarterly labor market estimates for rural as well as the urban India under the current weekly status. Clear everyone? And that's why after the January 2025, this is the 4th edition of the quarterly bulletin. Clear to everyone? Now let's move on to the key findings of this report. So here the very first article is on the labor force participation rate. So the overall LFPR of the persons aged 15 years and above was estimated at 55.5%. That means out of the total people who are eligible to work, only 55.5% are entering the market. In the rural areas, more people are working in the market, that is 58.2%. In the urban areas, less people are working in the market, that is 50.2%. Less people are entering the market, that is 50.2%. Then when we talk about the female LFPR, guys, so when it comes to the female LFPR, it was 34.7%. So it has basically decreased from the previous quarter. Previous quarter it was 34.9, but now the female LFPR has basically decreased. The female LFPR is more in the rural areas. In the rural areas, more female laborers are participating in the market, are entering the market with a percentage of 39.2%. And in the urban areas, they are quite less. Only 1/4 of the women, that is 25.4%, are entering the market. When it comes to the urban workforce, maintains stability. When it comes to the worker population ratio, my dear friends, now we are talking about the worker population ratio. The worker population ratio means the people who are actually working. So out of the total people who were entering the market, that is 55.8%, 52.8% of the people are basically working. In the rural areas, the number has declined marginally to 55.7 from 56.1. In the urban areas, it has basically maintained the stability, right? Last time it was 47.1 and this time it is 46.9%. Right? So marginal decline is also there in the urban areas. Clear everyone? So worker population ratio has basically declined marginally from 53.1 to 52.8%. In the rural worker population ratio as well as the urban population ratio, in both the areas it has declined. But when it comes to the LFPR, it increased. When it comes to the LFPR, guys, you can see, in the LFPR also it decreased from 55.8% to 55.5%. Right? So you can see here that the LFPR and the WPR are on the declining trends. Right? Less number of people are entering the market to work as compared to the previous quarter. Right? And the people who are working, they are also reducing now. Now let's move on to the unemployment. Before that, let's talk about the worker population ratio. We have already covered in a detailed manner. Now let's talk about the unemployment rate in the urban areas, which exhibited the declining trend. Now guys, when it comes to the overall unemployment rate in the urban areas, it declined compared to the last 2 quarters. It stood at 6.6% during the present quarter compared to 6.7%. Last time in the last quarter it was 6.7%, this quarter it is 6.6%. And when it comes to the rural areas, it increased marginally from 4% to 4.3%. Clear? Now when it comes to the regular wage or the salaried employees in the rural areas, the regular wage or salaried employees, there was a marginal increment was seen. It is up to 15.5% from 14.8% in the previous quarter. Now the share of self-employed persons has also declined to 62.5%. In urban areas, the distribution of workers across a different status remain broadly stable. Urban areas में broadly stable रहा है, but when it comes to the rural areas, वो थोड़ा सा marginal increment देखने को मिला. See guys, it is a data heavy day today, but let me tell you, this data is something which is going to help you to clear the examination in the month of June 2026 when you will be sitting in the examination. Clear? तो देखो बड़े अच्छे तरीके से हमने इसको कवर किया है कि सबसे पहले पीएलएफएस को लॉन्च ऑन करता है एनएसओ अंडर द मॉस्पी, राइट. इट गिव्स अस द डेटा अक्रॉस द थ्री इंडिकेटर्स, LFPR, WPR and unemployment rate. Clear everyone? When it comes to the labor force participation rate, it was 55.5%, and that is basically how many people have entered into the market. Then we are having the female LFPR. So female LFPR also decreased from 34.9 to 34.7%. When it comes to the worker population ratio, it decreased from 53.1 to 52.8%. Unemployment rate की बात करेंगे हम, so it is also declined. So everything in the PLFS this time in the quarterly bulletin has declined. Clear everyone? Are you guys getting the point? So the regular wage or the salaried employees in the rural areas, there was a slight improvement. In the urban areas, it remained broadly stable. When it comes to the increase in the rural employment in both the secondary and tertiary sector, the participation of the people in the rural areas in both secondary and tertiary sector, so the sectoral distribution of employment continues to exhibit similar structural pattern. तो एक similar structural pattern यहाँ देखने को मिला with the rural workforce predominantly engaged in the primary sector. The more the people in the rural workforce are engaged in the primary sector only, and the urban workforce are concentrated in the tertiary sector. See guys, you all know that the rural areas are basically, rural economies are based on the primary sector only, that is the agriculture related work, right? In the rural areas, share of workers who are engaged in agriculture, they are 55.8%, which is again declined from 58.5%, right? Whereas in the tertiary sector, it increased from 20 to 21.6%, 21.7%. So you can see here that the number of people who are engaged in the primary sector has decreased in the rural areas, and the number of people engaged in the tertiary sector has increased in the rural area. That means there is a shift from primary to tertiary sector in the rural areas. Now the secondary sector along with the mining and quarrying in the rural areas also witnessed a rise. In the secondary sector also we have seen a rise. In the urban areas, the sectoral distribution of workers remained largely stable. Now using the protected population figures of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, so basically we have seen that how many people are exactly working right now. In the last quarter of January to March 2026, how many people were actually working in India? That is 57.4 crore persons were actually working. This is age 15 years and above were employed in the country, where 40.2 crore are male and 17.2 crore are female. Clear everyone? Are you guys able to understand this? 40% are male, 40.2 crore are male and 17.2 crore are female. Clear to everyone? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. See, you need to revise it multiple times to ensure the data. And for that, don't forget to solve the MCQ quiz that we are going to provide you at 8 p.m. on the portal. Clear everyone? Let's now move on to the next news article. Now this article is also very important. Why so? Because National Statistical Office has revised the release data for the provisional annual GDP estimates. Now we will be trying to understand it with the help of an example. So we are talking about the GDP estimate, that when exactly we will be getting the GDP estimates. Every year guys, on a certain date we were supposed to have the GDP estimates, but now this date has been changed. That is why it is important. Earlier basically it was been released on the last working day of the month of May, but now we have shifted this date to 1 week. There is a delay of 1 week, that is now it will be provided on 7th of June. Now why exactly so? Let's again go back to the school. There is a teacher, right, who has to create the report cards. and he has to basically identify that what is the proper analysis of the performance of the overall students in my class, right? Now there are some students who are little bit late in submitting their answer sheets. So basically, if the students were submitting the answer sheets on time, what would have happened? The teacher was able to assess the students and deliver the result on time, right? On a particular date, basically early timeline per teacher was able to provide the results. But as there are students who are late submitters, who submit the answer sheets late, what happens? It leads to, distorted result. So that is why teacher decided that from now onwards what I will be doing is I will be providing you the results after a week, so that we are having the actual results. We are not having the bad results now. We are not having the non-actual results. We are having the actual results now. So that was a scenario in the annual GDP estimates. Why so? Because there were so many departments who used to submit the data late, and they were not at the fault, because the data needs some time to get accumulated, then analyzed and then submitted. So that is the reason that there was a delay. And earlier the numbers were not that much good, they were not that much real. So to have more real data, now it has been decided by the teacher that we will be releasing the data after a delay of 1 week. Similarly, we will be providing the annual GDP estimates, provisional annual GDP estimates, after a week now, and not in the last date of May. Clear everyone? Now let's jump into the article and let's try to understand this. So National Statistical Office under the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation has revised the release date of the provisional estimates of annual gross domestic product and the fourth quarter of the GDP estimates. So annual GDP and the fourth quarter GDP estimates, both of them were basically earlier released on the last date of May, and now they will be released on the 7th of June every year on the previous working day. If the 7th June is a holiday, तो अगर 7 जून को हॉलीडे है तो प्रीवियस वर्किंग डे पर हमें उसको लॉन्च करना होगा. अगर 6 जून को भी हॉलीडे है तो 5th जून को लॉन्च करना होगा. Clear everyone? Are you guys getting the point? So this decision, this revision has been made after consultation with the advisory committee on the national account statistics. Now there might be some people who will be thinking that what is GDP exactly, right? Which we are estimating. So guys, GDP is the final value of all the goods and services which are produced in a country in a particular year. Clear everyone? In a defined timeline, in the defined place, what is the total value of all the goods and services which are being created? So that gives us the GDP. Clear? So this revision has been made in consultation with the advisory committee on the national account statistics. The change aims to strengthen the data quality in the national accounts compilation. It is going to improve the quality, coverage and the robustness of the data. Clear? So why this decision has been taken? Why exactly the decision has been taken? So that the certain critical data sets become available only after a lag of up to 2 months. Why this decision has been taken? Because there are some critical data which only become after a gap of 2 months. So we cannot submit this data. That is why there was a delay, right? And we were not having the actual and the real data. Now we want to have more actual, more quality coverage and the robustness of the data. That's why from now onwards we will be having the annual GDP estimates and the provisional GDP estimates of the last quarter after a week. So the listed companies were required to file audited quarter 4 and annual financial results within the 60 days from the end of financial year, which lead to many submissions near the 31st में. तो काफ़ी submissions तो last date पर आ रही थी. So कैसे data हमारा time पे आता? Key central government fiscal data for the March, including the revenue expenditure, capital expenditure, taxes, subsidies, interest payments, also become available after about 2 months. तो जब इतना सारा डेटा हमें मिल ही लेट रहा है, how exactly we can produce the good data and good results out of this data? Is it possible? Give me answer in yes or no, everybody. Everybody give me the answer in yes or no. Was it really possible for the teacher to give the data or to give the result on the time? Again, teacher will be facing the issue. So that's why we have to ensure that we just decided that why not we just give the data after a week, so that we can compile the data, we can analyze it, and then only we are coming with the actual results. Clear everyone? So now the press note on the provisional estimates of the GDP for fiscal year 25-26 and the quarterly estimates of the GDP for quarter 4 is scheduled to be released on 5th of June 26. So the next data will be released on 5th of June 2026 from now onwards. So let me tell you that this data which will be released on 5th of June is going to be very, very important for you. This change is very important, and this data which is going to be released is again going to be very important for all of you for the upcoming exam. Clear? So thank you Srishti, Material Share, ABC, Kashish, and all the people who have given me the answers in the chat box. Clear everyone? Let's move on to the next news article now. Now guys, the two very important articles are left now. That is this MOU and then the VBG Ramji Act. Let me tell you, VBG Ramji Act is in itself a kind of gatha that we need to cover in a very holistical manner, because it is very important from exam point of view, right? So please ensure that you are staying till the end of the session, otherwise you will end up losing the marks in the examination. So here, let's move on to the next news article. So I4C and RBIH, that is the Reserve Bank Innovation Hub, has signed an MOU to strengthen the artificial intelligence driven detection of mule accounts. So what exactly these mule accounts are and why exactly we are focusing on them. Let's take an example that these cyber criminals are the robbers. They are the thieves. They are the robbers, right? Let's take an example that this robber is now required to pass through a airport security check before boarding the flight. And in the movies, so many movies we see, guys, what happens is what exactly these people do, these robbers do. They place the money in the bag of other people so that they cannot be identified, right? So earlier they were having the money, but they replaced their bags with the bags of other people, so that if even we got stuck, so I won't be the responsible person, that person who was having that bag will get stuck there, right? तो कौन फंसेगा? वो person फंसेगा. So here the bag which is being used for carrying that robbed money amount is basically called the mule account. The mule account is basically the account used to receive, transfer or hide money obtained through the fraud or the cyber crime. This is called a mule account, and we want to nab such kind of mule accounts in our system. And that is why, let's take an example that earlier there was a manual checking on the airport when they were opening each and every bag to see that okay, if there is a money there or not, right? But now what we have done, we have implanted the artificial intelligence and machine learning based scanners. These scanners will be able to identify that okay, in that bag there is the money. So that's how we will be able to identify these mule accounts. Clear everyone? That's what we have tried to implement in our economy now. How? Let's try to understand this. But I believe that this example is very much clear to everyone, right? So the Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center under the Ministry of Home Affairs and the Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub has signed an MOU to strengthen the action against the cyber-enabled financial frauds and the mule accounts. Right? So whatever the cyber-enabled financial frauds are taking place, whatever the mule accounts, we are going to identify them. It focuses on the fraud risk intelligence sharing, analytical support and operational coordination for proactive fraud detection and the prevention. So let's take an example, guys, that here you know what these two entities are. See guys, one is the I4C, and one is the RBIH. So RBIH is having the technology of the AI scanners which can be implanted on the airport, and you know this I4C is that particular police, the local police who was having the data, who were having that secret information that yes, there is someone who is traveling now and is having that the money which is basically been the result of theft at particular place, or it is a robbed money. Clear everyone? So the initiative aims to detect and remove the hidden mule accounts using data from the I4C suspect registry through the AI driven fraud detection system. The fraud detection system is the mule hunter of the Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub, and this I4C, that is Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center, is having the data about such kind of people who are having such kind of accounts. So under the MOU, I4C and RBI, they will be collaborating on sharing the mule account related intelligence. So they will be sharing the intelligence and suspect identifiers from the I4C MHA suspect registry. From the registry of the I4C, the RBIH mule hunter is going to hunt these mule accounts and they are going to nab such kind of people. So the shared datasets will strengthen AI machine learning based model driven fraud detection systems such as the mulehunter.ai, which was launched by the Reserve Bank of India Innovation Hub. It is an AI-driven fraud detection system developed and used by the banks. It is developed by RBI and used by the banks to identify and detect mule accounts involved in the cyber financial frauds. सो जो भी पैसा साइबर फाइनेंशियल फ्रॉड से कमाया जाता है म्यूल अकाउंट्स में रखा जाता है, उन म्यूल अकाउंट्स को आइडेंटिफाई करने का काम करेगा म्यूल हंटर डॉट ए आई. म्यूल हंटर डॉट ए आई इज बिन रिलीज बाई RBI. RBI is signing an MOU with the I4C as a part of this particular MOU. Clear everyone? When it comes to RBI, it is a wholly owned subsidiary of the Reserve Bank of India, which promotes innovation in the financial sector through the technology based initiatives. तो टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड इनिशिएटिव्स के जरिए हम प्रमोट करते हैं इनोवेशन को इन द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर, एंड दिस वर्क इज बीन डन बाय द रिजर्व बैंक इनोवेशन हब. So my dear future officers, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if this news article is clear to everyone, and after that we will be moving on to the next master article of the today's session. Is this clear? What are the name of the two entities which have signed this MOU? I4C and RBI. Which system will be used by the RBI for the identification of the mule accounts? That is mulehunter.ai. Absolutely right. Clear everyone? We will be getting the data from the I4C registry. Now let's move on to this very very important article, that is the VB Ramji Act 2025. So my dear friends, the government has notified the implementation of the VB Ramji Act 2025 from 1st of July 2026. Now before moving on to this particular article, I would like to give you a small story to understand this with the help of an example, right? So that before even covering this whole article, you are able to understand that, okay, what this article is all about. So you must have heard about the Manrega scheme, right? Manrega scheme was earlier there, and now it will be replaced by the VB Ramji Act. But let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Let's take an example that there is a village. There is a village. It is named as Kanpur. Kanpur mein there is a person whose name is, let's take an example, Rahul. So Rahul is a person who is a citizen of Kanpur. Clear? So a farming season was going on and he was having a good amount of work during the farming season. But now just recently that farming season has got over. Now Rahul is thinking that what exactly now I can do. I have a family to run. I'm having my wife, my parents living in my village, right? In this rural area of the Kanpur. So basically earlier I was having the work, I was getting the wages. But right now as the farming season is off, it is already done. Now there is a very less amount of work in the Kanpur area. So what he decides is that he decided that okay, I will be going to the city and I will be doing some kind of mazdoori and I will be earning some amount so that I can ensure and I can fulfill all the demands of my household expenditures, right? But when he was on his way to the city, he saw a poster which was there, a very big hoarding at the exit gate of the Kanpur village, and that was of the VB Ramji Act 2025. Now he just thought that this really seems very interesting in nature. Why not let me just go to the Gram Panchayat and let's see that okay, what exactly this is all about. So when he went to the Gram Panchayat, he asked about the VB Ramji Act. Okay, what exactly it is. So Gram Panchayat has explained to him that what exactly is the VB Ramji Act. That under this act we can give you some work, and you know that you are not required even to go to the city. You can stay with your family in this village of Kanpur and you will be having the work inside the village only. And with the help of this, you won't be a liability for the Kanpur, even you will be an asset for the Kanpur, right? So my dear friends, now Rahul was really curious that what kind of work that they are going to give me. And you know what? The Gram Panchayat even said that even if we are not having the work now, don't worry. As you are eligible for the work and let us register you. Even if we are not having the work, we will be providing you the allowance, because we are now not able to give you the work under this act. As we are now not able to give you the work under this act, so we will be giving you the allowance. And additionally, Rahul said that okay, please tell me exactly that what kind of work you are going to give me. Kanpur said the Gram Panchayat of the Kanpur said to him that, see, this time we are not just giving XYZ of the work. We are going to give you a work which is going to be a very development for the whole village. So it's not like you will be working on just here and there projects. No, you will be working for the development of the village and the development of the nation, because the government of India is having the target of becoming the Viksit Bharat by year 2047. My dear friends, I hope that the story of Rahul is very much clear to all of you. If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box, so that now I can take you. And now onwards we will be having a journey of the VBG Ramji Act, that what exactly it is. But before that, I would like to ask you, are you guys done? Are you guys able to understand this small story of Rahul, who was living in the Kampur village? If yes, give me a thumbs up in the chat box. So I can see here that yes, everybody is giving me the thumbs up. Now let's jump on to this article. So my dear friends, the VBG Ramji Act, that is stands for Viksit Bharat. I told you, Government of India is having the Viksit Bharat approach by year 2047 target. So this time the article is Viksit Bharat G Ramji Act 2025. This is the rural employment and development legislation to align rural development with the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. And how this will be achieved? We will be providing statutory guarantee of 125 days of unskilled wage employment to the rural households and promoting the creation of productive rural assets. So this time we are not just working on some random XYZ construction projects. No, this time we are going to really work on these areas which are going to be the productive rural assets. For example, water harvesting in the village. Earlier the people were only one of the work was the land development area, where they were only leveling the work, a kind of mazdoori that they were doing, right? But from now onward they will be participating in the developmental work. Clear everyone? So we will be providing a statutory guarantee of 125 days. So for how much time of employment the Rahul can get in this village? That is 125 days. Earlier, my dear friend, there was a Manrega scheme. Manrega scheme was only providing the employment of 100 days to the people, right? Only 100 days of the employment was being provided by the Manrega scheme. Now under the VBG Ramji Act, we are having the 125 days of employment. And under the Manrega scheme, only random XYZ construction projects were there, like land development, right? But in the VBG Ramji Act, the person will be working on the productive rural assets, which will be making it a developed village and helping the country to becoming the developed nation in the upcoming timeline of 2047. Now, who has released this guidelines for the implementation of the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission? That is Ministry of Rural Development. We are talking about the rural areas. So Ministry of Rural Development will be notifying the implementation of the Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission on 11th of May 2026. Please note down this date. This date can be asked in the examination. 11th of May 2026 onwards. From the 11th of May 2026, we will be implementing this particular VBG Ramji Act, right? And from which date this act will be rolled out nationwide? This act will be rolled out nationwide from 1st of July 2026. And on this very date only, the Manrega scheme will cease over. It will stand repealed on the 1st of July 2026. And from the 1st July 2026, all the activities will be conducted under the VBG Ramji Act. In the fiscal year 26-27, the central government has made a budgetary allocation of 95,692.31 crores. Let me tell you, every data of this article is very important and a probable data to be asked in the examination. Clear? Don't worry, I am having a very important initiative for you. But if you want to be the part of that initiative, if you want to, acknowledge and see that initiative, you have to stay in the session. Clear? So the budgetary allocation for this particular part is 95,692.31 crores, which is the highest ever budget estimate allocation for the rural employment program. It includes the likely state contribution, and the total program outlay will be around 1.51 lakh crores. So you can see here around 56,000 crores will be provided by the state governments, and the central government has had a budgetary allocation of 95,692 crores. Right, and this is the highest ever budget estimate allocation for the rural employment program. which has been ever done. Now what will be the funding pattern here? What will be the funding pattern? In the northeastern and the Himalayan state, the funding pattern will be 90:10 ratio. For the normal states with the legislature and the states with the UTs with the legislature, the funding pattern will be 60:40. And for the UTs without legislature, 100% of the funding will be provided by the government of India. So in the northeastern and Himalayan states, 90:10 is the ratio. For the UTs with legislature and the states, it will be in the ratio of 60:40, and for the UTs without legislature, it will be 100% central funding. Clear to everyone? Are you guys able to understand it from examination point of view? Please remember these details. Now the Act positions the Gram Panchayats as the central pillar. So which entity will be at the central pillar of this Act? That will be Gram Panchayat for the rural transformation, and aims to support employment generation, real development, and the self-reliance. So basically, my dear friends, on this central pillar, there will be three structures which are really very important from a village point of view. That is the employment generation, rural development, and the self-reliance. The Gram Panchayat is going to play a central role in the implementation of the scheme. And according to the VBG Ramji Act, contractors cannot be engaged for the execution of the works financed under this Act. So the people who have just joined the session, let me tell you here that we are covering the most important VBG Ramji Act. Okay? So please pay attention. The contractors cannot be engaged for the execution of the works financed under this Act. So Gram Panchayat will be managing the work. It's not the contractor who will be managing it, right? There are weekly public disclosure systems. So we have to ensure that there is a proper transparency in all the work which will be conducted. So there will be a public disclosure system, including the digital and the physical displays of the key metrics, muster rolls, payments, and the sanctions. The Gram Panchayat shall also hold weekly disclosure meetings. Now guys, what exactly is the muster roll? Muster roll is that attendance. For example guys, every time you are in the classroom, you are having the attendance register, you mark the attendance there. Your teacher marks the attendance that okay, this person was available in the class of the physics, chemistry, maths, and English, right? Additionally, this person was there in the 10 classes. This was the topic that he has covered in the class. So everything is being maintained. Similarly, the muster roll is basically the attendance register of all these people who are working. So this register will tell that who is coming to the work under this VBG Ramji Act, who is coming to the work, for how many days, on what project he has worked, accordingly how many hours he has worked. Accordingly, he will be getting the payment sanctioned by the Gram Panchayat. Clear everyone? So the whole this of the data will be maintained in the muster roll. Now, as and when this VBG Ramji Act will be coming into force, the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee, that is the Manrega, which was launched in 2005, will stand repealed from the same date. The employment under the Manrega will continue uninterrupted till the commencement of the new act. तो जब तक VBG Ramji Act implement नहीं होता, तब तक मनरेगा का सारा काम चलता रहेगा. मनरेगा will still stand in place, right? और जितने भी ongoing projects हैं, the ongoing मनरेगा works as on June 30th will be saved and carried over into the new framework. So what will happen? There will be migration of the all projects. So मनरेगा के अंदर जो भी काम चल रहे थे, now they will be transferred to the VBG Ramji. So they will be now carried over by the VBG Ramji Act. Clear everyone? But till the time VBG Ramji Act is being there in the working, so till that time we will be having Manrega. Clear? And the existing eKYC verified Manrega job cards will remain valid. So guys, let me tell you that the people who used to work in the Manrega scheme, so they get the Manrega job cards. So the people who have already got their eKYC, that is know your customer verification, who have done, so this is going to remain valid under the VBG Ramji Act also until the time the Gramin Rozgar Guarantee cards are issued under the VBG Ramji Act. So we will be having the Gramin Rozgar Guarantee cards under the VBG Ramji Act, and under the Manrega we were having Manrega job cards. Clear everyone? In the Manrega we were having job cards, in the VBG Ramji Act we are having the guarantee cards, Rozgar Guarantee cards. Only there is some slight tweak in the name guys, but the actual picture is the same only, right? Able to understand? Till now the picture is clear to all. See guys, why I am covering this article in a very slow manner so that you are able to understand it. This is going to be creating a difference in your preparation in the upcoming examination, right? So VBG Ramji Act guidelines has been launched by the Minister of Rural Development on 11th of May 2026. It will be implemented from 1st of July 26. The allocation is 95,692.31 crores, and the total allocation after the submission of the state as well, it will be 1.51 lakh crore. What is the funding pattern? 90s to 10 for northeastern Himalayan states, 60s to 40 for states UTs with legislatures, 100% central funding for UTs without legislature. That's all from this article. Clear? So VBG Ramji Act, until the time it will come into force, Manrega will stand there. When it will be coming into act, the VBG Ramji Act, then at that point of time the Manrega Act will stand repealed, right? And all the work, ongoing projects under the Manrega will be carried over by the VBG Ramji Act. Clear? Now let's move on to the key features, guys. The key features holds a very important part of this scheme. So the every rural household whose adult members volunteer for the unskilled manual work. So dosto, as Rahul was there, so every person who is adult and he is ready to work, he can go to the Gram Panchayat and say that yes, I want to work, give me some work, right? And the Gram Panchayat is liable to now give the work. If it is not giving the work, then what will happen? He has to give him the unemployment allowance, right? Getting the point? So the unskilled manual work will be entitled to a statutory guarantee of 125 days of wage employment in every financial year. तो हर फाइनेंशियल ईयर में 125 डेज का वेज एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलेगा एवरी रूरल हाउसहोल्ड को हु इज रेडी टू वर्क. द वर्कर्स विल बी प्रोवाइडेड द एम्प्लॉयमेंट अगेंस्ट द डिमांड. It's not like we will be going to their houses and we will be, holding them and bringing them to the under the work. No, we are not going to do that. The person who is interested to work, only that person will be getting the work, right? Within the prescribed time frame following which they will be entitled to unemployment allowance. So kitna allowance milega, that also we will be discussing. So it places strong emphasis on the timely and transparent wage payments. But a very important point, under the VBG Ramji Act, we are focusing on timely and transparent wage payments. How? See, wages will be directly transferred into the worker's bank account or the post office accounts. It will not be like that the people who are managing all the work, so they will be getting the money and they will be giving the money to the household volunteers who are working. No, that is not going to be the scenario. Why? Because directly the amount will be credited to the person's account. Clear everyone? Through the direct benefit transfer. Wages are to be paid weekly or the 15 days. तो हमें वीकली या फिर 15 दिन में उनको वेजेस देनी ही है फ्रॉम द क्लोजर ऑफ द मस्टर रोल. फेलिंग विच वर्कर्स विल गेट डिले कंपनसेशन. अगर उनको पैसा टाइम पे नहीं मिलता है तो एक डिलेड कंपनसेशन उनको मिलेगा. इफ द वेजेस आर नॉट पेड विद इन 15 डेज फ्रॉम द क्लोजर ऑफ द मस्टर रोल, अगर 15 दिन के अंदर उनको नहीं मिलता है पैसा, राइट, मस्टर रोल के क्लोजर पे 15 डेज के अंदर दे आर नॉट गेटिंग देयर वेजेस, दे आर एंटाइटल्ड टू गेट डिले कंपनसेशन at a rate of 0.05% of the unpaid wages per day of the delay. So whatever the amount that they were entitled to get, uska 0.05% as a delay compensation they will be getting, right, on per day basis. The workers without the job cards may continue to register at the Gram Panchayat level. The workers shall not be denied employment only due to the pending EKYC. If there is a person who is not done with the EKYC, it does not mean that we can deny him with the work. No, we have to provide the work. We have to facilitate arrangements for the EKYC completion so that the person can do the work at the field level by the state governments. Where ongoing works are insufficient to meet employment demand, if the ongoing works are insufficient to meet the employment demand, let's take an example, there are 100 people who are demanding the employment and we are only having the work of 10 people. So we have to create the work for these people, the new works from the shelf of the works consistent with the schedule 1 of the Viksit Bharat Ji Ramji Act may be taken up. So this can be taken up, my dear friends, right? Every rural household whose adult members volunteer to undertake unskilled manual work shall be eligible for employment under this act. Any rural household not having a Manrega job card, the person can go to the Gram Panchayat, apply for the registration by submitting what details? Name, age and the address details. See, 3 details are required: name, age and address details of the household through any adult member to the concerned Gram Panchayat for issuance of a Gramin Rozgar Guarantee Card. After the registration, the person will be getting the Gramin Rozgar Guarantee Card and then he can continue the work of 125 days of employment for a financial year, right? The applications can be made orally in writing through the same form 6. Please remember these small details even, because they can be the part of the question. The application can be made orally in writing through the form 6 as before, or through digital platform up to the gram panchayat program officer or any authorized person. If the employment is not provided within the stipulated period, if the person is not getting the employment opportunity as per the demand for the employment, then unemployment allowance will be payable by the state government to the person. It should not be less than the 1/4 of the notified wage rate. For example, 100 rupees was basically 100 rupees the people were getting as a wage under that work, so he should not be getting less than rupees 25, right? Not less than 1/4 of the notified wage rate for the first 30 days. तो पहले 30 days पर उनको 25 रुपीज़ से कम पैसा नहीं दे सकते, and after that not less than one half, that means not less than rupees 50 we can give, right? We have to ensure that we are giving at least 50 rupees wage rate for the remaining period after 30 days. क्लियर? तो 125 डेज का उनको हमें एम्प्लॉयमेंट देना ही है. अगर पहले 30 डेज तक नहीं मिला काम तो 25 डेज में रुपीज़ में काम चल जाएगा, बट आफ्टर दैट वी हैव टू पे हिम रुपीज़ 50 for the remaining days, that is 95 days. Clear everyone? Enhanced wage rates shall be provided as per the provision of section 10 of the act. Until the new wage rates are notified under the act, the existing मनरेगा wage rates shall continue to apply. तो जब तक हमारे पास ये enhanced wage rates नहीं आते under the section 10, so we will be implementing the मनरेगा wage rates only. They shall continue to apply. Clear everyone? Now moving ahead, attendance at the work site shall be captured through a face authentication based attendance mechanism. तो फेस ऑथेंटिकेशन के जरिए उनकी अटेंडेंस मार्क होगी एंड द मस्टर रोल. कहाँ पर होगी? प्लीज टेल मी द चैट बॉक्स वेयर एग्जैक्टली द अटेंडेंस विल बी मार्क्ड. इन द मस्टर रोल. द वर्क साइट फैसिलिटीज shall be provided at the work site. A work site must have a safe drinking water, shade for the children and the rest periods, and the first aid box. So all these facilities should be there on the work site, so that if there is any miss happening on the site, we are having the facilities to contain the damages, right? And additionally, the persons, like so many times what happens is the children of the people are quite very young, right? They are very young. So basically we should have being the shade for those children so that they can stay there. To facilitate adequate labor facility during the peak agricultural season, guys, at times what happens is the agriculture season is there on the peak, such as sowing and harvesting periods are taking place. So during that time, state government notify a period which will cover this peak agriculture session, during which works under the act shall not be undertaken. So under those timelines, the work under the act shall not be undertaken. As far as possible, employment will be provided within a radius of 5 kilometers. See guys, it should not be like that the person is going far away, 10 kilometers away from the village to get to do that work, right? The most of the money he will be spending in commutation only. So we have to ensure that within the radius of 5 kilometers of the applicant's village we are providing the work. If provided beyond that, the workers are paid an extra 10% of the wage rate. Let's take an example. Earlier the person was getting rupees 100, but the work site is 10 kilometers away or more than 5 kilometers away. So what amount he will be getting? 110 rupees. So that there is some allowance of the commutation. Now the district collector or the equivalent officer is designated by the state government will be functioning as a district program coordinator. An officer not below the rank of block development officer shall be appointed as a program officer at the block level. We will be having the program officer, we will be having the district program coordinator. The work shall be performed using the manual labor, and no labor displacing machines shall be used as far as practicable. So we will be having completely manual labor there, right? There is no labor displacing machine because we are already giving them the money to do the work. The expenditure on the material component, guys, when it comes to the material component, there is a limit on the expenditure of the same. It shall not exceed 40% of the district level. It shall not exceed 40% of the district level. There should be a Janta board which will be displayed at every work site, which will indicate the work details, that what work we are doing, what are the estimated labor days, what are the material quantities, what are the item wise costs, for everything we will be having. See, all these details will be done on the Janta board. So there will be a placard outside the every work site, right? And that placard will be showing will be called as Janta board, which will be showing all the work details, estimated number of labor days, material quantities. Clear? Now Housing Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Grameen works can also be taken up under the act for the provision of 90 to 95% days wage support. For the provision of 90 to 95 days percent wage support, we can provide him the work on the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Grameen. You all know that under the PMAYG, we are constructing the houses in the Grameen areas, in the rural areas of the country. Clear everyone? So I hope that all these details are clear. Don't worry, we will be revising that as well. Don't worry about it. But till now, is everything clear to everyone? Please give me a thumbs up. I need a thumbs up from all of you to understand that yes, you are able to understand these articles till now. Moving ahead, the Viksit Gram Panchayat Plan. So what is the Viksit Gram Panchayat Plan? It is a future ready local development plan which is prepared by the Gram Panchayat through participatory and evidence based planning. I told you that this time we are focusing on the Gram Panchayat. We are focusing on the developmental work which is going to make India Viksit Bharat. So that's why we are having the development plan. It is important because all the works under the act must originate from the Viksit Gram Panchayat plans prepared by the Gram Panchayat and approved by the Gram Sabha. So Gram Panchayat will be making the plan, Gram Sabha will be approving the plan. The act promotes a single plan multi-funding approach through convergence with the central, state and local schemes. Through the convergence of the central, state and local schemes, we will be having a single plan multi-funding approach. Clear everyone? Thank you for giving me the thumbs up in the chat box. Now my dear friends, what are the different types of works which are permitted under the act? What are the different types of works? So the act permits execution of works under the 4 major thematic domains. What are these 4 major thematic domains? These includes water security work, core rural infrastructure, livelihood related infrastructure, extreme weather mitigation works. So these are the developmental works which will be providing to the people of the rural areas for a period of 125 days. Clear? What are the type of works permitted? This includes water security works, core rural infrastructure, livelihood related infrastructure and the extreme weather mitigation works. That's all. Now what are the relaxations? See guys, there are so many times that we get the relaxations during the natural calamity. During the natural calamity, what can happen? There should be a relaxation because people cannot come to the work, right? Even if there is a flood in your area, will you guys be going to the work? Answer is no. You won't be able to go to work, right? So during those areas, we are going to provide the relaxation. Central government can make special relaxations such as expanding permissible works, enhancing the wage employment and relaxed documentation norms upon the state government's recommendation during the natural calamities or extraordinary circumstances. So what happens is during the natural calamity, how will the person will save his life or the document, right? When it comes to life is the priority. So person will be saving his life rather than the document. So there should not be document first approach. So state governments can basically ensure that we are not focusing more on the documentation part during that time on the natural calamities timelines. So there will be relaxation of that. And we will be having the transitional provisional rules are expected to be published shortly. So Government of India will be releasing the transition rules very shortly so that we can see how the VBG Ramji Act will be implemented and how the transition will be taking place from Manrega to the VBG Ramji Act. Clear everyone? Are you guys clear? So now let me tell you a very very important point, and that important point is I told you an important initiative that we are starting at chapters. Now the initiative that you are waiting for is here before your screen. We are having a 1-minute final revision table for all of you. To cover this very long article, we are having the 1-minute final revision table. So let's try to cover this table in a very speedily manner, and I want even you to give me the answers in the chat box so that we can revise this table in a very very easy manner. Clear everyone? Let's start. Let's be quick. So we are talking about the Viksit Bharat Ji Ramji Act 2025, which is focusing on the rural employment, productive rural asset and the creation law. Clear? It is notified by Minister of Rural Development on 11th of May 2026 and it will be rolled out from 1st of July 2026. It is going to replace the Manrega 2005 and it will stand repealed from the same date. How many employment works will be provided? 125 days of unskilled wage employment. Earlier it was only 100 days, now it will be 125 days. The budget, what is the budgetary allocation? 95,692.31 crores. And the total outlay likely will be above 1.51 lakh crores. Fund sharing, my dear friends, fund sharing. The fund sharing will be 90:10 for the northeastern Himalayan states, 60:40 for the other states, and UTs with the legislature, 100% center for the UTs without legislature. Then there will be a wage payment. So wage payment will be done through the direct benefit transfer within a week or within 15 days, right after the closure of the muster roll. Then there will be delay compensation. If there is a delay in the wage payment, there will be 0.05% of the unpaid wages per day after 15 days. Unemployment allowance will be provided, which is 1/4 wage rate for the first 30 days, 1/2 wage rate after that. Clear? The work distance should be preferably within 5 km. If it is more than 10 km, then there will be 10% extra wage. Now the key implementing body is the Gram Panchayat. It will be doing registration of the person, job applications, receiving the job applications, focusing on the work execution, maintaining the records, and making the Viksit Village Gram Panchayat plan, right? Viksit Gram Panchayat plan. Then the planning tool. So the Viksit Gram Panchayat plan, it will include all works must originate from VGPPs approved from the Gram Sabha. Approach will be single plan multi-funding convergence, where you can see there is a convergence of the central, state and local schemes. Work domains will include the water security, core rural infrastructure, livelihood infrastructure and the extreme weather mitigation. So these are all the important details, my dear friends, that we are required to cover under the Viksit Ji Ramji Act 2025. Are you guys able to understand this from the examination point of view? Now there will be a transparency. The weekly disclosure meetings will be taking place in the physical and the digital display of muster rolls. There will be no contractors and the manual labor is been preferred, and no labor displacing machines will be there. The material cap will be there of 40% at the district level, the expenditure on the material component expenditure. Then we are having the worksite facilities, the drink water, shade, rest space for the children, and the first aid box mandatory will be there. Attendance will be done on authentication based attendance mechanism. Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana Gramin linkage is also there, which provides the works of 90 to 95% days wage support. Calamity relaxation will be there, where center may relax works, wage employment and the documentation norms during natural calamities. So my dear friends, within a span of 2 minutes, we are done with the revision of the VBG Ramji Act 2025. So please tell me in the chat box, how did you find this new initiative at chapters? That is the final 1-minute revision table. So this was a fire round for all of you, right? We will be calling it as a fire round. So my dear friends, let me tell you that in the upcoming timeline, you are going to see such kind of more initiatives at chapters. See, little bit the length of the document can be increased, but this is something which is really going to help you in the revision. You can master the revision with such kind of tables. Clear everyone? I hope this is really very much useful for all of you. Now let's move on to the next set of articles. Now my dear friend, let me tell you that we are having 7 to 8 more articles which are left for the today's session. I told you that today's session is going to be a longer one. I am not just here to cover this article in a very hastily manner, in a speedily manner. No, I am here to cover it, to make you revise, to make you retain all this data from the examination point of view. Clear everyone? So now let's move on to the next news article, that is on the RBI notifications. So now we will be covering this articles again. So the RBI has cancelled the license of the Sarvodaya Cooperative Bank Limited, Mumbai. So the license of the Sarvodaya Cooperative Bank Limited of Mumbai has been cancelled by the RBI under the Banking Regulation Act 1949. From the 12th May 26 onwards, the bank ceased carrying on the banking business from the closure of business. Clear? RBI stated that the bank did not have adequate capital and earning prospects, and that is why Reserve Bank has decided to cancel the registration, cancel the license of the Sarvodaya Cooperative Bank Limited under the Banking Regulation Act 1949. Now under this act, what will happen? My dear friends, you all know that when there is a liquidation of the bank, what happens? So there is an insurance for the people who are having their funds there, right? So upon liquidation, depositors are eligible to receive the deposit insurance up to rupees 5 lakh from the Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, subject to the provisions of the DICGC Act 1961. So under the DICGC Act 1961, the people are going to get their money back. How much they will be getting? 5 lakh rupees. The maximum limit of the money is 5 lakh rupees. I am really glad to see your or responses towards that final revision table in the chat box, my dear friends. Thank you so much. So that's all. Please tell me the name of the bank whose license has been cancelled. The right answer is Sarvodaya Cooperative Bank Limited of Mumbai. Clear to everyone? Let's move on to the next news article. Some 7 more articles are left. Let's try to cover them in the next half an hour. So the Somnath Amrut Mahotsav marks 75 years. My dear friends, the Prime Minister has participated in the Somnath Amrut Mahotsav, which was held at Somnath Temple complex in Gujarat, which marked 75 years since the inauguration and consecration of the restored Somnath Temple. We all know that in the 75 years before, in 1951, Pran Pratishtha of this temple had taken place. So this particular temple got devastated and we recreated it, and that is why we are marking the 75 years of its commemoration. And this was the time which declared also India's independent consciousness after the independence in 1947. And during this event, the Prime Minister has witnessed a flypast by the Indian Air Force Surya Kiran aerobatic team during the Somnath Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. Clear everyone? I hope this is clear to everyone. Let's move on to the next news article. The Forum of Regulators held its 100th meeting. My dear friends, what is this Forum of Regulators? The Forum of Regulators is a statutory platform which brings together central and state electricity regulatory commissions. So you know that in all the states we are having the different regulatory commissions. Now for the policy making we need good coherence and coordination among all of them. That is why we decided to create a Forum of Regulators, so that they can come under one umbrella and they can focus and give their inputs for the policy making. And that's where we are bringing together central and the state electricity regulatory commissions. And recently in New Delhi we have conducted the 100th meeting of the Forum of Regulators. This aims to coordinate and improve the regulatory practices in India's power sector. So with which sector the Forum of Regulators is associated? It is the power sector. Clear everyone? Clear to all? Let's move on to the next news article. The government has introduced the multi-lane free flow tolling system. My dear friends, what is the multi-lane free flow tolling system? So right now whenever you are going on a highway ride, right, what happens that after some certain distance you see that there is a toll plaza. You need to pay the toll through your FASTag card and then only you are allowed. So the barricade opens and you are now allowed to pass through the toll. The toll has been collected for using that highway, right? So let me tell you here, now government has come up with a multi-lane free flow tolling system. What they will be doing as a part of this. So they say that you know what will happen. Now there is no requirement of stopping at the toll plaza. You can just pass by freely. And you know we will be deducting the toll from for your car for the usage of the highway. How exactly we will be doing that? We will be doing that with the help of the automatic recognition of the number plates of the vehicles, right? And these number plates will be registered and linked with the FASTag, cards, and we will be deducting the toll from the FASTag cards. And if there is a person who is not maintaining the balance, so we will be sending the e-notice to that person. If the on the e-notice the person is not able to give back the money, so what will happen? If the transaction does not take place successfully, what will happen? We are going to blacklist that FASTag card. So that is something that we are going to cover under the multi-lane free flow tolling system. Are you guys able to understand? So the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has introduced the multi-lane free flow tolling system to support seamless and contactless toll collection on the highways. The first barrier-less toll plaza was recently been rolled out at Mundka Bakarwala on Urban Extension Road 2 in the National Capital Region. तो NCR का ये पहला बैरियरलेस टोल प्लाजा था. इससे पहले दोस्तों हमने 84 टोल प्लाजा जो गुजरात के अंदर NH48 पे बनाया गया था उसको कवर किया था, राइट? The MLFF system enables vehicles to pass through tolling points without stopping, reducing congestion and improving the traffic flow. Government is basically trying to make a point that what will be the impact of this? We will be having less pollution, we will be having less fuel usage, there will be more savings for the people, and there will be less operational expenditure of the toll plaza because now they don't need people there to work there, right? And the multi-lane free flow system integrates automatic number plate recognition technology with the FASTag based electronic toll collection for automated toll collection with the minimal human intervention. So there will be a minimum human intervention there, right? And this FASTag, it works on which technology? Can anybody tell me that? It works on the RFID technology. Absolutely right. So the system has been developed using the advanced international standard technology after consultations with the technology providers and the private stakeholders. The national highway users, now what is there? So what is their duty now for the people who are traveling through these highways? They have to maintain the sufficient balance. If they are not maintaining the sufficient balance, what will happen? In case of the insufficient balance or invalid FASTag or the non-functional FASTag, so users will be receiving an electronic notice for the non-payment of the toll fee, and they have to take an action on that within 72 hours. Within 72 hours of receiving the e-notice, they have to basically pay the normal toll fee. If they are not going to do it, they will be charged twice the normal rate. And the continued non-payment of the e-notices may lead to blacklisting of the FASTag. For example, let's take an example of a person. He basically travels to the national highway and he is having a invalid FASTag, or he is having an insufficient balance. The government will be sending an e-notice to him. He has to ensure within 72 hours he has to either appeal on that e-notice or he has to pay the amount. If he is unable to do that, then what will happen? He will be charged twice. And again, if he is unable to pay the amount, what will happen? This will lead to blacklisting of the FASTag. Clear everyone? And this, all of this will be done under which platform? Under the Vahan platform. Guys, you all know Vahan platform. Vahan platform basically carries out all the details of the Vahan, that is the vehicle running on the road. So the impact is going to improve the travel efficiency, reduce waiting time at the toll plazas, enhance the fuel efficiency, and lower the vehicular emissions as well. We are going to save 250 crore liters of the fuel annually with the help of this. And we are going to reduce around 81,000 tons of carbon emissions as well. Clear everyone? Are you guys getting it? Are you able to understand it? So we are basically going to use the CCTV cameras and the radars in order to understand, for the proper, workflow of this particular multi-lane free flow system. Clear everyone? Which ministry has come up with the rules? Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. Absolutely right. Now let's move on to the next news article. Atal Innovation Mission has organized the AIM Samvad. So my dear friend, the regional AIM Samvad at the Central India edition was held in Indore, Madhya Pradesh, which brought together stakeholders from the government, industry, academia and incubators. This strengthens the center-state collaboration, and this is going to work on building a robust indicator network across the Central India region. तो Central India region के अंदर एक robust indicator network बनाया जाएगा within the center and the states. The AIM Samvad also served as a platform for knowledge exchange, strategic collaboration and policy dialogue. तो different purposes के लिए AIM संवाद को use किया जाएगा. Atal Innovation Mission, guys, Atal Innovation Mission is basically a flagship initiative of the Niti Aayog launched in 2016 to foster the culture of innovation in our country. Clear? I have also given you brief idea about the Atal Innovation Mission here. Clear everyone? Now let's move ahead to the next part. The CCI has approved the acquisition of GVK Energy Limited by Adani Power Limited. So Competition Commission of India has approved the acquisition of the GVK Energy Limited, and this acquisition will be done by Adani Power Limited. So Adani Power Limited is going to acquire the 100% share capital in the GVK Energy Limited, and this approval has been received from the Competition Commission of India. That's all from this article. Moving on to the next news article. My dear friends, you all know in 2030 which place is going to host the Commonwealth Games? Which place? It is Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So India is going to host the Commonwealth Games 2030 in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And that is why, my dear friends, we are having the three very important initiatives. And one of them is the torch design contest, which has been launched by the Sports Authority of India along with the My Bharat. So what happened is, recently the Sports Authority of India has collaborated with the My Bharat platform, and they have launched 3 nationwide engagement initiatives ahead of the Commonwealth Games 2030, which will be hosted by India in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. And through this 3 initiatives, we are going to promote sporting spirit, creativity and youth participation across the country. Clear everyone? Now the Commonwealth Games 2030 engagement initiatives. What are these 3 initiatives? It includes Commonwealth Games 2030 Torch Design Contest, Commonwealth Games Reel Challenge. The people are required to make the reels, to create original reels on India's sporting culture. Then Commonwealth Games 2030 Quiz. The people have to appear in the quiz, increase awareness about India's journey in the Commonwealth Games. Clear everyone? So that's all. These are the 3 initiatives. One is the Commonwealth Games Torch Design contest, then Commonwealth Games real challenge, and then we are having the Commonwealth Games 2030 quiz. So these are the three initiatives which have been taken by the Sports Authority of India with the My Bharat. Clear everyone? And all the three initiatives are free of cost. Now let's move on to the next news article, the first capacity building program for civil servants of the Seychelles. So my dear friends, you all know that in India, the National Center for Good Governance signs MOU with the different countries for training their civil servants, right? We are training civil servants in our country, right? In Missouri, in the Labasna. But let me tell you, my dear friends, that is basically Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy, right? So now let me tell you here, the National Center for Good Governance has started signing an MOU with the different countries, and Seychelles has got the first capacity building program, which is having the duration of 2 weeks, where their civil servants are going to come and visit Missouri and New Delhi, and this will be organizing in collaboration with the Ministry of External Affairs. Clear everyone? The program is the first milestone under a memorandum of understanding signed in the February 26 between NCGT and the Public Service Bureau of Seychelles. So with this, we are done with all the important articles of the today's session. So let's move on to the today's session. And the first news article is the national level quiz launched for the Viksit Vibrant Village Program 2026. So my dear friends, under the Viksit Vibrant Village Program, we basically focus on the border areas, the villages of the border areas. Now basically government says that all my youth people, you have made so many talks for the development of the nation. Let's not just talk on the development of the nation by just sitting in your homes on your comfortable chairs. Let's go to the border areas. Let's do some groundwork and then make the nation pride on yourself, right? So that is why Government of India said that in this Viksit Vibrant Village Program 2026, we are going to send the youth to these border areas and they will be doing some groundwork there. What exactly is that groundwork? I will be telling you that. But before that, my dear friends, for example, in the RBI Grade B officer examination, you are having a 3-stage paper, right? First is the phase 1, which is the prelims exam, then phase 2 mains examination, and then the phase 3, that is interview exam, right? So basically in the similar manner in the Viksit Vibrant Village program, there are 3 stages. What are these 3 stages? First of all, government will be conducting a quiz. So this quiz has been launched. The national level quiz has been launched. So the people who will be clearing these quizzes, now they will be undergoing some fitness checkups, right? Whether they are fit for the job or not. And then the third stage will be their groundwork, action in the border areas of the villages. Clear everyone? Are you guys able to understand it? So now let's jump into the article. So Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports through My Bharat in collaboration with the Ministry of Home Affairs has launched the national level quiz for the Viksit Vibrant Village Program 2026, and this has been launched on My Bharat portal. Clear? The quiz is the first stage of the selection for youth participation in immersive border village engagement program, which is scheduled for June 2026. Clear? तो इस प्रोग्राम को जून 2026 में किया जाएगा. द इनिशिएटिव एम्स टू प्रमोट द ग्रास रूट डेवलपमेंट एंड द नेशनल इंटीग्रेशन. सो वी आर बेसिकली सेंडिंग द यूथ to these border areas. There will be a cultural exchange. They will be awareing the people. There will be awareness campaigns which will be conducted. There will be Swachhta drives. There will be youth interaction programs. There will be cultural exchange activities. There will be career counseling sessions which will be taken by these people for the people who are living in the border areas. Now the top performing quiz participants will undergo eligibility and fitness evaluation, and then they will be participating in the immersive field engagements and community outreach activities in the identified border villages. Clear everyone? Understanding the initiative? So the Viksit Vibrant Village program ये एक youth led national initiative है which strengthens the grassroots participation, community engagement and cultural exchange. So how this will happen? When this youth, like you people, you will be going to these border areas and doing some developmental work there. You will be awareing the people. There will be a interaction programs. There will be a cultural exchange. You will be able to learn their cultures, right? You will be awareing those people about the different schemes launched by the government. You will be doing career counseling of the people who are living there. So basically you are awareing people more, right, about what is happening inside the country, right? They are also living inside, but they are living on the border areas. So on the border we can see that it takes time for the information to reach, right? I hope this part is clear. So what is the name of the ministry? Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports through My Bharat has basically, along with the Ministry of Home Affairs, has launched the national level quiz for Viksit Vibrant Village program. Clear everyone? All the details are clear to all? So let's move on to the next news article now. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change will be organizing 5 thematic events on a big cat conservation. So my dear friends, let's try to understand this with the help of an example. Have you guys watched the Avengers movie? Or let's take an example, any movie. Any movie. In every movie guys, you will see that there are some actors जिनको हम अपने चाइल्डहुड डेज में हीरोज बोलते थे, राइट? सो जैसे मूवीज़ के अंदर हीरोज होते हैं, वैसे ही हमारे इकोसिस्टम के अंदर देर आर डिफरेंट इकोसिस्टम हीरोज. And now the government has decided to work for the conservation of these heroes. What are these heroes? These are the big cat species which are living in our ecosystem. For example, my dear friends, let's take an example of the tiger. So basically, our tigers will be healthy if the forest areas of the country are healthy, right? If our Himalayan regions are healthy, then our snow leopards will be healthy. So that's how they are directly related to the ecosystem. If our ecosystem is really in a good state, then definitely these big cat species will be able to live there in a very good manner, right? They will not extinct. Then at that point of time, we don't need any conservation effort for them. That is why the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change will organize a series of thematic events across the country as a precursor to the IBCA summit. So guys, we all know that in the first week of May 2026, we covered the International Big Cat Alliance, right? And we discussed during that part that India is going to host the IBCA Summit 2026 soon. So basically, as a precursor to this summit, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is highlighting India's leadership in big cat conservation and promoting the objectives of International Big Cat Alliance. International Big Cat Alliance is a India-led initiative in which we are focusing on the conservation of the big cat species through the cooperation and integration of the different activities of the different countries. So the program which we are now conducting, they are basically for focusing on India's 5 wild big cat species. Although there are 7 big cat species, but here we are only going to focus on the 5. Which are these? These are tigers, Asiatic lion, leopard, snow leopard and cheetah. ठीक है, तो इन 5 स्पीशीज पर हम फोकस करेंगे. टाइगर तो हम किस पर नहीं कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर? कैन एनीबडी टेल मी दैट व्हाट आर दोज 2 स्पीशीज ऑन विच वी आर नॉट फोकसिंग हियर? These are puma and jaguar. On these 2 species we are not focusing here, right? So the events will showcase the conservation achievements. So whatever India has achieved in the conservation of these big cat species, the challenges that we faced, the actions that we took. So basically we are going to showcase all these areas as a precursor to the summit, because in the IBCA summit also we are going to do same only. So this is as a rehearsal of what we are going to showcase in the IBCA summit. Clear? So the events will be highlighting the establishment of International Big Cat Alliance under the India's leadership. The events are being organized by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change along with the State Forest Departments, National Tiger Conservation Authority, Wildlife Institute of India, National Biodiversity Authority, Indian Institute of Forest Management and other stakeholders. So these all different stakeholders will be coming together for the launch of this particular event, where we will be conducting different events across the different locations of the country for this. Clear? So the IBCA summit, which is going to take place in the upcoming timeline, will be taking place with the theme Save Big Cats, Save Humanity, Save Ecosystem. अगर हमारे big cats safe होंगे, that means हमारा ecological system जो है वो काफ़ी safe है. सो हमारी ह्यूमैनिटी को भी हम सेव कर पाएंगे और इकोसिस्टम को भी हम सेव कर पाएंगे. क्लियर एवरीवन? देयर इज अ प्रॉपर फूड चेन इन आवर इकोसिस्टम, उसको भी मेंटेन करना ज़रूरी है. दैट्स ओनली देयर विल बी अ बैलेंस इन द एनवायरनमेंट, राइट? सो हमें हर एक चीज़ को, हमें तीनों पिलर्स पर काम करना है. वी हैव टू सेव द बिग कैट्स, वी हैव टू सेव ह्यूमैनिटी, वी हैव टू सेव इकोसिस्टम. Clear? Now what exactly these 5 events are? Let me tell you that these are the conservation programs for these 5 big cat species, right? Now what are these 5 big cat species? That is, the first one is the Asiatic Lion Conservation Program. So the Asiatic Lion Conservation Program will be conducted in Gir, Gujarat, and it will be focusing on the theme India's unique conservation success. तो basically हमने already decide किया, we will be showcasing the challenges, the achievements of the India in terms of big cat species conservation, right? And we will be focusing on the 5 big cat species excluding puma and jaguar. So the Asiatic lion survives exclusively in India and is considered as one of the world's most successful species recovery programs, the Asiatic Lion Conservation Program. So we will be showcasing the achievements of that. Then we are having the Cheetah Conservation Program. The Cheetah Conservation Program will be conducted in Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. We'll be focusing on restoring India's grassland ecosystems. My dear friends, if grasslands are safe, they are healthy in nature, then our cheetahs are also going to be really healthy. They will be staying there in our environment, right? They will not extinct. India has initiated the world's first intercontinental translocation project, that is the Project Cheetah. And you all know, guys, that in the Kuno National Park we have translocated so many cheetahs, right? Then moving on to the leopard conservation and International Day for Biological Diversity. So leopard conservation and International Day for Biological Diversity. Guys, International Day for Biological Diversity is being celebrated every year on 22nd of May. And on this May only, this leopard conservation and International Biodiversity event will be taking place in Bhubaneswar, Odisha. And we will be focusing on the theme coexistence in human-dominated landscapes. Then comes the Snow Leopard Conservation Program, which will be taking place at Gangtok, Sikkim, under the theme Sentinel of the Himalaya. So we are declaring it as the Sentinel of the Himalaya. It will be taking place in Gangtok, Sikkim, right? Then moves to the last, that is the Tiger Conservation Program, which will be held in Maharashtra with the theme Flagship of India's Forest Conservation. India is home to over 70% of the world's wild tiger population, and that's why in 1973, when we realized that the population of the tigers is going down, and we understood the requirement of conserving the population of the tigers, at that point of time, my dear friends, we came up with the Project Tiger, which was launched in 1973. And when India completed the 5 years of this Project Tiger, 50 years of the Project Tiger, after that, on 2023, on the occasion, India came up with the initiative of International Big Cat Alliance. Clear, everyone? So you can see here the 5 events: Cheetah Conservation Program, Leopard Conservation Program, Asiatic Lion Conservation Program, Leopard Conservation Program, Snow Leopard, and the Tiger Conservation Program. Right? We have done the themes as well. But you know what? The most important theme here is basically save big cats, save humanity, save ecosystem. That is the theme of the IBC summit, which is going to be hosted by India. Clear all? Clear to everyone? So I believe that this article is quite very much clear. Now let's move on to the International Big Cat Alliance. My dear friends, although we have discussed this alliance in the very first week of May 2026, let's again try to discuss it in a precise manner. So IBCA was launched in 2023. I already explained it to you, while commemorating 50 years of the India's Project Tiger, right? When it comes to the IBCA, it is a multi-country, multi-agency coalition comprising of 95 big cat range countries, non-range countries with an interest in the big cat conservation. So what we are going to do is, we are going to conserve the big cats, we are going to launch the conservation programs, we are going to partner with other countries for these conservation activities. We will be building up scientific organizations which will be focusing on the big cat research. So all these different activities will be taken place under the IBCA, right? ये एक intergovernmental international organization है जिसका हेडक्वार्टर इंडिया के अंदर है. इट इज हेडक्वार्टर्ड इन इंडिया, एंड IBCA was established for the conservation of 7 big cats. What are these 7 big cats, my dear friends? Last time when we discussed it, we discussed the particular way to remember it, right? So these 7 big cats are lion, tiger, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah and jaguar and puma. Clear everyone? And this cabinet has also approved the establishment of IBCA with its secretariat headquarter in India. So with this we are done with the 2 articles of the today's session. Now let's move on to the next article. That is India AI Mission signs MOU with the Karya for Inclusive AI Ecosystem. Right? Now my dear friends, to make you understand this, let's take an example that basically, see, let's take an example that right now I am taking your session. I am taking your current affairs session, right? Are you guys enjoying the session? Are you guys enjoying the session? Please tell me. So you are saying yes. Why you are enjoying? Because you are able to understand me. You are able to understand me, right? You are able to understand me. That's why you are enjoying the session. Clear? What if I was taking the session in a foreign language? Then you would not have enjoyed the session because you were not able to understand anything. And that's where the big problem lies. What happens, my dear friends? See, if I take this session in the foreign language, you won't be enjoying the session. Similarly, when the artificial intelligence, for example, let's take an example, ChatGPT was being launched. It was only working in English language. वो बस English language में काम करता था. So what about the people who are Hindi speaking people, who are Marathi people, Telugu people, Malayalam people, right? So they were not able to understand and they were basically somewhere, they lagged behind in the usage of artificial intelligence because they were not aware of the English language and AI was only speaking in the English language. So there was a biasness towards the English speaking people, right? So what will happen? The other people are not going to enjoy this ecosystem of the artificial intelligence. So as a result, what we are required to do? So let me tell you, this AI is a kind of student. The more you will train AI, the more better it will become. And the more, different sets you will be provided to him, it will become more and more capable and fair and good, right? And that is why we have to ensure that we should take a multimodal approach in that. Now what is that multimodal approach? For that is, we are not required to just give the data in the form of written text. No, we can add voice notes, we can add videos, we can add the images, we can add the text as well. So this is called the multimodal approach. So basically now what was the task we were having? To basically integrate the regional languages in the artificial intelligence ecosystem so that the people who are only renowned, who are only aware of the regional languages, they can also make the most out of the artificial intelligence. And we can extend the artificial intelligence usage for these people also. So ये कार्य करने के लिए इंडिया एआई मिशन, सी गाइस, इंडिया को एआई हब बनाने के लिए इंडिया एआई मिशन को लॉन्च किया गया, राइट? और इस कार्य को करने के लिए सो दैट we can extend the AI usage to the regional languages to the other people, India AI Mission signed an MOU with the Karya. Karya is the organization. Clear? So for making the AI more inclusive in nature, for making the AI ecosystem more inclusive, India AI Mission has signed MOU with Karya. Let me tell you that in this explanation, I have explained everything about the article. Now when you will be just reading this article, you will understand that, okay, what we have discussed till now. So India AI Mission under the Ministry of Electronics Information Technology has signed a MOU with the Karya. It is a non-profit organization which works to improve accessibility in the AI economy. How exactly this Karya do this Karya? Karya basically is going to integrate the different data sets in the different languages so that AI is being trained on the different languages. So that when these people who only know the regional language, when they will be interacting with the artificial intelligence, so they will be make the most out of it. The AI will be able to make them explain everything in that language, right? So the partnership aims to strengthen the India's inclusive artificial intelligence ecosystem through collaboration in the data, technology and capacity building. It focuses on the development, curation and sharing of high quality language and the multimodal data sets. Language data sets means data set in the different languages, in the Hindi, Malayalam, Bhojpuri, Telugu, Malayalam, right? Now when it comes to the multimodal data set, it will include your text, include your voice notes, include your images, include your videos. So this is called the multimodal data set. It will be supporting the creation of inclusive and representative AI system. So that's why we have signed this MOU between India AI mission and with Karya. Now when it comes to the India AI mission, guys, it was approved by the cabinet in March 2024 with the allocation of 10,371 crores for a period of 5 years. तो 2024 में इंडिया AI मिशन को लॉन्च किया गया. एंड माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, इसको कैसे याद रख सकते हैं हम? जो AI है, सी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इज अवेलेबल 24 आवर्स, राइट? सो इस तरीके से आप यूज याद रख सकते हो कि 2024 में ही इसको लॉन्च किया गया with the allocation of 10,371 crores for a period of 5 years. Now who is implementing this? It is implemented by India AI. So you know India AI mission, right? India AI mission has been launched for making India a global leader in the artificial intelligence. So AI इंडिया के अंदर AI पे काम करने के लिए एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को बनाया गया जिसका नाम है इंडिया AI. India AI is that organization which has been set up in India for making India AI global leader. Clear all? So now let's try to understand the 7 pillars of the India AI mission. One is the India AI compute where we are enhancing the computational resources for AI development. Then come the India AI Innovation Center where we will be fostering innovation and research in AI technologies. So एक innovation center होना ज़रूरी है. Just like the PhD people do the research, for them they are having the labs. Similarly, we need an AI Innovation Center. Then India AI Dataset Platform, which provides comprehensive platform for AI datasets through which we can train the AI. Then India AI Application Development Initiative should be there, where we are supporting the development of AI applications across the sectors so that we can integrate. For example, nowadays when you will be, going to any website, you see that the AI chatbot is there. You just ask any query and they will be able to answer. Let me tell you one future plan of the chapters. So we are also working on this AI, and very soon you will be seeing this on the website. You will be asking the doubt, the AI will be responding you, and the responses will be the same that I am going to, or Jalad sir is going to give you for those queries. It will be in that manner. Clear everyone? India AI future skills, equipping the workforce with the necessary AI skills. Then India AI startup financing will be there. Safe and trusted AI, ensuring the ethical and secure usage of AI. Clear? So these are the 7 pillars of artificial intelligence mission. So we are done with these 7 pillars of India AI mission. We are done with the MOU as well, which has been signed between India AI and कार्य. ठीक है? तो ये कार्य क्या कार्य करेगा? ये कार्य करेगा, it will be extending the usage of the AI ecosystem to the people who only know the regional languages. Clear everyone? We are done with this news article. Are you guys able to understand it? Okay, now let's move on to the next news article. MOU has been signed for India's first mega greenfield shipyard at Thoothukudi. So my dear friends, you know that, you all know that China at one point of time became the factory for the world, because everything was just manufacturing in China only, right? Similarly, India also want to become the factory of the maritime hub for the world. India want to become the factory of the maritime hub. Now, how exactly India will be becoming the factory of maritime hub? By building ships in India. So what was happening is that India was earlier importing the ships from the other countries, and it was dependent on the, the foreign shipyards. But now India has taken a pledge that yes, we will be focusing on the shipbuilding and we will be making our ships own, and not just own, we will be exporting the ships also. Now what will be happening after that? When the ships will be built in India, this will lead to the job creation in the country, this will lead to the better skill set of the country, and it will also going to enhance the economy. India will become the exporting hub. It will be adding a lot of value to the Indian economy, and that is why India has signed first mega greenfield shipyard MOU. So MOU has been signed for India's first mega greenfield shipyard. Now what is the greenfield here? It does not mean that it will be sustainable in nature. No, my dear friends. The greenfield here means when we are creating anything from the scratch. For example, we created chapters from the scratch, right? There was not other previous organization which was existing. Me and Jalat sir, both of us, day by day, step by step, created the chapters. So this was a greenfield project. Clear, everyone? This is a new thing directly been created from the scratch. So a tripartite MOU has been signed for the development of India's first mega greenfield shipyard at Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. So this is the place where this mega greenfield shipyard will be created. Now we will be required some, see, whenever you want to take any big step, you need the support of your family, your friends, right? So basically, similarly, to support India, we are having this tripartite MOU. So this MOU has been signed between HD Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering Company Limited, National Shipbuilding and Heavy Industries Park Tamil Nadu Limited, Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. So these three entities have come together for this mega greenfield shipyard at Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. So please tell me in the chat box what is the name of that place, what is the name of the state where you will be seeing India's first mega greenfield shipyard. The right answer is Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. That is the right answer. And what are the three organizations which have come together? That is HD Korea Shipbuilding and Offshore Engineering Company Limited, Nation Shipbuilding and Heavy Industries, Sagarmala Finance Corporation. तो कैसे याद कर सकते हैं आप इसको? देखिए दोस्तों, एक तो कोरिया सपोर्ट करने वाले इंडिया को, दूसरा व्हाट वी आर गोइंग टू मेक, वी आर गोइंग टू मेक द शिप्स, वी आर गोइंग टू बिल्ड द शिप at a national level, right? So there will be national shipbuilding, and then these ships are basically in which area? These are on the ports, right? These are connecting the ports of the different countries. So basically, Sagarmala is that program of the government of India for the better ports. So we are having the Sagarmala Finance Corporation Limited. So these are the three entities which will be contributing for this noble project. The agreement was signed under the India ROK Comprehensive Framework, that is Voyages. And why we have a special focus on the Korea? Because with the Republic of Korea, India is already having a particular partnership framework which is called Voyages. It is the shared vision for operation of yard assisted growth with efficiency and scale. It is a vision for operation of yard assisted growth with efficiency and scale for partnership in the shipbuilding, shipping and maritime logistics. Shipbuilding, shipping and maritime logistics. In तीन pillars के लिए we have partnered with the Korea under the mission Voyages. India Maritime Amrit Kal 2047 vision also aims to place India among the top 5 shipbuilding nations globally. So हमारा Amrit Kal का vision already है that we want to become the top 5 shipbuilding nations globally, and this is one of the very big steps which India has taken to create a greenfield mega shipyard at Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. Clear, everyone? And it has set a target shipbuilding output of 4.5 million GT per annum by 2047. Now what is the GT here? It is the gross tonnage. It is the gross tonnage. It is not the weight of the ship. It is the capacity of the ship. The capacity which the ship can carry, that is the 4.5 million gross tonnage. Clear all? So I am discussing all these articles in a little bit slow manner, so that you are not just covering it, you are even understanding it and retaining the information. Clear? Let's move on to the next news article. So my dear friends, Ahmedabad Sarkhej Dholera semi high speed double line railway project has been approved by the Union Cabinet. So this project is being created as a part of the project of the Ministry of Railways. The project covers the Ahmedabad district in Gujarat, will increase the Indian Railways network by about 134 km. So it is going to increase the Indian Railway network by 134 km. And what is the objective? Objective is to provide seamless connectivity for movement of people, goods and services. So guys, whenever a new mode of transport is being generated, so basically it is for the movement of goods, people and the services, right? Similarly, the total estimated cost of the project is approximately Rs 20,667 crores. The project is targeted for completion by 2030-31. It will be a first semi-high-speed train project of Indian Railways planned with indigenously developed technology. Now my dear friends, see, in the previous part also we discussed where Korea was giving the technology to India for the shipbuilding, right? It is going to help India in there. But here, when it comes to the first semi high speed project of the Indian Railways, we are going to use the indigenous technologies. Like you know, we are having the UPI, right? We are having the Chandrayaan, where we show the indigenous capability. Similarly, now in the high speed railway project, we are going to showcase our indigenous capabilities by creating India's first semi high speed project of Indian Railways. Now let's take an example. My dear friends, you travel on the normal routes, right? Then you travel on the highways. What is the difference between them? What is the difference between them? On the normal roads, there is a more traffic, right? The roads conditions are not that much good. But on the expressways, what happens? There is a less traffic, more speed, more comfortable roads are there, right? So there is a quick movement of the people, goods and services through these expressways. That's why we always prefer an expressway for the long rides. Clear everyone? Similarly, let me tell you that India is going to upgrade itself from the normal train to the semi high speed train. So see, this semi high speed train is not going to be as fast as the bullet train. Answer is no. But it will be faster than the normal trains. It is like you are having a Ferrari, right? The bullet train is a Ferrari, and your flagship SUV, like right now Mahindra Scorpio is there, right? A flagship SUV is this semi high speed train. Clear everyone? So what is the route of this? Ahmedabad Sarkej to Dholera semi high speed double line railway project. What is the double line? Now guys, when it will be a single line project, what will happen? At one point of time, only one vehicle can pass through it, right? So there will be traffic here. But in the double line, we can bypass the traffic. We can ensure that there is a proper, movement of the trains there. So that's why we are focusing on the double line railway project. So all the important details we have covered. Now please quickly tell me in the chat box, what is the length which this semi high speed project is going to add to the Indian Railways network? What is the new length? That is 134 kilometers will be added. Absolutely right. Now let's move on to the next news article. MeitY has launched IP Catalyst and digital platform. MeitY has launched IP Catalyst and digital platform. So Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology organized a one-day national conference on From Patent to Product, accelerating IP commercialization in electronics and IT in New Delhi. Now guys, the conference was being held from patent to product. Now let's try to understand this. See, let's take an example. You are a startup. One of the Indian startup has created a new artificial intelligence chip, right? Now they have created the AI chip. Now they need the guidance that okay, how exactly we can get it patented. First of all, we need to identify whether if anyone else has created the same kind of chip or not. This is the very first thing. Then they have to, if there is no such chip, then they can get the patent. For getting the patent, they have to file the appeal, and for that they need some legal guidance also. So all these different things requires a good effort to create an ecosystem where the people are aware of all these things, where we are having the supporting staff which can help these people to file their patents for their new technologies, right? And see, my dear friends, that's why the theme of the technology is from patent to product. Because earlier what was happening is, guys, you are having a good idea, but you don't know how to practically implement it. Your idea is just on the papers and in your thought processes, but you are not able to execute it and bring it to the life with a product. Why so? Because you are not having the proper guidance. That was the reason. That is why, to avoid this, we have come up with a one-day national conference from patent to product to make people aware that what is the importance of the patents, how you can get your new inventions patented, right? That's why we are focusing on accelerating the IP commercialization in electronics and IT. The conference brought together the policymakers, innovators, industry leaders, startups, MSMEs, academia, researchers, and R&D institutions. The event focused on strengthening India's intellectual property and innovation ecosystem in the electronics and IT sector. During the conference, the IP Catalyst initiative and the digital platform CP were launched. So my dear friends, हमने क्या किया, ये जो ब्रिज था, ये जो गैप था पेटेंट करा पहले एक प्रोडक्ट बनाने में और उसका पेटेंट लेने के बीच का जो गैप है उसको कम करने के लिए हमने एक ब्रिज बनाया. उस ब्रिज का नाम है आईपी कैटलिस्ट, जो ये पेटेंट कराने वाली जो एक्टिविटी है उसको कैटलाइज करेगा. कैटलाइज करने का मतलब होता है टू मेक समथिंग मोर फास्ट. लाइक इन द चाइल्डहुड डेज वी यूज टू सी द कैटलिस्ट in the reaction. Whenever there is a chemical reaction, we add catalyst to it so that the chemical reaction takes place in a quick manner, right? So that's how we are having the IP catalyst. The IP catalyst initiative is being implemented by the CDEC Pune with the support of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. It will create a comprehensive digital ecosystem which will support the innovation life cycle including research, IP creation, technology transfer, commercialization and market deployment. It seeks to bridge the gap between the publicly funded research and development and industry adoption. The initiative will promote collaboration among the Ministry of Electronics Information Technology organizations, startups, MSMEs, academy and industry. So we are bringing all the stakeholders together, including the media organizations, startups, MSMEs, academy and industry. The key features and the support under the IP Catalyst will include financial support for IP filing, international patent filing support, unified digital access and the prior art search and IP advisory services. So all these different services will be provided under the IP Catalyst. Clear everyone? So we had a one-day national conference which was patent to product, from patent to product, and there we launched two projects, that is the IP Catalyst and CP. Now IP Catalyst we have discussed. Now let's move on to the CP. So CP is a platform, it is a unified online gateway for IP and commercialization support services. Whatever services you need for all these activities, so there is a one-stop solution for you, that is the CP platform. The platform will be serving as a national digital repository of the technologies developed through Ministry of Electronics Information Technology supported research and development initiatives. It will help startups, MSMEs and industries deployable indigenous technologies and explore collaboration opportunities. Clear everyone? So unified online gateway for the IP and commercialization support services is CP, right? You can even access the website through cp.in. Like you're having chapters.in, similarly we are having cp.in, right? So that's all from this news article which we require to cover from examination point of view. Let's move on to the last article of the today's session, that is the minorities welfare inclusive development through AI for Viksit Bharat. So my dear friends, let's take an example that government is having a solution to one of the problem, that is scheme. So every scheme is a solution to the problem, right, which exists in our society. So please tell me here, what if the government does not even know that in which area we have to implement this scheme, in which area there is a requirement of coming up with this scheme as a solution? What is the name, what is that community which really requires support? What are those students or the people who need really scholarship support? If we are not having this data, then the government scheme will be directionless, because it is having no idea that how exactly we can help the people and the right people who are the right beneficiaries who really needs the solution. So that's why, my dear friends, we are going to take the help of the artificial intelligence for this, and that's why we had recently minorities welfare inclusive development through AI for Viksit Bharat. So Ministry of Minority Affairs is organizing a conclave on the minorities welfare inclusive development through AI for Viksit Bharat. We are having the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, and now we are going to employ the artificial intelligence for the welfare of the minority communities. The conclave was organized under the vision Bhagidari se Bhag Uday. So guys, Bhagidari se Bhagya Uday. When there will be a Jan Bhagidari, that means when communities will be participating in it, then only we can raise them, we can uplift them. So that's why the theme was the Bhagidari se Bhagya Uday. It aims to strengthen inclusive governance and enhance policy research, outreach for minority communities across the country. We are going to reach out to the people as a part of this initiative, and it will promote technology driven welfare interventions using the AI technology. So we will be using the artificial intelligence to promote technology driven welfare for these minority communities. Clear everyone? So that's all from this news article. This conclave was organized by Ministry of Minority Affairs. What is the theme of the conclave? Bhagidari se bhagya udaya, that is the right answer. Clear everyone? I hope this makes sense to everyone. Everybody is able to retain this data from examination point of view. So here we have discussed so many articles today. So can anybody tell me where is India's first mega ship? Greenfield ship will be created. It will be created in Thoothukudi, Tamil Nadu. Absolutely right. So semi high speed project, India का पहला high speed project is going to add how many kilometers to the Indian Railways network? That is 134 kilometers. Clear everyone? What is the theme of minority welfare national conclave? That is the Bhagidari se Bhagya Udaya. That's all. Clear? Now India AI mission has signed an MOU with which organization for extending the usage of AI to the people who know the regional languages? That is Karya. Karya is the right answer. So we will be having the 5 events as a precursor to the IBC summit. So please quickly tell me in the chat box which two cat species have been excluded from these 5 events. That is Puma and Jaguar. And which country is going to host the first IBC summit? That is India. Which country is having the secretariat of the IBC? That is India. Right? So I can see Herschel, Srishti, Material Share, Kashish, all of you giving me the right answers in the chat box. Well done, my dear friends. That's what I'm expecting from all of you. So guys, that was all from the today's session.
So, my dear friends, let's start the today's session with the very first news article. That is, DPIIT has released the wholesale price index data for April 2026. My dear friends, wholesale price index is a very important concept when it comes to the economy. Why so? Because it gives us that how exactly the economy is behaving in terms of wholesale level. Let's take an example that there is a biscuit factory, right? There is a biscuit factory, and this factory, when it is required to identify that okay what exactly will be the final price for the consumers of this packet of biscuit, so basically they consider that okay how much raw material we have used, what was the cost of that, what was the fuel that we used. So there are different things which are basically considered, and after that, and after adding the cost of the labor, electricity and everything, after that only they came up with the cost of the one packet of biscuit, right? And let me tell you here that first of all, so basically there is a chain which is there. For example, from factory, first of all, there is a factory, right? From factory, it goes to the shopkeeper. You know, the shopkeeper who is our nearby Kiryana store from where we basically always go and just ask कि भैया ये दे दो हमें, right? So from the shopkeeper, it comes to the consumer. So basically, what is the price level change when it comes to the shopkeeper? What shopkeeper is required to pay when he is purchasing the products in bulk from the factory directly? So that's what we call the wholesale price, right? And the retail price is when the shopkeeper is selling to the consumer. So what is the price you are giving to the shopkeeper? It is a retail price. And when the shopkeeper is giving to the factory, it is called wholesale price. So my dear friends, whenever a price change is there for the shopkeeper, it basically tells us about that okay how exactly it is going to impact the consumers as well. So basically you can see that it is an early warning signal for the consumers if there is a inflation in the prices at a shopkeeper level. So there this is the early warning signal for the consumers, that is for us, that yes we are also required to pay more for this to the shopkeepers. Clear everyone? So DPIIT basically releases the wholesale price index, and recently the April 26 data has been launched, and that is it becomes really very important from exam point of view because this is going to be the latest data before examination. So the annual rate of inflation based on all India wholesale price index stood at 8.3% in April 2026 compared to April 2025. So when we compare it with the April 2025, it is 8.3% in April 2026. And this is provisional, my dear friends. It is not the final number. It is a provisional number. We will be getting the final number only after 10 weeks from the reference month, right? So now when it comes to the positive inflation in April 2026, why exactly there was a positive inflation here? Because of the increase in the prices of mineral oils, crude petroleum, and the natural gas, basic metals. other manufacturing and non-food articles. So guys, you see that when you are running a factory, you need mineral oils, you need the crude, petroleum, you need natural gas also to run all your machines and all. Then basically you need petroleum for running your machines, you need electricity, you need manufacturing components, you need metallic components which are used in the machines, right? So all these different articles are included. And that's why we have included all of them because all of them are required to run a factory. So month on month change in the April 2026 WPI stood at 3.86% compared to March 2026. See guys, there are two areas of comparison. One is that earlier when we saw it is 8.3%, it is basically compared with the April 2025, right? And now when we are talking about the 3.86%, it is with respect to when we are comparing it with the March 2026, that is of the previous month. So at one point of time, we are comparing it with the previous month. That time the number is 3.86%. But when we talk about the similar month of the previous year, then it is 8.3%. Clear all? And I told you that the final wholesale price index has been released after the 10 weeks, right? So basically, for the month of February, now we are having the final wholesale price index for all commodities. It was 158.4, and the inflation rate stood at 2.26%. So the inflation rate is at 2.26%, and all commodities wholesale price index was at 158.4 for the month of February 2026. Now comes a very important question that who releases this index? So it is the DPIIT which releases this index every month on the 14th day of the month. I told you that this is the latest data and the most important data from exam point of view. Why? Because every 14th day of the month we see this wholesale price index and it was released on the 14th of May. Now the next will be released on which date? 14th of June, the time by which your examination will already get over. Clear everyone? So I hope that this is clear to all. So it is basically released on 14th day of the month or the next working day if the 14th day is the holiday. So WP is compiled using the data received from institutional sources and selected manufacturing units across the country. The wholesale WPI figures are finalized after 10 weeks from the reference month and are frozen thereafter. So that is how we are basically seeing here. We have already discussed this from the examination point of view, right? In our discussion, let's move on to the some static details about the wholesale price index, which again I have already discussed with all of you, but just for the sake of it, I am again revising each and everything so that it is embedding in your minds. So wholesale price index measures the change in prices of goods at the wholesale level before they reach retail consumers. Retail consumers are who? That is you and me. So it is primarily used as a GDP deflator, right? It is released monthly by the Office of Economic Advisor under the DPIIT under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. And what is the base year, my dear friends? See, right now the base year is 2011 and 12. 2011-12 is the base year with which we basically comes up with the wholesale price index. But let me tell you that Government of India has already constituted a working group which has recommended that this base year should be changed to 2022-23. And you know the working group which has revised the wholesale price index in the PPI, right? That is the producer price index commodity basket. So basically, this working group was chaired by Professor Ramesh Chand. So Ramesh Chand ji ने इस working group को chair किया, who is a member of the Niti Aayog. And the let me tell you, my dear friends, so he was a member. And Ramesh Chand ji, ये जो committee हुई थी दोस्तों 2025 जनवरी की है. Clear? When it was basically recommended when it was constituted later down the time it was recommended that इसको BCR को we have to change from 2011-12 to 2022-23. तो national accounts वाली जब हमने discussion किया था we already told you कि why exactly there is a requirement of change, right? क्योंकि things have really got changed in the last 15 years. That's why we need an upgradation from the basic value that from where exactly we are defining the things and comparing the things. Okay. So the department is also proposed to introduce the producer price index. So the producer price indices is basically on a monthly basis, it will be improving the price measurement and enable more accurate estimation of the real GDP. So why we are moving towards the PPI? Because it is in line with the international best practices. It is in line with the international best practices. That's why we are moving on to the PPI as well, right? So clear to everyone? And what are the main groups under the WPI? It is the primary articles, fuel and power, and the manufactured products. Additionally, my dear friend, let me tell you that food products के लिए we also have a WPI. तो एक separate WPI हम use करते हैं food products के लिए. And now I am asking this and I'm giving you a homework. You will be telling me that what is the WPI for food articles. Clear, everyone? So this is your homework. Please ensure that after the end of the session, you are going to tell me this in the chat box. Clear all? So I hope this part is clear to everyone. So what was the All India Wholesale Price Index in April 2026? It was 8.3%, right? When it compared to the April 2025. When we compare it with the March 2026, it was 3.86%. For the February 2026, it stood at 158.4 and the inflation rate was at 2.26%. It is released every 14th day of the month or the next working day if 14th of the month is a holiday. It has been released by which organization? It has been released by DPIIT and Office of Economic Advisor releases it. What are the three main WPI groups there? These include primary articles, fuel and power, and manufactured products. Done and dusted. We are able to cover each and everything from examination point of view. Now let's move on to the next news article, that is the European Union proposed inclusion of India in the revised list. So European Union has proposed inclusion of India in the revised list. My dear friend, let's take an example that there is a school canteen, right? And there is a food vendor, and he basically requests the school that I want to sell the food products that I have made in your school canteen, right? But school basically says that, see, you have to first of all ensure and give us the proof that the food items that you will be selling are of proper quality. The kitchen in which the food item is being created, is being made, it is basically very clean in nature, it is following all the standards, and the products that you are using are also healthy in nature, so that it is not going to impact the health of the children. And my dear friends, let me be very clear that health is the one of the very important aspect for any country because it directly impacts the human capital of the country, right? So that is why whenever we are importing any food product, we have to ensure that all the technicalities, standards are being followed. And that is why, my dear friends, let me tell you, similarly, India, let's take an example now. India is that food vendor and that school canteen is of the European Union, right? So India was earlier exporting the food products to the European Union, and we are basically talking about the maritime food products, right? Marine food products. So basically, I would like to tell you that European Union are having some regulations related to the food standards. And this food standard also includes that there should be not any usage of the antimicrobials in the preparation for enhancing the growth of the food products, right? But this was the scenario in India earlier. But India has now proved that okay, we are not using any such kind of practices, and you can without any problem, you can basically import our food products. So now, guys, what was happened is that European Union has published a revised draft list on 12th of May 26, proposing India's inclusion for the continued export of aquaculture products. So basically, EU ने allow किया है इंडिया को, सी अभी तक ये प्रपोजल ही है कि इंडिया को अलाउ किया गया है कि इंडिया एक्वाकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स को इंडिया यूरोपियन यूनियन को एक्सपोर्ट कर सकता है बिकॉज इट इज नॉट यूजिंग एनी एंटी माइक्रोबियल्स फॉर एनहांसिंग एंड प्रमोटिंग द ग्रोथ ऑफ द एक्वाकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स. सो अर्लियर ये जो इम्प्लीमेंटिंग रेगुलेशन था इट हैड नॉट इंक्लूडेड इंडिया, राइट, among the countries who were allowed to export products of the animal origin. But now, my dear friends, European Union has proposed that we are adding you to this particular list. It has added the list, but India will only going to export it the time when it will get final approval. And let me tell you, my dear friends, if such kind of approval is not getting place and India's products are not included in the list, so what will happen? India's seafood export is going to the European Union and it is going to disrupt. Why? Because they are not going to allow these kind of products to be sold in their markets. That is why the inclusion of India to this list was really very important from India's exports point of view. Are you guys able to understand it? So European Union has published the revised draft list on the 12th of May 2026. Why I'm saying it is not final? Because it is still in the draft. The revised draft list followed compliance measures undertaken by India in line with the European Commission delegated regulation. According to the regulation of the European Union, we have followed the rules. European Union has verified those rules, and on the basis of that only, on the basis of the compliant measures only, they have included the India into this particular list. The regulation requires exporting countries to ensure that animal products exported to EU are free from antimicrobial medicinal products. So there should not be any medicine used on that particular aquaculture product for its growth promotion and the antimicrobials which are reserved for the human treatment. So basically it says that there are some antimicrobials, certain set of antimicrobials which should only be used for the human treatment, right? They should not be used in the as a medicinal product for in the animals to just enhance their growth, right? So if you are using this, we are not allowing your product to be sold in our market. For that, you have to ensure us that you are not using such kind of practices. So, European Commission stated that updated list includes the countries that demonstrated compliance with the EU restrictions. And once it is formally adopted, the revised regulations will expected to ensure uninterrupted export of Indian aquaculture products to the EU. Now, my dear friends, why exactly we are focusing so much on the India's aquaculture exports to the European Union? Because of the numbers, guys. Numbers are really very important. Like how much you are scoring in your examination, in your mock test. So this is really very important. Similarly, the numbers are here very important. That is why we are focusing on India's aquaculture exports to the European Union. Why? Because European Union became the third largest market for Indian seafood exports. इंडिया का जो भी सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट है उसमें यूरोपियन यूनियन थर्ड लार्जेस्ट मार्केट है which accounts for 18.94% of the total export value worth 1.593 billion US dollars. तो इतनी ज्यादा वर्थ है अगर यहाँ यूरोपियन यूनियन अलाउ नहीं करता है इंडिया सी फूड एक्सपोर्ट्स को so this market will get disrupt and you know what these products then will be selling in the Indian markets at a very cheap prices, right? And this is really going to impact the income of the people who are into the business of this. That is why it is very, very important. And you can see here that the farmed shrimp constituted the major share of Indian seafood exports to the European Union region. So this is the major food product that we are exporting to the European Union. Clear, everyone? So can you please tell me the name of the region which has allowed and included the name of the India in the draft list of its regulation for the inclusion of its seafood exports to the European Union market? What is the right answer? It is the European Union. Absolutely right. What things India was not following earlier? That was the usage of antimicrobials, which are specifically for the human treatment. Right? Now India have shown that yes, we are not using this, and that is how we are now allowing the European Union is now allowing India to sell their products into the European Union market. Clear, everyone? That's all from this news article. Let's move on to the next news article now. So the push for rural and semi-urban MSMEs, my dear friends, you all know that micro, small, and medium enterprises are basically playing a very, very important role in the Indian economy, as they are important contributors to the entrepreneurship. They are the entrepreneurship engine. They are the employment generators and decentralized industrial growth. Right, my dear friends, let me explain this the role of a MSMEs with a very beautiful example. You know that IPL is going on, right? Indian Premier League is going on. So in a cricket team, my dear friend, there are 11 players, right? In the among these 11 players, some of them are star players. Like we had MS Dhoni, Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, right? Who are the star players of the Indian team. So these are the big players. And then there are some all-rounders. For example, Irfan Pathan was there, Yuvraj Singh was there, Ravindra Jadeja was there. So basically these all-rounders are those people who help the team to win in every market, be it any market it is, be it in any match it is, right? So when it comes to the big players, these are the big companies of the Indian economy, and when it comes to these all-rounders, these are the MSMEs of the Indian economy. So these MSMEs are the engines of the entrepreneurship in our country. You can see that there are so many MSMEs in our country. It is basically having a lot of contribution to the employment generation in the nation, right? That is why MSMEs plays a very important role, and government of India takes so many steps for the micro, small, and medium enterprises in our nation. Now let's talk about the numbers. Why exactly we are seeing this? Because you can see the GDP contribution of the MSME in our country is 31.1%. When it comes to the share in the exports, it is 48.58%. You can see even there are so many big companies, but still the contribution of the MSMEs in the India's exports, it is 48.58%. When we are having the manufacturing output, it is 35.4%. The total enterprises, the total number of MSMEs in our country is 7.47 crores. See the number, guys. This huge number, 7.47 crore is a total number of enterprises in our country when it comes to the MSMEs. And how many people they are giving employment? That is 32.8 crore people. So you can see here that roughly, if we say, then one MSME is giving employment to five people. And there are total 7.47 crore enterprises in our country which are giving employment to 32.8 crore people of the nation. Right? If there is an impact to these MSMEs, what will happen? It is going to impact the employment of 32.8 crore people of our nation. Now, it will directly lead to the GDP contribution. It is directly related to the GDP of the country. Why? Because it is having the contribution of 31.1%. It is also going to impact the share of exports in our country. That is for 45.58%. So collectively, you can see that exactly I said that these MSMEs are the all-rounders of the Indian economy. Getting it, everybody? Every person able to understand the concept here? Let's move ahead. The government accelerated the formalization of the unregistered enterprises through the Udyam and the Udyam Assist platforms. See, my dear friends, why exactly we are doing the formalization of these enterprises? The reason behind that is if these enterprises are not formalized, then they will not be getting the credit from the Indian banks, right? They won't be getting the credit from the Indian banks. They won't be able to take the benefits of the different schemes which are run by the government of India. That is the reason that we are formalizing these unregistered enterprises through Udyam and Udyam Assist platform. So tell me the name of the platforms which are being used by the government for formalization of unregistered enterprises. The right answer is Udyam and Udyam Assist platform. And that is why you can see that 7.9 crore enterprises have been brought into the formal economy through these platforms. See, guys, out of although the total enterprises is 7.47 crore, right? This was the data given by the Economic Survey of India, right? And but the government also says that 7.9 crore enterprises have been brought into the formal economy. Now, the targeted policy measures are improving access to the credit, strengthening legal safeguards, उनको legal safeguards provide करना, credit provide करना, उनके लिए ease of doing business करना. So these are really very important. And then, my dear friends, you all know we have discussed so many times about the government e-marketplace, which basically onboards these MSMEs, these small players, whenever the government offices wants to procure the different items for their office purposes, right? Then the trade receivable discounting system is there. Why it is being used? So that these MSMEs are getting the payment for their invoices in a very short term, right? Then we are having Samadhan portal. This Samadhan क्या करता है? For example, whenever you are having a query, you basically raise your query via the discussion forum, via the call, or via the Telegram channel, right? So these are your areas where we resolve your issues, where we provide solution to your issues. That is, we are providing समाधान to your issues. Similarly, MSMEs को जो भी प्रॉब्लम आती है उसके लिए we are having समाधान पोर्टल. तो जो भी प्रॉब्लम होगी, जो भी grievances होंगे उनकी, they will be resolved and with the help of समाधान portal, which are supporting better market access and the faster payments. Clear, everyone? So please tell me in the chat box what is the name of the portal which is being used for better market access and faster payments and the resolution of the problems of the MSMEs. The right answer is Samadhan portal, right? For the faster payments, we are having the trades, that is the trade receivable discounting system. For the market access and the procurement, we are having the government e-marketplace. Clear, everyone? I hope that everybody is clear with this. Now let's move on to the very important part, that is the criteria of the MSMEs. So let me tell you guys that in the month of April 2025, the classification criteria of the MSME got revised, and now it is basically based on the investment in the plants and the machinery and their annual turnover. So what is the amount of investment and what is the annual turnover, right? Let me tell you that this snippet has directly been taken from the website of the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Now, how exactly we classify them? So there are three pillars, that is a micro, small and the medium, right? In the micro part, what we are having is the investment in the plant and machinery should not be more than 2.5 crores and the annual turnover should not be more than rupees 10 crores. तो अगर एक यूनिट को माइक्रो एंटरप्राइज कहलाना है तो उसका टर्नओवर 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए और उसकी इन्वेस्टमेंट इन द प्लांट एंड मशीनरी शुड नॉट बी मोर देन रुपीज 2.5 करोड़. Clear everyone? So just multiply it with the 4. 2.5 crore is the investment, multiply it with the 4, then comes the turnover. Same is the scenario with the small enterprise. Why? Because there what happens is the 2.5 crore investment in the micro now converts into the 25 crore in the small enterprise. Now you convert it into the turnover. What we do, multiply it by 4. What comes? It is the 100 crores. That's all. Right? The annual turnover should not be more than 100 crores for a small enterprise. Then comes the medium enterprise, that is the top layer. In the medium enterprise, now what we are doing is, it is now 125 crores. And what is the turnover? Again, we will be multiplying it with the 4, it will give us a turnover that is rupees 500 crores. I hope that this transition and this multiplication wala part that I introduced to you, it is quite clear to everyone to remember this. So what you have to do, just remember that 2.5 crore is the investment in the micro. That's it. Just remember the one basic value and all these values you can just derive in a matter of a minute, right? Not even a minute you are going to take because micro ka agar 2.5 crore we are able to remember. So its turnover is very easy. Just 2.5 into 4 is equal to 10 crores, right? Now when it comes to the small enterprises, so what happens? The 2.5 becomes 25 and the turnover becomes 100. Now from small to medium, what happens? 25 becomes 125, right? And the turnover becomes 125 into 4, 500 crores. That's all. Done and dusted. Are you guys able to understand? Please give me a thumbs up in the chat box if you guys are able to relate these news articles, if you are able to understand these news articles in a holistical manner from examination point of view. Clear everyone? Let's now move on to the next news article. That is the Ministry of Ayush and the Digital India Bhashini division has signed an MOU. So Digital India Bhashini division has signed MOU with the Ministry of Ayush. So my dear friends, let's take an example that there is a person X and he is from Gujarat and he only needs Gujarati, right? And now he wants to get a treatment. He wants to get an Ayush treatment. But when he goes to the Ayush clinic, what he sees is that the person who is sitting there, the doctor who is sitting there, the Ayush doctor, guys, he only speaks in English. He only understands English. He speaks English. He thinks English. He speaks English. That's all. I hope that you guys are able to relate this dialogue, right? So he thinks in English, he listens in English, he speaks in English, he understands English. That's it. And the person who was, who went to the clinic to get treated, he is the person who thinks in Gujarati. He is a Gujarati, thinks in Gujarati, speaks Gujarati, listens in Gujarati, understands the Gujarati. Now, this person is having the FOMO that, okay, if I will be going to this doctor, how exactly I will be able to explain my problem to him? And how the doctor is going to get understand the problem of him because there is a linguistic barrier. There is a very major linguistic barrier between them, right? So, my dear friends, what in order to remove the linguistic barrier in our country, we are having a very good organization in our country. What is that? तो भाषा की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने के लिए वी हैव अ भाषिनी, राइट? जो भाषा की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करे, the one which resolves the problem of bhasha, that is the language, it is the bhashini. So that's why under the Digital India Corporation we are having the Digital India Bhashini division under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So this Digital India Bhashini division has signed an MOU with the Ministry of Ayush under the Bhashini Seva Sanchalan, a Bhashini Sahyogi program where Bhashini is giving a sahyog, that is support, under the Bhashini Seva Sanchalan. The aim is to strengthen the multilingual digital capabilities across the Ayush ecosystem through the Bhashini platform, India's national language digital public infrastructure. Now, my dear friend, let's take an example that this ex-person was not just going to the clinic, he just logged on to the Ministry of Ayush website and he was just looking that okay, what are the different services for me? So basically, there again he sees that everything is in English. So to remove this part, what we are going to do is we are going to integrate the Bhashini platform with the Ministry of Ayush website. And with this, what will happen? The person will be able to access the website in his own language, right? Now, guys, what are the different types of languages which are available there? So you know that for the languages in India, we are having a 8th schedule, and there are some languages there, right? So basically, there are 22 languages in the 8th schedule of the India, and let me tell you here that all these 22 languages support will be provided to the Ministry of Ayush as a part of this initiative. Clear, everyone? I hope that this is clear to all, and they are going to get the support of the Bhashini, Udyat, Mitra, App Mitra, and Pravakta. Clear, everyone? Now, when it comes to the another important point, my dear friends, now what exactly can be the possible solution for the doctor and the patient? Let's take an example of this class. I am giving you the information. You are the listener. You are receiving the information from my end, right? Now let's take an example that I was speaking Telugu here, right? And you are not, you are only understanding the English. So what we will be doing is we will be having a system which is called Shrut Lake. The Shrut Lake is that kind of system which will basically what it will be doing. So it will be listen to me and it will be directly providing you the text of what I am saying in the language which you understand. So you understand English language, so you will be getting the text in the English language that okay, what this person who's giving us the information is speaking. And when you will be replying to this, whatever information I'm giving, on the basis of that, when you are replying to me, the Shruth Lake will listen to you and it will be providing me the text in the language which I understand, that was Telugu. Getting it? Now, moving on to the static details of the Ministry of Ayush. So, it was established in 2014 and promotes the traditional systems of medicine, including Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Stoa, Rigpa, and Homeopathy. Let me tell you guys, this is the full form of Ayush. So, please remember the full form of Ayush also. It is very easy. And you have to ensure a very important point, right? And you have to ensure that you are remembering this part. So Pratyush is saying subtitle. Yes, subtitle is good, Pratyush, but it is partially correct. Why so? For example, when we watch English movies, right? So sometimes their accent we are not able to understand, and the way they speak in the speedily manner, we are not able to understand and the catch up with the language. So what we are having is there is a subtitle below. So it is giving us the output in the same language in which the voice is there of that particular movie, right? And sometimes you can also have the subtitles in the different language also, right? So that case will work properly here, right? So although a good idea that you have given regarding the same, right? Good analogy provided by you. Now let's move on to the next part, the Digital India Fashion Division, guys. It is under the Digital India Corporation, under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, which basically do the work of removing the linguistic barrier in the nation. Clear, everyone? So we are done with all these four articles which are relevant for both phase 1 and phase 2 examination. Ayush wala part MOU, although it would have been the part of the, the phase 1 article only. But as it is directly related to the health, that is why we have covered it into the phase 1 and 2 articles. Clear, everyone? Let's move on to the next news article. Are you guys getting the point? Are you able to understand all the articles that we are covering today? Okay, that's really good. Let's move on to the next news article. The curtain raiser event held for India Africa Business Dialogue. Let me tell you guys, India Africa Forum Summit is going to take place from 20 to 31st of May 2026 in New Delhi, right? And let me tell you that as a precursor to this particular dialogue, as a curtain raiser event for this particular dialogue, we had a India Africa Business Dialogue, which was held in New Delhi. Right? The IABDN exhibition will be organized on the sidelines of the fourth India Africa Forum Summit. So this event was held under the chairmanship of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So you will be telling me that who is presently serving as the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, and this is your homework, another homework. So please note down all the questions that I am giving you as a homework, and I want your inputs on that in the comment section after the session, right? So this is the second question for today. Clear, everyone? The first question was what was the WPI for the food this year in the month of April. And the second question is, who is presently serving as the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry? Now, my dear friend, this going to promote enhance trade, investment, technology partnerships, and people-to-people collaboration between India and Africa. Right now, when it comes to the India Africa Forum Summit, so ये एक apex institutional mechanism है for India's engagement in Africa, in which India is engaging with Africa so that we can enhance the trade, we can enhance the political relations, we can better the security concerns between the two nations, we can support each other's economy, we can basically focusing on the developmental partnership between the two nations, and it will also lead to the cultural exchange. So many different pillars are there of this India Africa Forum Summit, and this initiative was established in 2008. And this year, what is the theme? The theme is IE Spirit, India Africa Strategic Partnership for Innovation, Resilience, and Inclusive Transformation. So, India Africa Strategic Partnership for Innovation, Resilience, and Inclusive Transformation. Right, my dear friends? So, that's all we need to cover from this news article. Let's move on to the next article. So, so a book has been announced, that is the Apnapan. So, my dear friends, Apnapan क्या है ये? For example, let's take an example that you are listening to me for last 3 or 4 weeks, right? You people are listening to me in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So now you are having a personalized experience with me, like how I teach, how I resolve your doubts, whether I listen to you people or not, whether I teach you well or not, right? So you are having a personal experience with me. So now on the basis of your experience, you are writing a book on your experiences with me, right? Similarly, guys, the Union Minister Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan is having the 35 years long association with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And my dear friends, Narendra Modi ji, his leadership, his personality, his sensitivity, his work ethics are being depicted in this particular book, that is Apnapan, which has been written by Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan. Clear everyone? So Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan will be releasing his book which is called Apnapan. Now I think you are not going to forget this book, right? I hope this is clear to everyone, my dear friends. Let's move on to the next news article. That is the Birsa 101, India's first indigenous CRISPR based gene therapy. So the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, in collaboration with the CSIR, that is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and the CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, has organized a workshop on the Birsa 101, New Delhi. My dear friends, you all know that in our country, basically the tribal people, they are impacted with the sickle cell disease. Now, what is the sickle cell disease? Can anybody tell me that? Guys, you all know that in our bloods we are having a red blood cells, right? We are having a red blood cells. Normally they are round in nature. Normally they are round in nature, right? But you know what happens is that sometime due to the impact on the DNA, what happens is it is in the crescent shape, this round shape. You know the moon is round, right? So one is the Amavas wala moon, which is completely round, right? And then, my dear friends, we are having a round which is a smiling moon. That is a crescent moon. You must have seen this crescent moon, every one of you. Now, let's take an example. These red blood cells of the normal people is round in nature, and the red blood cells of the people who are impacted with the sickle cell disease is having this shape. So, what we do is with the help of the DNA editing, like we are having a DNA editing pen, and with the help of it, we basically target the root cause of this disease and we edit it and we basically convert it into the round shape. And that's all, we are able to treat the sickle cell disease at the root cause in the tribal people. And you know the god of the tribal people, that is Bhagwan Birsa Munda ji. तो भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी के नाम पर ही हमने इस टेक्नोलॉजी का नाम रखा, दैट इज द बीरसा 101. Right, this is a treatment, this is the therapy which has been used in this particular area where we are basically editing the, we are editing the DNA of the people, of the tribal people, in order to resolve this issue of the sickle cell disease. I hope that you have got the proper analogy now, that how and why exactly these things have taken. Now, to make people more aware about the Birsa 101, which is India's first indigenous CRISPR-based gene therapy. For this, a workshop was being organized in New Delhi. It was organized as a celebration of the Janjatiya Garima Utsav 2026. The Janjatiya Garima Utsav 2026 is a month-long celebration of the journey of Viksit Bharat. Now, my dear friends, what is this Janjati? Let me tell you that every year we also celebrate Janjati Gaurav Divas. That is the birth anniversary of Bhagwan Birsa Munda ji. Can anybody tell me that on which date we celebrate this? Let me give you some time for that. So Birsa 101 is India's first indigenous CRISPR-based gene therapy for the sickle cell disease. It is named after Bhagwan Birsa Munda ji, and the initiative is aimed at supporting the elimination of sickle cell disease, which disproportionately affects tribal populations in several regions of India. And let me tell you guys that for this particular treatment of the people, Ministry of Tribal Affairs has also supported this initiative with the amount of rupees 3.75 crores. Clear, everyone? So now I ask you the Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. So guys, every year we celebrate this on 15th of November. Every year on 15th November, we celebrate Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. Let me tell you, this can also be asked in the question in the examination. So don't tell me after the exam कि sir ये तो हमें पता नहीं था. Clear, everyone? Are you guys able to understand it? Let's move on to the next news article. The Ministry of Textiles and ICRER has signed an MOU, and this MOU has been signed to support evidence-based and data-driven policy formulation so that we are having better policies in the textile and apparel sector of the country so that we can boost the textile and apparel sector of the nation. And that is why Ministry of Textile has signed an MOU with the Indian Council for Research on the International Economic Relations. Clear, everyone? So with which organization Minister of Textile has signed an MOU for data-driven policy formulation in India's text and apparel sector? That is ICRIR, that is Indian Council of Research on International Economic Relations. That is the right answer. Clear, everyone? So this is also clear to all of you. Let's move on to the next news article. Now comes the National Departmental Summit on Capacity Building. My dear friends, you all know that in our country there are so many civil servants, right? There are so many civil servants. Now the government says that just training these people is not at all sufficient, and we cannot, provide a common training to the people. For example, in a cricket team, there are 11 players. Some are batsmen, some are bowlers, some are all-rounders. So we have to train each of them in a separate manner. Similarly, the civil servants are having the varied areas in which they work throughout their life, right? So basically, we need to ensure that now it should not be the rule-based. The training should not be the rule-based, but it should be the role-based training. That is, we are providing them the training on the basis of the role. So that is why the Department of Personnel and Training and the Capacity Building Commission are organizing a National Department Summit on institutionalizing capacity building from training to performance linked governance. Now earlier we were only training, now we are linking their training with the performances, right? As per their rules that they have got, right? So it was the National Department Summit will be taking place on the theme institutionalizing capacity building from training to performance linked governance. So the summit aims to build consensus on the framework and implementation roadmap for strengthening role-based competency-driven and performance-linked capacity building. And my dear friends, recently we covered a news article where we saw that there is a particular country which has signed an MOU with the Indian government, and Indian government provides the training to their civil servants. Can anybody tell me the very first batch of that country recently came to India, and we covered that part in the articles. What is the name of that country? Anyone of you who is able to retain this? Let me see how many of you are able to retain that data. What is the name of that country? Absolutely right. Pratyush has given me the right answer. That is Seychelles. Seychelles is the right answer. Well done, everyone. Well done. So that's what I'm expecting from all of you, that you are able to give me the right answer. So well done, everyone. Pratyush, Kashish, Material Share, Srishti, everybody who are giving answers. That's really great. Now, my dear friends, this summit will deliberate on the four thematic priorities. Let me tell you, they are not that much important, but you can just go through once. Like it is focusing on the unified framework for role-based focus and performance in capacity building, then strengthening training institutions, leveraging AI, technology for hyper-personalized training, learning, revising cadre training in the state. So these are all the four priorities on which the departmental summit will be focusing upon. Now let's move on to the next news article, that is the PMFME scheme, guys. Why exactly it was in the news? The Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises was in the news because PMFME Mahotsav was being celebrated in Leh for awareing the people and bringing the food enterprises of the Leh and Ladakh in the formal sector. That is why this Mahotsav was being launched, organized by the Ministry of Food Processing Industries and the Department of Industries and Commerce and the UT administration of Ladakh. Let me tell you, my dear friends, PMFME scheme we have already discussed recently in our sessions. So that's why I'm not, discussing it in a holistical manner right now. And also, it was not there in the news article in an updated manner. It was only the name of the scheme was being mentioned there. That's it. But we all know that Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food enterprises, processing enterprises, is a scheme which has been launched by the government of India for bringing these small food units, into the formal sector of the nation, right? So Monkey in Asia has asked a query. Monkey in Asia, I want just just 5 to 10 minutes more, and after that I will be coming up with your query because we are just left with the last topic of the today's session. Let's focus on that first, right? Let's first focus on that. So now the next news article is India has been nominated as the CCDV for 2026-2028. So guys, basically India has been nominated as a chair of the Common Criteria Development Board from April 2026 to April 2028. Now guys, what exactly this Common Criteria Development Board is all about? My dear friends, you all are using the phones, laptops, tablets, right? Even some of you are having all three of them. Some of you are having the iPads also. So basically, let me tell you that you are using so many different softwares on these different devices, right? Let's take an example that you receive these iPhones, these OnePlus phones, Xiaomi phones, Motorola, Oppo, Realme from the different parts of the world, right? So what if the standards which are being used by these companies, right? And the country where these different companies are basically located, they are not being followed in India, then what will happen? You won't be able to use this. For example, we are having a charger. Let's take an example. The charger which is used in the US cannot be used in the India, right? We are having a different standard, so we cannot use the same charger here because of the difference in the capacity of the chargers and the type of current that they require. So my dear friends, similarly the softwares which we are using in our devices, they are having the some standards. So let's take an example that right now we are into the world of the globalization, and at this point of time when we are living in such kind of backward kind of thinking that we cannot use the products of the other countries, that is totally foolish in nature, right? So let's take an example that we created a club, and then it says that if there is any company which is an India-based company, if there is an India-based company, my dear friends, and it is creating a kind of a software, and it is coming up with some kind of any kind of device. So basically, the standard, if India has certified that particular device and the software, then the other country which is also the part of this particular club, it is not going to again do the checking part of the software. No, it is just going to ensure that okay, India has certified it, then we can blindly adopt this particular mode, adopt this particular service or the software in our own country. Clear, everyone? So this club provides a certification power to the different countries. And you know what this club is called in terms of the software and the devices? This club is CCRA. What is the CCRA? It is the Common Criteria Recognition Arrangement, right? And recently, the first quarter meeting of the CCRA was held in Tokyo, Japan, when the nomination of India was confirmed as the chair of the Common Criteria Development Board. Now, what is the Common Criteria Development Board, my dear friends? So, CCRA is the name of the club, and now let's understand that CCDB, that is a Common Criteria Development Board, is basically the small committee of this CCRA, which basically defines all the rules and regulations which should be followed. Clear, everyone? So the club name is CCRA and the name of the committee is CCDB. That's all. Understood? So CCTV manages the international work program for the common criteria and the common methodology for information technology security evaluation. And the nomination was conferred during the first quarterly meeting of CCRA. CCRA is an international treaty for mutual recognition of IT security certificates across the countries. Because you must have seen that, your mobile phones basically receive the security update so many times, right? We are having the cyber security programs. We are having the cyber security. We are having the antivirus that we use in our laptops. So basically, these are the different software that I'm talking about here. Are you guys getting the point? Are you understanding the information here? It maintains the common criteria portal which functions as a global repository for certified secure IT products. CCRA was India became the CCRA member in 16 September 2013 as a certificate authorizing nation. और इंडिया पार्टिसिपेट करता है सीसीआरए में थ्रू द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एंड एसटीक्यूसी. व्हाट इज द एसटीक्यूसी? इट्स ऑल्सो इंडियाज ऑफिशियल सर्टिफिकेशन बॉडी फॉर आईटी सिक्योरिटी एवेल्युएशन. तो इंडिया के अंदर वो कौन सी बॉडी है जो ये सारे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशंस बनाती है फॉर द आईटी applications? That is the STQC. Clear, everyone? So this news article is also done. Now we are done with all the important articles of the today's session. I believe that you are able to retain and revise all the important information from examination point of view. Right, my dear friends? So we are done with all these areas. I hope that you guys are able to retain all these information from examination point of view. If yes, please give me a thumbs up in the chat box. And now, my dear friends, what's next for all of you? What's next for all of you is that you have to now revise the PDF. The PDF we will be uploading onto the portal. Now, from where to access the portal? So what you can do, just go to the chapters website. Just go to the chapters website. On the top right corner, there is the courses. Go to the all categories, then go to the package. Then there is the current affairs package, my dear friends. In the current affairs package, you can see that we are having the month of May. And you can see here that for the month of May, all the classes have been uploaded, all the PDFs have been uploaded, all the quizzes have been uploaded, right? So you can see here that all the things are being uploaded. We are also having the class of the 1st to 7th of May if you have not revised the 1st to 7th of May till now, right? In the similar manner, the way I have basically, explained you all the articles in the today's session, in the similar manner, we basically cover these articles in the weekly revision sessions also. So we are already done with the 13th of May. Today is the 14th of May and we are done with this, right?